Next, Triple M rocks footy. Download the Listener app to hear it live.
Good evening, I'm Celeste Mitsu. Melbourne will have a new Lord Mayor. After 6 years in the top job, Sally Capp won't recontest the next local government election, standing down at the end of June. Premier Jacinta Allen says Miss Capp's time has not been easy, leading the city through COVID.
It's been a really challenging time. She came to the role when there was great instability in the organisation.
The AFL has had a phone hookup with club bosses this afternoon over the illicit drugs policy. Senior coaches admit it is outdated, but once again denied any knowledge of positive players being told to fake an injury to explain their absence on game day. Michael Voss says it is concerning.
We're all been surprised, somewhat disappointed with where it currently lies. I guess now it's, up to the AFL and the AFLPA to be able to review what that looks like and work out what the best steps are moving forward for us.
A day after Splendour in the Grass was canned, Canberra has announced an inquiry into music festivals to look at skyrocketing costs of staging one. Former Test cricketer Stuart McGill will stand trial in Sydney over an alleged cocaine haul linked to his apparent kidnapping. The 53-year-old is accused of helping bring in $300,000 worth of the drug in 2021. And Taylor Swift has boosted retail spending. Sales nationwide were up 0.3% in February, driven by a lift in activity through clothing and footwear.
Triple M Sport.
Coming up, the grand final rematch at the Gabba. Collingwood and Brisbane are still searching for their first win of the season. But whoever the loser is, Triple M's Dale Thomas has told the midweek rub they can say bye-bye to finals.
They may be good enough to turn it around and play finals, but top four, I dare say, with the evenness of the competition and the other sides improving, will be out of reach.
And Novak Djokovic has split from his tennis coach after winning 12 major titles together.
The Good Guys Doorbuster deals are on now. Get in quick. Shop Doorbuster deals for a limited time in-store, online or over the phone. Only at The Good Guys.
Getting down to 10 degrees tonight. Mostly sunny for Good Friday. Tomorrow we're top for 25, partly cloudy and 24 degrees on Saturday. And up next, it is the Thursday rub ahead of the Lions and Pies as Triple M rocks footy.
86% of people don't see anxiety as a personal weakness. Sorry, mate, that's bad.
No, you're fine.
86% of people don't see anxiety as a personal... just give me a sec. He's hearing my voice tremble.
Take your time.
People don't see anxiety... This is terrible.
What you're thinking
They'll never work with me again.
isn't what they're thinking. Know when anxiety's talking. Visit Beyond Blue to start a life beyond anxiety.
The footy's on Triple M.
Triple M footy starts your weekend early.
How good is footy?
With every massive moment.
When you're hot, you're hot.
This
couldn't be more excited.
Is the Thursday Rub.
I'll just talk about myself and we'll be all right.
Hop on down to Thirsty Camel Bottle Shops for unseriously good Easter deals. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Oh, what a big night for footy tonight. An absolute cracker. Huge game for both clubs, the Brisbane Lions and Collingwood. Zipping to the Lions, zipping through the Pies. Who would have thought after the greatest grand final some have seen ever last year in 2023 for these two great clubs. This is the Triple M Thursday Rub for Thirsty Camel. Daisy Thomas, good evening to you.
Great to be alongside you again, Baz. They let us loose last Sunday down at Ballarat, and who would have thought that deadly combination has been sent to another state together to just tear it apart tonight.
Yeah, we fronted the hearing, but we were found innocent. Kate McCarthy, good evening to you.
Good evening up there, guys. Yes, I'm excited for this game, but also excited to finally be back alongside Daisy. They've tried to keep us apart this whole season, and we just said, you know what, we won't take that any longer. We need to be put on the same show together.
Couldn't agree more, Kate.
Jay Clark, good evening to you. Been a quiet week?
Just been quite relaxed. Got a banana lounge in the Herald Sun office. I just sort of lay back on that at times and sip a cool little fruit juice. So, no, it's been quite quiet, Barry, to be honest. Nothing much happening. Been an unbelievable week in the world of AFL. And, the battle lines have been drawn, and we'll talk about it shortly.
We certainly will. Days, always nice to travel together. You learn a lot about people when you travel together, don't you?
Well, you do, and you probably figure out a pecking order and where you sit pretty quickly,
yes.
Both figurative and literally. Because I was sitting in 30D, Baz.
Yes, you were.
Which genuinely backs onto the shitters on the on the aircraft. So,
it does.
Yes, the quiche that was served wasn't received well by some. I can report that much. But I did note, getting on the front, which was a bit of a flex, that Triple M's greats, and one of is Brian Taylor. He was firmly slotted and not moving from 1A.
Rightly so.
And I thought maybe, after 5 or 6 years now in the caper, I might have got to an exit row, but it hasn't looked likely, and I'm 30D again on the way home tomorrow.
Well, Days, at least you're not 5 or 6 years in and they're still announcing you as new. So that's me. Welcome to Kate. She's new. I've been doing this for 6 years, but thank you very much for having me.
Well, here's one thing, though. So BT, you expected. He's a bit older. He's been around the traps for a long time. He's earned the right to fly up the front. And, although he's does roaming Brian, he's probably not one of the people's champs. That's, you call it for what you will. But Barry Denner, you are the people's caller. You are the people's champ.
Yeah, I don't even get paid. I do it for hamburgers and the people.
Well, that's a complete crock off. Because tomorrow I have it on really strong authority.
Yes.
That you will be just waiting for the ropes to click as you position yourself with a champagne and a croissant in 1B next to BT.
The issue was, Jay, in all fairness to me, I was sent up there once, and it's one of those situations that once you go up there, Kate, I just can't look back anymore. But I think I'm a good person because when I go up there, I do look back and empathise with everybody else. So that makes me a good person.
Well, I heard a whisper, Barry, that too, just on your way into the Gabba today, in acknowledgement of your newfound sort of status and celebrity and position in Triple M and general commentary iconism.
I like it. Iconism.
I've made that up.
Yeah, it's good.
That you were spotted signing multiple autographs and doing selfies. And I think someone even asked you for an item of your clothing. That was the obsession that the public have with you. Is that all of that right?
Jay, to be fair on me and Daisy, that was forced on me. The gentleman thrust the signature thing in front of me.
That's a pen.
Yes. That's right.
It was, again, rather humbling when I'm sort of strutting in. The pies are in town. I've got the shoulders back, the chest out, fresh trim of the beard. Got a few rays up there by the pool this afternoon.
Yes, you did.
This is a bit of Daisy time. And the bloke comes stamming past me, nearly gives me windburn, straight to Mr. Denner with a pen and paper. And it did say icons, commentary, icons and personalities.
Yeah, no, I'm a great believer and you need to stay connected with everybody.
And we know what to respect up in Brisbane, don't we, Baz?
That's right,
we do love our Baz up there. Yeah,
hey, enough about me anyway. What about you, Daisy? You're having you got a little box on happening in about 6 days.
We do. Yes, Gather Round is here and we're sort of kicking it off on a Wednesday night. The gathering over there in Adelaide. It's going to be good fun. It's going to be packed out. We're at Adelaide 36's arena and I'm really looking forward to it. I've done the work. Now I'm just this is a little training off period. Not at a good time with Easter, a long weekend, a lot of chocolate, and I do have a slightly sweet tooth. I also like dim sims. They're not related to Easter, but I'll probably have some of them. But it's not far away now, Mr. Denner.
I got a question for you, Daisy, because I'll be honest, when we started working together a couple of years ago, you were sort of rocking a triple XL shirt. I thought it was at least a triple XL, certainly a healthy double XL. But now you're svelte and you're slim and you're lean and you're jumping around up there, sort of shadow boxing. How much weight have you actually lost?
By the time the fight kicks off, I'll be the best part of 12 or more kilos lighter than what I returned from London. We all know the famous Heathrow injection where you walk in and come out a bit puffy, look like you swallowed a couple of pillows. That might have hit me harder than most. But the training has been fun. And the more you do of it and the fitter you get, the harder you can go. And I've really enjoyed that. It is going to be a good time.
And Jay, just quickly, what size do you reckon I wear?
Whatever.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to say that, Jay. I'm looking at. I go down the Collingwood team sheet here and their weight. Paddy Lipinski, he's been on a good diet. He's 0 kilograms. So is Joy Goey. We're not allowed to talk about this anymore. Expect the call from HR.
Are you backing our man in, Kate? Do you think Daisy will get the job done? I mean, you work very closely with Daisy. And he's seen at the front and everyone hears him and sees him. And
use your head here.
He's very nice guy and all that, but we know he's a hard nut.
He's got a tough matchup, hasn't he? He's got a tough matchup. If I was looking at that card, the two people I wouldn't want to fight would be Dane Swan and Mitch Robinson because they are genuinely just a bit a bit bunter.
I like it.
So I'm wishing him all the best. You know me, I'm just going to be a mum sitting in the crowd just hoping that no one gets hurt. But considering it's boxing, that's very likely that someone's going to get hurt. I just hope it's not our days.
Oh, I certainly hope. I'll tell you how the strategy of this fight's going to play out, Baz. Dane Swan is going to stand in the middle of the ring and from the start just try and land the big ones from early. And then Daisy, with his newfound svelte figure, will be prancing around like Peter Rabbit in the ring. He'll be like bopping around and doing all that sort of stuff and try and tie Swanee with the old-fashioned rope-a-dope. He will try and rope-a-dope Swanee. He will be trying to land the heavy blows early. And then our man, Daisy, late in the third round, will pop, and then get him and he'll fall over with the old-fashioned rope-a-dope.
You should have been my coach. We went with a big dive in about the 37 seconds, JC. But, the rope-a-dope also sounds good. Hey, you can see that video, the camera pic, the photo, I think you call that, of Baz up on the Triple M socials now.
And Days, if all else fails and you have no other way out, just bite his ear off and they'll stop the fight.
Yeah, right.
No, I think he's tracking well because I mentioned Swanee's name in the car on the way here and he started to break into a sweat. So I think he's okay. He's feeling pretty good. As we said off the top, cannot believe, really, when you look at it, these two clubs and where they're at after what was one of the greatest grand finals we've ever seen last year. Let's just have a listen to some of the latter highlights of that game.
78-74, Collingwood up, 9:15 on the clock. Brisbane need a mark, Cameron, Maynard, Cameron, Quainer, Cameron, goes it! Charlie Cameron! Brisbane lead by 2 points.
The Lions hit the front, Nick Dacos gets to Pendlebury. They go forward here, the Magpies. Check. Gardner with the spoil. Here's Nick Dacos. Clever handball. Got it to Degoe. Quick reply coming up. Jordan Degoe. Lead change number 10.
Side bottom. He's giving away another 50. It's 50 for side bottom. He'll end up 55 from home, I reckon. A 4-point lead to Collingwood. 4:38 on the clock. It's going to take absolutely everything Steele side bottom has got. Hits 50, drives it side bottom, drives it, and he bangs it home! Collingwood out by 10 points. 2 minutes to go. Brisbane, they drive it forward. McCluggage centering ball, can they take him up? They can! Joe plays on, he plays on! Joe Daniel kicks it! 4-point margin, clock stops at 1:33. They're just about there, Collingwood, a mark here, and his job done, they drive it to the line. 2 seconds on the clock, McCreary goes hard! Siren! The king to the close finish, and the king to the AFL! Collingwood are premiers!
Oh, Baz. Hairs on the back of your neck, on your
Goosebumps.
arms, the goosebumps everywhere. What a grand final it was. Absolutely incredible. The whole lead up, the way the Pies got through the final series, falling in against a couple of sides, coming up against a rampaging Brisbane Lions. And, well, it was almost meant to be in the end, the way that it happened out for the Pies. 50 metres late in the game for side bottom, a play on advantage called given up the other end. Just all the little things had to go right, and for the Pies they did.
But an extraordinary situation now with both teams winless and season on the line. So history says, or the data says, that if you start the season 0-3, it's almost impossible to make finals. In Collingwood, they lose tonight, they go 0-4. Yeah, you go to press conferences and you speak to coaches and you ask them, is this game bigger than normal? Like, does this mean more? Is this game more important? They look at you like you're stupid. Daisy and Kate, will the Collingwood and Brisbane Lions players be running out tonight knowing the stakes and the significance of this game? This is surely a bigger game than normal.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely is a bigger game than normal. And I think coaches, coaching staff, they run that narrative in the way that you want to play your system week in, week out, obviously. With that real preconceived idea is if we put more stress on this game and then next week we're playing against an opponent, we're sitting 4th, they're sitting 12th, they won't get up for the game, blah, blah, blah. That's the coaching line. But as a player, you know, like you absolutely know that tonight going into this game, both teams, they need to bring their A game. They need to dig in, reflect on the things that didn't work or haven't worked the last couple of weeks. And they're well aware, not even in the context of the season, but just this game is really important tonight for a team to walk away with a win, but also knowing that their system can stand up, because both of them have had questions around sort of things that they've got right, things that they've got wrong this year. And, I just think when we looked at this fixture, when would we have ever thought this would be 12 versus 15th? Thursday of Easter weekend.
Yeah, it's a crazy setup. I think for the Pies, they have to look at it as a mini-final, because if they don't, it's season near on done. Zip and 4, Hawks next week, then a bye. It's going to be very tough for them with the evenness of the competition. So when they walk out tonight, when they walk up the race and the camera pans to them, I don't want to see the smiles. I know we saw it on grand final day and it was, it was still a little bit too happy for me. I know you want to be relaxed and enjoy it. But tonight I want to see like the real intent of, yes, we're enjoying it, but we're also here to get the job done. We've got an edge about us. We haven't been hard enough. We haven't been hard enough on each other, and we haven't been good enough for the first 3 weeks. So tonight we go out there up against... backs up against it up here at the Gabba against a side who very rarely gets beaten up here, and they need to provide a supreme effort, play good team footy, which has been lacking, and just enjoy the fact that the contest first will bring the joy after the match.
Go back to 2010, Daisy. You lifted the cup. Ross Lyon said you're the number one player in the game. 2011, people forget this. The Collingwood side in 2011 was invincible. Your average winning margin over the first 16 rounds was like 60 points. You come out and smashed everyone. Your bellies weren't full after that cup. Yeah, there's been questions about that, the premiership hangover for this Collingwood side. How did you frame it? How did you go whack after winning the flag last in 2010?
Well, we rocked up the first day of pre-season and Mick Malthouse just said, right, I hope you've all had a great summer. Yep, you won the premiership, good. No one gives a stuff. You can look at that at the rest of and the rest of your accolades when you retire. For now, we've got work to do, and you experienced it. For those who did, back to work, because your spot's now on the line. There's other blokes trying to take it. And we did. We got to work. Unfortunately, there was a better side throughout the year in Geelong that we just couldn't figure out a way to beat. We nearly got it done on grand final day, except Tomahawk turned into Wayne Carey and Stevie Johnson was smart enough to get the ball off him, and Ben Reid still hasn't lived it down. But apart from that, it is hard. It's hard to get up week in, week out. But for the Pies tonight, the equation becomes pretty simple, and the motivation should be right in front of them.
Massive. Plenty to talk about before that, though, because the Wild Drugs has raised their horrible head again in our great game. Jay-Z's all over it. And plenty to chat about there, the updates. Kate McCarthy's in the house. Stacey Thomas is in the house for the Thursday rub. And Cameron Bruce will join us a little bit later on as well from the mighty Brisbane Lions. For McDonald's and Remont Water, Triple M, Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Thursday rub for Thirsty Camel. Hop on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good Easter deals. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M, Rocks Footy.
Lift your footy game with Listener. Download the app now and listen for free.
Crews still at a crash this afternoon. Eastlink northbound at Canterbury Road in the left-hand lane. Still have delays from roundabout Ferntree Gully Road, and a crash on the ramp from Eastlink. What is going on there? Southbound to the Penlink, it's Portsea bound in the left-hand lane, and a crash Ring Road Altona bound before the Westgate and Princes Freeway interchange. The Good Guys doorbuster deals are on now. Get in quick. Shop doorbuster deals for a limited time in store, online or over the phone. Only at the Good Guys. That's the latest Triple M traffic.
We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell? Hello? Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what? No way, Tyrell. You've won $50,000, mate.
Yes! Easter Bunny's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton. Yes. Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton. Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Great Northern's giving away a $10, $20 or $100 VCF voucher for every specially marked case. To claim your voucher, download the Great Northern app and enter your code. Available on Android Play and Apple App Stores. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply.
We love our Aussie summers. Nothing beats a day on the water. And with the Isuzu D-Max, you can really make the most of it. Be it a sunrise surf or fishing with a family. Summer goes further with the Isuzu D-Max. Plus, with stock available across the D-Max range, you can have your own before you know it. Live your own way. Search Isuzu D-Max.
Fiji is on sale. For a limited time, fly to Fiji with award-winning Fiji Airways and save. Fares start from $624 return. Book now at FijiAirways.com or call your travel agent today. Conditions apply.
choice. There are three kinds of people in life, Dave.
Yeah.
There's TKD trade members who get trade pricing at Toolkit Depot, same-day quotes, express delivery options and tons of other benefits.
That's us.
Yeah. Then there's TKD club members who get discount pricing, exclusive deals and more.
That's anyone who doesn't have an ABN, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the third kind of people?
Those who don't realise it's free to join, Dave.
Whoa, that's sad.
Become a TKD trade or club member now at Toolkit Depot. Everything you need to get the job done.
G'day, Paul Turner here from Woolworths. New season Royal Gala apples are looking delicious with favourable weather producing a great quality, large volume crop. Victorian white and black grapes are still great for quality and price, so grab some while you can. And finally, you may notice fluctuations in the supply of green beans due to poor weather in growing regions. We're working closely with growers to stabilise supply as quickly as possible. That's this week's Fresh Market Update.
Austrac Campers' space-saving designs mean you can stretch out in a luxury king-size bed that your queen will still steal the covers off, honey. Oh.
Austrac Campers. At First Choice Liquor Market, we offer more choice with a huge range.
Our team of experts are always there with friendly advice.
And we have low prices across the store and online. That's why
we're your first choice.
First Choice Liquor Market.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Rheem Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Preview before the Brisbane and Collingwood game here tonight. It's massive at the Gabba. This is Triple M Thursday Rub for Thirsty Camel. Daisy Thomas in the house, Kate McCarthy. And Jay-Z Clark. Jay-Z, let's get up to date with the drug scandal coming out of Melbourne. Coaches have had their say today. Everyone's had their say.
Yeah, it's been a massive 48 hours, really, hasn't it, in the AFL world? And there's been two clear and distinct sides being taken. There's those like Eddie Maguire and even Max Gawn on the Marty Sheargold show this morning on Triple M sort of call for tougher penalties and a more punitive model, sort of more of a deterrent for AFL players who are going through these off-the-book tests and faking injuries potentially to try and dodge the tests and heavy sort of WADA sanctions over illicit drug use, whether there's others like the AFL and the AFLPA who are saying this is a medical model, it's to support the players, those who are having genuine problems and mental health issues, and if we do make it tougher, then they're just going to walk away from it entirely, and then we are putting the playing cohort, or at least some of those people, at risk. So there's really two clear sides to this debate, and a lot of emotion, a lot of strong opinion. Clearly, let's have a listen first of all to Max Gawn and his comments on Marty Sheargold this morning about how angry and frustrated he was at these revelations.
In the last 24 hours, I've gone from angry and surprised to I like that the doctors step in at strike one. And I think that's a great thing about our policy is we're there to help rather than we're there to scapegoat. Like, I get there might be people taking the piss within this, but if we're catching the majority that need the help, the
You're
addiction,
helping a young kid out
addiction,
who's
the
made a
mental
mistake on the weekend, that kind of thing.
If we're helping them by having a policy, because a lot of other codes don't have a policy at all in this space. We have a policy, it's got holes in it galore.
Massive.
But we have a policy and it's catching people along the way and being able to rehabilitate them. I like that. The deterrent's not there or it's fading. So something needs to be bigger potentially on the first strike.
So he wants Max Gawn, one of the most respected voices in the playing group, along with Eddie Maguire, of course, the former Collingwood president. Daisy, your man back in the day, wants a bigger penalty, a bigger deterrent for players who, as he says, might be taking the mickey. What say you, Kate McCarthy and Dale Thomas? Do we need to get tougher on these players taking the mickey and gaming the system?
I think the problem that I have with what sort of has been raised is the preparation of the players. If they're undertaking a test during the week and saying that it wouldn't be out of their system, say, by a Friday game, generally speaking, cocaine, if that's the drug that we're talking about, which it most likely is out of your system in sort of 48 hours. So my concern is the playing cohort that are taking part in recreational drug use Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of a week when they have a game. Yep. That's the issue that I have, and that's a real concern from a well-being and welfare point of view. if a player is doing that. That is a concern. My understanding of the, I guess, code and policy in place is that then a player is given the support, the means to, I guess, access psychologists, giving them a lot of support in that area, intervention if it's needed. I think that's what needs to happen. I don't think the public needs to know that happened. I think if they're putting their hand up, they're getting tested, they're withdrawing from the game, they've done the right thing in that regard. Obviously, not the initial part. I don't agree with that being the right thing. But in any job, in any occupation, if you were going to go to work and you knew you were going to fail a test of any regard, so pilots need to be 0 blood alcohol level when they fly a plane. If a pilot went out the night before they had a flight, yes, it's a shift at work, they did the wrong thing, they had a massive night, they would not rock up to work, test positive and get fired. They would call in sick and they would take the day off. How is this any different?
Yeah, and it's potentially there's a risk of being made public. Daisy Thomas, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, we've heard the phrase medical model. I think it needs to be sort of grasped under medical mental health and well-being. We want to first and foremost make sure the person's all right. And there's a lot of talk about what's to happen. It needs to be tougher for a first strike, but there's nobody really presenting at the minute a better argument than that with any sort of steps in place, what that's going to look like. And that's where the AFL need to go and work with clubs, players, and a broad spectrum of players too. Don't just get the blokes out the front who are your clean skins who have never made a mistake in their life, who are the ones that are setting all the good examples. Speak to a couple of the players that have fallen through the cracks or have found it difficult and go to them for reasons as to, all right, well, what was your mindset? Why did you do it? Why would you risk it? What can we do going forward to prevent this? I've got no issues with the first strike being a tougher penalty and a greater sanction, if you will, however that looks.
Currently,
but I don't think that you give the public access to numbers, to information, to players, because, we've seen it in the AFL. As soon as somebody is blasted across the front page, whether it be, Jack Ginnivan had his moment, Bailey Smith as well, with social media and all of that at the moment, it is just relentless. And that's, that should be near on deterrent enough. But, I'm all for this progressing, but how it happens, I don't know.
The AFL has spoken to all 18 club CEOs this afternoon and said they don't want to go to a more punitive model. They will stay a supportive welfare model. So that's the indication at this stage.
Yeah, I just think the thing that needs to be considered most is the education around it, as Daisy said, like educating the player, educating the choice, understanding why the choice has been made as well and where that's come from. Because at the end of the day, these players are young, they're inexperienced, they've come out of school and they've got a large income, some of them, in stages of their life where they're not mature enough to make the choices that some of us are when we reflect back on our lives.
Yeah, no doubt mistakes are definitely being made. Ross Lyon, who spoke today, saying he would like an overall snapshot. If there was the data released on the number of tests or positive tests, that would help inform the picture. So no naming of names, but more detail in the general snapshot.
Alrighty, from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Thursday rub for Thirsty Camel. Hop on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good Easter deals. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Lift your footy game with Listener. Download the app now and listen for free.
Crews dealing with a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound before the Westgate and Princes Freeway interchange. The right-hand lane is affected there. Seeing delays right back to the Deer Park bypass. A crash still being mopped up northbound on Eastlink at Canterbury Road in the left-hand lane. Delays from Baronia Road and a breakdown on the Westgate outbound at Millers Road. Dan Murphy's don't match. They beat prices. Vodka Cruiser Mix 10-pack 275ml bottles, $34 for My Dan's members. In Sunday, choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. That's the latest Triple M traffic.
It's always comedy season on Triple M.
I love nodding at people I've never met.
I've got a little jokey joke. So who better to get you around the Melbourne International Comedy Festival?
To me, this is the best comedy festival in the entire world.
Featuring the best comedians from Australia and the world.
Stars everywhere.
All month, we're chatting to the planet's funniest people and giving away tickets to their shows.
Everything you need to know.
The Melbourne International Comedy Festival, March 27 to April 21. Browse the program and book your tickets now at comedyfestival.com.au.
This is a business powerhouse. She's a chippy who uses the QuickBooks app to track expenses as she goes. That's how you business differently. Into her QuickBooks.
Hi, Rodney Jane here with hot cross deals on tyres and wheels at Bob Jane T-Marts. We've got Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumho free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyre's free. Plus, up to $150 instant cashback on selected BF Goodrich, Pirelli and Continental tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
You're better when you're refreshed, and so are stats. So here's to another refreshingly BWS stat. You're 50% more likely to have a clanger if you don't visit BWS before the footy. Refreshingly BWS.
Can you imagine being free again?
You're free again.
A songbird in a crystal sky.
A dolphin in the Caribbean.
A puppy exploring a big backyard.
You escaped the handcuffs of the rubbish that held you captive.
You escaped because you called 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Our clean and shiny trucks take away your distractions.
And leave your home sparkling with joy.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.au.
This is a business high flyer. He's a landscaper who uses the QuickBooks app to do invoices as he goes. That's how you business differently. Into her QuickBooks.
Drive away today in a brand new GWM from Burwood GWM and save on a range of 2023 plate clearance models. With Jolion SUV from $25,990 drive away and Canon Ute from $34,490 drive away for ABN holders. Plus, savings of up to $4,000 on selected GWM models. Now is the time to buy. GWM SUVs and Utes are in stock at Burwood GWM now and ready for you to drive away happy. Search Burwood GWM and go with more. T's and C's apply. LNCT 11720.
Don't miss the Jaycar Easter Saturday sale with 20% off store-wide on almost everything. 20% off auto, power, tech, workbench and more. Hurry, sale is on this Saturday for one day only. Jaycar, tech, electronics and more. Terms and conditions apply. See website or in-store for details.
Club Rugby League is back. Get back to real friendships, real teamwork and real skills in 2024. Whether you're just starting out within rugby league or a familiar face around the grounds, we're sure you'll make memories that'll last a lifetime. Club Rugby League is a safe, inclusive environment that works to build competence, confidence, character, connection and contribution in all participants. Join the thousands of players already registered and don't miss out on all the unreal fun that is Club Rugby League. Visit playrugbyleague.com to register now.
This is a business hotshot. She's a photographer who uses the QuickBooks app to snap and store receipts. Business differently with QuickBooks.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Welcome to our South Australian audience who've just joined us. This is the Thursday Triple M Rub for Thirsty Camel. Kate McCarthy's here. Jay-Z Clark with... Oh, he's just got some real blowing news happening right at the moment. And Daisy Thomas is here as well. Jay-Z, we are discussing the horrible word, drugs, that's infiltrated our great game again at AFL level. The coaches, Sam Mitchell had a little bit to say.
Yeah, it's interesting, their opinion. I think you can trace this back to Nathan Buckley in 2015, Paul Roos, the former Melbourne coach, Luke Beveridge, I think, a couple of years ago. They all want more information. So as it stands at the moment, it's really the player-club-doctor relationship and the confidentiality is bound in them. So if a player's had a big night on a Wednesday, they pee in the cup, it lights up like a Christmas tree, and the doctor says, well, just pretend you've got a hamstring injury and I'll look after the rest. So the doctor then goes to the coach and says, sorry, Joe Blogg's got a hamstring injury. He can't play this weekend. So I'm uncomfortable with the fact that the club doctors, I don't know, is it lying to the coach?
But why, though? That's their job as a doctor, is confidentiality.
I don't know. You guys talk about integrity and transparency within football and, the trust. So if you had a doctor at the Herald Sun that you had to report to as part of your work, yes, and then you were found to have anything in your system or an illness that you didn't want them to know about, and your head of your department asked a question and you
got everything you've ever done spilled on the table, you'd be pumped with that?
Well, don't you have a different relationship with your senior coach, though? Aren't they more invested, affected, committed in your development?
But some people have a good relationship. Others have just a purely working relationship. Yes, some of them have been father figures in the past, but a lot of those people who have taken the father figure role have been the ones who've almost helped and guided these players through a sticky time rather than trying to find out more information from what it sounds like so they can use it as a deterrent to pick and or select.
You go to any doctor at any place, you work any occupation, there's patient-doctor confidentiality. They sign off on it. It's 100% they're bound by it. So if a player, even if the AFL wants to change this law, if a player tells a doctor that they do not want this passed on, they cannot pass it on. That is doctor's code.
Yep.
And so they're going to then, if anyone is a club doctor at an AFL club, going to make them sign a code that says that's void in this club because it's not void anywhere in life.
And clearly, doctors have been maintaining that trust and confidentiality in the AFL, and we have the utmost respect for them. Let's take a listen to what Sam Mitchell said today. He is one of those coaches who wants more info.
In the position I'm in, you're really trying to make the best chances for your players to be the best that they can be. And if you have the information that you think will help you make the best for them, that's really a big part of your job as a senior coach. So whatever information we have and we need to make the players the best they can be, not just as players but as people as well, I think that's pretty important.
We also take a listen to Ross Lyon, Leroy. He wanted more data also.
The only piece would be, statistically, whatever's occurring, probably everyone would like to know. We've got a policy, it's a wellbeing, it's a medical policy. We're not going to identify anyone, but these are the numbers and this is the success or failure of the program. That's something that would probably put us all at ease.
So there's some interesting opinions flying around. Expect Luke Beveridge to be strong on it. His press conference is tomorrow morning.
There's still hair testing that you do in the immediate part of the first week of pre-season training, and that does get de-identified but passed on as a number to your coaches. So there's a decent indication of what your playing group is up to in their off-season. I know this is different to in-season, but you can draw a pretty clear correlation between if you've got a dead-set group of ratbags or if you've got a group that's gone away and behaved themselves.
I think, for my humble opinion, is for a young person, and we're talking about young people, it's a really tough gig. I was young once, believe it or not, to go up to an adult and fess up to something like what we're talking about. The fear that I see is that and we've seen it with some of the discussion during the week, particularly with some of the legends of our game, that some of these young people are taking the PI55 out of the system and just getting on with their life. But that won't be all of them. That won't be all of them. There may be a couple, but it won't be all of them. I think we've got to be very careful because we don't want any of these young people slipping through the cracks in such a serious issue because they are too afraid now to go to a doctor because, and if it did go down that path, well, now the coach is going to go about it. Now someone else is going to know about it and someone else. So I'm not saying there's right or wrong in any argument, but we just have to be really, really careful how we handle
We're
this.
all getting older too. Sorry, Kate, but we've got hindsight to reflect on all our bad life decisions from the 18 to 25. When you're in that space as highly paid, highly sought after, people giving you drink cards, imagine the life that anyone in the general public would be leading. And I know it's supposed to be different, but you don't have the ability to self-reflect in those formative years.
And I've had a number of coaches, obviously, in my career, some of which I'd be more than happy to sit down and have conversations about this with, and some which I would absolutely not. And I think as a person, that's my decision to make. If I want to talk to them about it or if I don't, because I feel like some were there for my welfare and some weren't. And that's my decision as a player.
And that is where there'll have to be nuance in the policy to deal with those who are taking the mickey and to otherwise deal with those who have genuine problems.
What else is big news, Jay? We've spoken about this too. Our hair can fall out or be taken out and tested. What is... else is going on in the world of footy?
Well, I'll tell you what is breaking news. Craig McRae has made one of his biggest selection calls ever, and that is leaving Jack Crisp out of the 22. So the man who's won 2 of the past 3 best and fairest, and I think have polled 3rd in the Gary Ayres medal for last final series. Remember, his grand final, his whole September was absolutely enormous. He will start tonight's game against Brisbane as the substitute, which is quite the shock for a very important player. He's been off, he's been fumbly, quickly. His score involvements and metre gains have halved. He's gone from the midfield to the half-back. Do you like this call, Kate?
I think, obviously, they've made the call too to manage Steele Sidebottom as well. So I think Craig McRae's sort of trying to take a fair bit of the heat off the younger players that are in there and still finding their feet this year who were thriving last year. And I think that's sort of the precedent that he's trying to set in this situation. He's also someone that is a big impact player. So if they lose someone early or if things need to be thrown around, he can play anywhere essentially. And that might be the thing that he needs to get his mojo back, to get that aggressiveness out there as well. So I think he's a good choice as a sub. I know it is a harsh call and you're correct, but I think if that's the way he wants to go about it, it sets a precedent, and he's also someone can be injected in the game.
The other big watch tonight is Nick Dacos' position, because we'll see that Finn McRae and Tommy Mitchell will both play tonight, so they're clearly that on-baller type, along with Scott Pendlebury, so they're chocked with 3 on-ballers, I think, and Jordan Agoe as well will play in the middle. That, to me, almost certainly sends Nick Dacos back to the back flank. They've been turning the ball. They've been butchering it in the back half, Daisy. They've been making so many turnovers and critical errors back there. Are you a fan of the move potentially to send him back to a half-back to try and slicken up that ball use off half-back?
I'd be a fan of putting him wherever he wants to go. Even if it is start him in the midfield, then you roll a forward up and he can just peruse that back half as almost a quarterback setting them up. The key will be when he's kicking the ball in. If he goes every time Brisbane score a point, you get the ball in his hands, look for that Collingwood offence to really be injected, because he has that ability, and we've seen it, you know, when we think about Brisbane Lions last year, Kadeen Coleman, to look one way, hit a target somewhere else, and that just sells the cues to the defenders one way, and then something else happens, and that's when you find these big, vast pockets of space. I think it's a right move, but again, you can put him wherever you want. He can kick goals. He's a superstar for a reason.
And you can bet, Days, if he takes a kick in, that's not the last possession he's having in that chain of play either.
The little give and go certainly bolsters the numbers. Another massive game, Barry Denner, for your Bombers on Saturday. Cut apart defensively again. Joey Montagna highlighted this beautifully in AFL 360 last night with some damning vision defensive efforts for the Bombers. They've been a poor defensive team, let's be honest, for the best part of 10 years. It's been the top priority for Brad Scott, and certainly haven't got that uplift to this point of the new season. I know there have been some changes. Essendon been talking about the edge and the toughness and the fierceness at the contest. I just wonder whether the public admission of this has backfired or will backfire to some degree. Let's have a listen to Ross Lyon, the coach of the St Kilda side, who has noted the big talk coming out of Tullamarine.
Everyone wants to play a physical, on-edge brand and mental brand, and but we all know it's easier said than done. We all like to get our teams to the line. We'd like to think we stood up in a really fierce contest with a lot of pressure on us last week. I'm talking about confidence comes from action. We know what's coming. It's going to be fierce, but it's a challenge we're up for.
Should Essendon have walked the walk before they talk the talk in this regard?
You're the fan, Baz. You are also the man that sees the game. But as a pure fan, what's your take on that?
Look, if they had have beaten the Swans, it would have been raved about that, look at what they've done. They've come out and said what they were going to do, and they won the 4 points. The problem is you don't win the 4 points, and then you end up with egg on your face, and everyone has a little shot at you, as Paps and everyone, and on the players themselves and those outside. So, no, it would have been better, I think, to keep it internal and perhaps just show it physically out in the ground when you're out there. And it's pretty quick to pick up. You guys pick up pretty quickly when, you know, a side's playing a fairly physical brand of football, maybe above than what they normally play. So, yeah, in hindsight, it would have been better just to keep it in-house.
I wonder if it's a master bit of coaching. Put it out there, right? Are you boys happy that I go with this, say we're going to play on edge? Because if I do, therefore, for the rest of the 20 rounds of this season, home and away, you're now accountable. You're going to be held accountable by us internally, but also the media, the public, your fans. If you don't bring that edge every week, that is the first thing that's going to be written about you. So there's a starting point. And if we go from there and we bring it, and then we can provide some systems, offense, defense, etc., well, maybe it could be a differing point in how they go about the year.
What is toughness, though?
No, in this game, not much.
No, when
not
Ross
anymore.
Lyon,
not like when I was playing.
When
I'll
Ross
tell you
Lyon
what.
sat next to us on the Sunday rub, when he talked about toughness, Daisy, he talked about putting your head over the footy. He talked about running into the last quarter. The bravado and jumping into a player's back, and I know Wright's probably a different case because he's not the aggressor anyway. I I categorise toughness as something different as opposed to the push and shove.
Physical intent, though. You can see that. You can see when, like, a Sydney, and you think of them over the past probably decade or more. The same with the Cats. When you think about their brand, it is a hard, physical, at the ball, at the man. The Hawks, back when they were in their great era, it was hard, it was tough. It was very fair, but it was ferocious intent at ball and man.
Yeah, good chat. Just keep your eye on the Bombers on Saturday night. Nick Quinn joins us from our sponsor, Ladbrokes. G'day, Nick, and who's the favourite for tonight's big game, the Lions and the Pies?
Well, it is a big game with vital ramifications for the loser. It's Brisbane at $1.44, Collingwood at $2.80 with the line at 14.5. Some other key games throughout the course of the weekend. The match you've just been previewing, the Bombers at $2.30 outsider against St Kilda with the Saints at $1.62, while Port Adelaide a clear favourite against the D's. The Power at $1.46 with Melbourne a $2.70 outsider.
Quinny, what about the premiership market? I imagine the two Sydney clubs would be the front runners.
As per usual, Jay, you're spot on. They are at $5 and $6 respectively. The Giants 5, the Swannies at 6. Now, the two teams in action tonight, Brisbane and Collingwood, they started the season as the two market leaders. The Pies were a $5 favourite. They're now $12 for the premiership, while Brisbane $6 out to 9. So we'll keep an eye on that market tonight. Other teams in the hunt, Melbourne and Carlton both 8. The Power at 9.
Nick, the NBL Grand Final series has been magnificent. What's it looking like?
Well, it's a massive game tonight. Tasmania will secure the grand final with a victory, and they're at $1.75 in head-to-head betting against Melbourne United, with Melbourne at $2.10. Should Melbourne win tonight, we go to Game 5 on Sunday. So the grand final winner market, United at $2.80 chance, with Tasmania, who simply need to win tonight, or maybe Game 5 then on Sunday at $1.42 to do exactly that. It's going to be a massive weekend of racing and sport, but as per usual, the most important thing is to gamble responsibly.
Good on you, Nick. Thanks from Ladbrokes. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Baz, when you signed the autograph, did you sign Baz? Did you sign Barry? Did you bet BD? What did you go with when you autographed? Big Bazza? Big Bad Bustling?
I just said peoples. That's all I said. This is the Triple M Thursday Rub for Thirsty Camel. Hop on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good Easter deals. I will be. And of course, drink responsibly. And for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Thursday Rub for Thirsty Camel. Hop on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good Easter deals. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Lift your footy game with Listener. Download the app now and listen for free.
There's been a crash on the Ring Road. That's Altona bound just before the Westgate Freeway, Princes Freeway interchange. The right-hand lane closed off. Delays right back to the Deer Park bypass. Elsewhere, a crash in Narre Warren East to Berwick Road northbound at Wellington Road. And a breakdown for Coburg Bell Street westbound before Suffolk Avenue. The left-hand lane blocked off. If you spot any dramas, give us a call 1300 595 937. Find Easter savers at IGA. Red Tulip Carnival Rabbit, 180 grams, $4 each till April 2. Excludes IGA Express and local grocer while stocks last. And that's the latest traffic on Melbourne's 105.1 Triple M.
We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello?
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell. You've won $50,000, mate.
Easter Bunny's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Hey, there he is. How's dad life?
Phil, I'm so tired, but it's the best.
All settled in with everything?
Yeah, pretty much. Switched my Super over to C-Bus too.
What's that got to do with your kid?
Oh, well, I really got to make sure this hard work pays off now. You know.
True.
C-Bus Super, making hard work pay off since 1984. To consider if C-Bus is right for you, go to cbussuper.com.au for a PDS and TMD. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Every master has their trade secret. For painters, it's Berger. The paint for the painter that knows. It gets the job done and keeps it that way. And keeps on keeping on. Find a trade stockist at berger.com.au.
Dreaming of your next poolside vacay in Bali or hitting the slopes in Japan? Get there faster when you get approved for a new Velocity Points Earning credit card from Virgin Money, Amex, Westpac or VOQ Specialist and earn up to 120,000 bonus points, getting you closer to your vacay. Velocity means fast. Search Velocity Credit Card. Consider if the credit card is suitable for you before applying. Offer ends 31 March 2024. Card must have an annual fee. Credit criteria, minimum spend and T's and C's apply.
At First Choice Legal Market, our team of experts are your first choice for great advice. We'll help you find your favourites or discover something new.
That's why
We're your first choice.
First Choice Liquor Market.
Dehydration can cause us to lose our fizz. Reach for Hydrolite. It rehydrates you faster than water alone. Hydrolite multi-flavour tablet 60s are just $23.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
There are three kinds of people in life, Dave.
Yeah.
There's TKD trade members who get trade pricing at Toolkit Depot, same-day quotes, express delivery options and tons of other benefits.
That's us.
Yeah. Then there's TKD club members who get discount pricing, exclusive deals and more.
That's anyone who doesn't have an ABN, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the third kind of people?
Those who don't realise it's free to join, Dave.
Whoa, that's sad.
Become a TKD trade or club member now at Toolkit Depot. Everything you need to get the job done.
Good things come in threes. On Audi A3 and Q3 models, take advantage of 3 years, 45,000 kilometre scheduled servicing until March 31 at your preferred Audi dealer. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
The David Jones mid-season sale is now on. Take up to 50% off the SRRP of mattresses and bases by Sealy Posturepedic. Plus receive complimentary delivery. Available in-store and online. T's and C's apply.
David Jones.
Buy now and save. Reel in the savings on your next adventure with a new Stacer aluminium boat. You don't want to miss out on this perfect catch with our limited time offer. Buy now and save at stacer.com.au.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Ah, yes.
Yes, oh yes, the Triple M Thursday rub for Thirsty Camel. Yes, Daisy Thomas and Kate McCarthy, JZ Clark absolutely on fire. It's time for the Triple M Seabus Super Weekend Prediction. Seabus Super making hard work pay off since 1984. And I'll throw in an early one. I reckon I'll be due for a couple of sherbets after this game. Responsibly, of course. JZ, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, look, with the greatest of respect to North Melbourne's backline, and Toby Pink did do a very good job last week against the Fremantle forwards, including Jai Amos. I think he was almost statless at half-time. I do feel like Charlie Curnow is going to absolutely fill his boots in the Good Friday clash. Hopefully it is a competitive game, but I'll be shocked if the Coleman medalist doesn't have at least 6. He's kicked plenty against the Kangaroos in his last two meetings over the last 2 games, so I'm thinking big 6 for Charles.
Well, same token for me. I think the Hawks will be better this week. They will be better than they were last week, but I don't see anyone taking care of the big Tomahawk. I think he's going to kick 4+ on the weekend, so I think he'll be up and about. I just don't see a matchup for him deep, and if they get the clearances, I don't think they'll be as bad centre clearance as they were last week, Hawthorn, but if they get anywhere near the centre clearance that they got Geelong, I think it'll come into Tomahawk and he'll kick a few for sure.
I'm going across to the Saturday night fixture, I believe it is. The Dockers taking on the Crows, and we've just welcomed our South Australian audience, so you will be up and about with this. I think the Crows go in there as heavy outsiders, and I think they can beat the Dockers. They'll get their season back on track. There's been little trends in the last quarters of their last 2 games. I'm liking what I'm starting to see. They'll be able to produce it for longer on a big ground, and the Crows will get a nice win to kickstart their year.
I'll tell you what, you mentioned Tommy Hawkins, 350 this weekend. He's eyeing off 800 goals. It's funny when a career's going on, but as it gets closer, you think, cheapest, he's had an amazing career.
And that's the other reason I think he'll kick a few, is because late in the game, if they've got a win or comfortably in front, they'll be looking to kick it to him to get him a few celebration snags in his 350th for sure.
Yeah, they'll have a fair chance of that too. Their last halves in their last couple of games, they've given up 10 goals 2 to Essendon and 8 goals 4 against the D. So there'll be a big chance for him to fill his boots. So you just got to love the way he goes about it, though. 3 or 4 years ago, just before COVID, I think it was, people were questioning whether he was good enough to be in the side or if he was just holding down a spot. Since then, and obviously the games have gotten longer as well, but the contribution he's making still and the focal point up forward, he'd be first picked in every side. You go in with a 3 or 4 goal head start every time he's on the park.
Jay-Z, I think the teams have come in for the rest of the weekend's round of football throughout Easter. Any surprises?
Yeah, some big changes. So for the Blues, we just mentioned that game against North Melbourne, the Good Friday clash. Stronger down back, Carlton. So Marchbank and Wiedering comes in. Elijah Hollands also from Gold Coast. Out Young, Kemp and Cunningham. So they look really solid down back, the Blues. Essendon, St Kilda. For the Bombers, some big ins. Redmond, Parrish and Jake Kelly come in. Out Sardis, right with that suspension, of course. And Young Davey for St Kilda. Butler and Caminiti. Young Angus Hasty come in. Out King, Henry and Mason Wood, who's busted his collarbone in that heavy collision against Collingwood. Melbourne versus Port Adelaide. The good news is Clayton Oliver will play despite dislocating his finger at training yesterday. He was seen wearing a bit of a handguard today. Not sure whether he will take that out into the field. It could be an option for him in that one against Port Adelaide. Steve May, we know, will be out with that broken rib. Melbourne confident he will only miss one, but Jake Lever has been named. So the D's still pretty strong despite some injury issues. Hey, just quickly on the Hawks, the racism scandal which has plagued the game for the past 18 months. Some hope that late into the night yesterday, there was potentially some movement around that. The parties have now 60 days. Essentially, we know the Hawthorn former players who are unhappy about their treatment, and 3 senior key former Hawthorn officials in Chris Fagan, Alistair Clarkson and Jason Bird, of course, will have now 60 days to try and come to some sort of conciliatory agreement where they can find some middle ground or peace over that issue. If they can't, over the next 2 months, then it's headed to the federal court, and I'm not sure anyone wants that. But late yesterday, potentially some small movement, but still a lot of water to flow under that bridge. Day one, I believe, wasn't a lot of movement.
Yes, it seemed, obviously, and for obvious reasons, it seemed quite tense yesterday, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's been a really tough time for everyone involved. I think we all feel empathy for largely all the people involved. So Alistair Clarkson and Chris Fagan. I interviewed Chris Fagan in September last year. We spoke for 2 hours involving this matter, and at one stage he was crying. That's how moved and hurt and he was by it. He said he was bewildered and shocked, stunned by the allegations. And he's a man with one of the best reputations in the game over 30 years. So it has rocked him to the core, these allegations, but he says that when his head hits the pillow at night, he sleeps comfortably about what happened back in the day. But obviously, they are very serious allegations, and we hope everyone finds the resolution thereafter.
Absolutely. I think that sums it up perfectly, Jay-Z, and hopefully it doesn't get to that next stage.
The sounds of the footy starting to envelop the great ground here at the Gabba.
Hang on. If we're talking sounds,
yes,
and this might have been an off-air conversation, but
yes,
we'll happily bring it on air in true Triple M fashion. What did you say your favourite sound in the world was, Baz?
Yes, I did say that off air. At the moment, it's the sound of the rope when it clicks on the side of the that separates the front of the plane to the back of the plane. When that rope clicks, I've fallen in love with that sound.
Just to
That's
separate
the people's caller,
you from
that
the
is.
commoners.
Yeah, I know. I've changed.
That is now separating me from you, Barry.
Yeah, I know.
You get your own toilet.
You
I'm
do.
cleaning one down the
back.
back.
I count at the front. There's 8 of us, and at the back there's about 300.
One of my favourite things on a plane is when someone from the commoners tries to go up the front and they have to awkwardly tell them, no, sorry, this isn't your bathroom. You're down the back with the rest of them. This one's just for Barry Denner.
And Barry usually is the one turning them around and pointing.
Personally,
out of here.
Never been up the front. I'm not sure what it's like up there.
Well, it's all right for you guys. Try to live with the name Barry. Anyway, got to have some sort of joy in my life.
Fair consolation.
Cameron Bruce is coming up very shortly, assistant coach from the Brisbane Lions, and not far away from action here. Daisy Thomas, Kate McCarthy, Jay-Z Clark, and for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Thursday rub for Thirsty Camel. Hop on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good Easter deals. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
It's always comedy season on Triple M.
I love nodding at people I've never met.
I've got a little jokey. So who better to get you around the Melbourne International Comedy Festival?
To me, this is the best comedy festival in the entire world.
Featuring the best comedians from Australia and the world.
Stars everywhere.
All month, we're chatting to the planet's funniest people and giving away tickets to their shows.
Everything you need to know.
The Melbourne International Comedy Festival, March 27 to April 21. Browse the program and book your tickets now at comedyfestival.com.au.
Buy now and save on your favourite Quintrex. Whether it's fishing, cruising, skiing or everything combined, we have the boat for you. Don't miss out on our limited time offer. Head to quintrex.com.au.
By day, I'm an art student.
A junior account executive, whatever that means.
A fit talker. 100k followers, FYI.
A grandie doing school pickup.
Maybe not someone you imagine as an investor.
Or trading with a tap of the CommSec app. Or investing in international shares.
But with the CommSec platform that over 2.5 million Australians rely on, we can. Search CommSec to get started for all the ways Australia invests. Consider the T's and C's and the fees and charges before making a decision.
Thirsty Camel here, and I've got some unseriously good Easter deals, like Great Northern Super Crisp 30-can block for $59.99 or $55.99 for Hump Club members. Or hard-rated alcoholic lemon 4-pack for $21.99 or 2 for $40 for Hump Club members. And this Easter you can redeem up to 5 of every Hump Club deal. Hop into massive Hump Club savings this Easter. Thirsty Camel. Why so serious? Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Offers end March 31. Drink responsibly. Even camels get thirsty.
Good things come in threes. On Audi A3 and Q3 models, take advantage of 3 years, 45,000 kilometre scheduled servicing until March 31 at your preferred Audi dealer. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Hey you. Right now you're listening to a radio ad about DAB Plus radio on the radio. Think about it. It's like the cells inside your brain that's inside your head, that's on top of your body, are informing you that you can listen to even more radio on a DAB Plus radio for free or on a smart speaker. Discover the auditory awesomeness of more radio within the radio. Search DAB Plus and listen now.
Getting ready for uni? Optus has you covered with our special student offer. Get a massive 100 gigs of data for just $39 a month for the first 12 months when you sign up to a new mobile plan. That's a massive 100 gigs each month, so you can stream, scroll and share to your heart's content. Head into an Optus store today. Great values starts with yes. Ends 2nd to the 4th, 24. Reverts to standard price after 12 months. Eligible tertiary students only. Not available with other offers unless specified. T's and C's apply.
And we're back, joining the action of Discovery Park's Barossa Valley Parents versus Kids footy. Now, we're right in the midst of markers up, and Dad's just leapt up to take a specky. Looks like he might have pulled a hammy. He's hobbling from the field. Is it a coincidence that it's also beer o'clock on the deck of Cabin 5? We'll never know. As they say, the best bits can't be planned at Discovery Parks. Discover your next holiday at discoveryparks.com.au. Book now.
Every massive moment lives right here.
That is as good as you'll see.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Does not get much better than that.
The cops. Nothing to see here. Oh no. Don't put the lights on. Don't put the lights on. Oh, damn it.
Evening, driver. License, please.
Don't be tempted to take risks while you're driving. Chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air.
Ah, what a big game we've got here tonight. Massive at the Gabba. The Brisbane Lions take on the Pies. Neither have had a win. We're in round 3. And all the talk around it, it all comes to a conclusion in a couple of hours' time. Daisy Thomas in the house, JZ Clark, Kate McCarthy. Let's go down boundary side where we welcome Brett Thomas, a very special guest, assistant coach from the Brisbane Lions, in Cameron Bruce.
Yes, thank you, Baz. Cam, appreciate your time so close to the bounce. Brandon Starcevich, 100 games tonight. Given that Kadeen Coleman and Con McKenna are both out, will you look to get some more ball into his hands and some more drive off half-back?
Yeah, look, he's been, what a credit to him and his work ethic, and he epitomises what you want in a footballer in terms of doing things for the team. And so it's great for him to get to that milestone. And yeah, look, we want to make up for the loss of those two players with, Stas will be one of the players that will certainly need to lift his offensive output. But we've got others that can also help in that space.
And Jack Payne, what do you want to see from him tonight, given he was dropped for the Freo game but earns his way back tonight?
Yeah, we just want him to compete with a great ferocity, make every contest really, really tough and hard, and win and neutralise as many contests as possible.
And obviously we know, Cam, speak about the ground ball concern, so negative 13.5 per game at the moment, so that's... And clearances, you're 17th at the moment. Obviously, a little bit of discrepancies at the moment with stats and rankings with that extra round at the start. But that was your one wood last year. You were ranked first for clearances. What have you done sort of during the week to assess that? What's gone wrong, and what can we look for tonight?
Yeah, you're all over it. I mean, obviously, we've only played the 2 games. We won clearance against Carlton and had a reasonable loss against Fremantle. So, with that sample size, you can obviously, stats don't always paint the picture, but we do have areas that, particularly in our forward half, that we needed to address. We gave the players some great clarity and in terms of what the technical side of the game was and those improvements needed. There's mental side of things as well, relaxing and being a bit hesitant at times, which has affected those numbers. But we feel like we've given the players some clarity, and we certainly need to be strong in that area to make sure we beat a quality side like Collingwood.
Cam, did you look back on the grand final? Did you touch on it? Did you review it? Did you watch any of it this week at all? We
watched parts of it, like pieces of play that was certainly relevant to the areas of the game that we need to improve based on the last couple of weeks. We obviously did the main review post grand final last year, which was really productive, and our boys came back with a great determination to attack pre-season in a really strong manner. We thought we had done that. Parts of this first 2 games, showed that we had a really good pre-season. We've just had a few little lapses that has been costly. So hopefully tonight we put a 4-quarter performance together, and we're well aware of the areas of the game that we need to nail against the Pies.
Obviously, one of the strengths of the Pies is the superstar in Nick Dacos, expected to get across half-back. How much planning have you done in and around that, Kenneth?
Yeah, we are aware that he's a dangerous player wherever he plays, and the drive that he can give him regardless of where he plays. So we need to make sure that we limit particularly the outside ball that he wins, his handball receives and his overlap. He's a really threatening player, and along with Pendlebury, they can give him pretty good drive. We expect one of them to play half-back tonight.
I am having a look through the binoculars here. This is a 2-part question. 1, how good has the suntan been for the top of the bonce? And 2, is that turtle wax on it?
Well,
it's shimmering.
Mate, like players get the performance cuts pre-game. I went and got a bit of a reverse fade tonight just for the melon to be glowing. Look, it's you've got to make the most of it, mate. Hey, how are those chompers of yours going? Are they all good?
No, they're all good. They're shiny. They're not quite as shiny as your forehead, but I reckon between us we might blind someone tonight.
Yes, fair to say the Queensland sun helps.
Hey Cam, it's been a different, potentially tricky week for Chris Fagan. Obviously, a lot of emotion around his date in the Human Rights Commission, seeing the former Hawthorn players. He obviously didn't conduct training, or wasn't at the football club yesterday, day before yesterday, obviously. How's it been? How is he? You've obviously got right around him. How's he coped with it all?
Yeah, he's been really composed. He's obviously been dealing with it for a long time, and is it's just looking after itself. So he trusts, and like most senior coaches, have that great confidence in their assistant coaches to be able to run the program if and when they are unavailable to attend. And we did that. We had a really good session on Tuesday, and he's back into the fold with a great meeting, and he's fired up certainly for a really strong performance, and he's got the boys wound up, that's for sure.
And Cam, you've been up there for a couple of years now in Brizzy. As a Brizzy girl myself, how much are you loving it? It's so much better than Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah, look, the family have certainly acclimatised, and we do love it. Got actually got the place down in Melbourne on the market, so it's pretty hard to see us getting back to Melbourne anytime soon. We certainly do love it. The kids love the lifestyle. The family love the lifestyle. There's great people up here, so. We're really enjoying it.
Hey, Cameron, before we let you go, we know you spent a bit of time at Carlton with our man Daisy. Of course, he's got the big fight coming up against Dane Swan. I spoke to him in the car on the way here. He said, Baz, I'm not just going to beat him, I'm going to humiliate him. What are your thoughts on how he's going to go?
Well, prior to getting his teeth done, I would have thought he would have been all in, but I reckon he might be a little bit concerned about getting a little smack there. So I hope he doesn't overprotect that without protecting everywhere else. Look, I know Daisy's, he's got some real toughness in him, and I'm just worried that they're good mates. Are they genuinely going to give it everything that they've got?
Yes.
Good on you, Cameron. I think that Dace, you're going to give it everything you got?
Oh, yeah, no, we're going to go hell for leather, Cameron. I did just jump on realestate.com. I tell you what, $7.5 million to buy something nice up here. That is a pad, my goodness.
Well, maybe you've got some spare coin lying around. I reckon you'd be able to bloody buy it off.
Not after the chompers.
We'll speak off there. How much for cash?
All the very best. Good luck tonight, Cameron. Cameron Bruce, assistant coach of the Brisbane Lions. JC, just before we let you go, Tigers, you got a bit of news?
Yeah, they're in an interesting spot, isn't it? And much intrigue about what they've got to do with their list, obviously, after that magnificent premiership three-peat. They've gained Timmy Taranto and Jacob Hopper, who's been out with a bit of a knee issue, but now fears about the no man's land, being stuck in a bit of a middle ground. So all eyes on Liam Baker. He's been chased by West Coast and Fremantle. Very versatile, hard player. The Dockers and Eagles are very keen to lure him home. So Richmond are going to have a decision there. Do they need to keep him as a prime sort of player in their ability to go forward, or do they look to get a top 20 draft pick potentially for him? Jack Graham is the other one. He's a free agent, holding off on contract talks for now. So they'll face interesting crossroads for Richmond, what they do with Baker and Graham. Do they keep them for the next couple of years, or do they look to get some more draft capital, because they have only had one top 15 pick other than Josh Gibcus in the past 8 years. So it is going to be an interesting spot for the Tigers. They prepare to take on the best team in the competition at the moment in Sydney.
Superb from you again tonight, JC. You'll be doing your usual, heading into the back streets and alleyways around town tonight. All the best.
Thank you, Barry. Be resting comfortably at home.
Kate McCarthy heading out on the tear?
No, I'll just be straight home to the dogs, thank you, and watching this on the couch, cheering on the Roys.
We have different lifestyles, don't we? Anyway. Well done, well played. That was the Thursday Rub. Daisy, we're going to be joined by two superstars very soon.
Goodness.
We're 18 and a half minutes from game time here at the Gabba. The Brisbane Lions and the Pies, Simon Black and Liam Flanagan to join us very, very shortly. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello?
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
Somebody's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Where will Dubai take you now?
To see where Dubai takes you now, visit DubaiPresents.com.
Medium hot McCafe coffee. Value means more with the big breakfast deal.
Available 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants. Extra charge supply for mocker and customizations excludes McDelivery.
Melbourne's best buys. All over it.
Get your DIY done. Get moving house, get a truck, and just get it done. Whatever the end goal, you'll always get to the good stuff faster with Budget Truck Rental. budgettrucks.com.au.
Best buys.
GYG's Big Brekkie Burrito. It's their famous bacon and egg burrito, but they've gone bigger with more streaky bacon, more free-range scrambled eggs, and 2 crunchy hash browns. Welcome to Good Mornings with GYG.
Melbourne's best buys. All over it.
Hey you. Right now you're listening to a radio ad about DAB Plus radio on the radio. Think about it. It's like the cells inside your brain, that's inside your head, that's on top of your body are informing you that you can listen to even more radio on a DAB Plus radio for free or on a smart speaker. Discover the auditory awesomeness of more radio within the radio. Search DAB Plus and listen now.
Great Northern's giving away a $10, $20 or $100 VCF voucher for every specially marked case. To claim your voucher, download the Great Northern app and enter your code. Available on Android Play and Apple App Stores, over 18s only. T's and C's apply.
Say hello to Galaxy AI. The all-new Samsung Galaxy S24 is now available at Optus. Buy any of the new Galaxy S24 series on an eligible Optus plan and get the Galaxy Watch 6 for $0. That's right, $0 when you stay connected on our watch plan for 36 months. Head into an Optus store or visit us online today. Great value starts with yes. Ends 2nd of April 2024. 40mm variant. Discount forfeited if you cancel your watch plan. T's and C's apply.
There are three kinds of people in life, Dave.
Yeah.
There's TKD trade members who get trade pricing at Toolkit Depot, same-day quotes, express delivery options and tons of other benefits.
That's us.
Yeah. Then there's TKD club members who get discount pricing, exclusive deals and more.
That's anyone who doesn't have an ABN, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the third kind of people?
Those who don't realise it's free to join, Dave.
Whoa, that's sad.
Become a TKD trade or club member now at Toolkit Depot. Everything you need to get the job done.
Don't miss the J-Car Easter Saturday sale with 20% off store-wide on almost everything. 20% off auto, power, tech, workbench and more. Hurry, sale is on this Saturday for one day only. J-Car, tech, electronics and more. Terms and conditions apply. See website or in-store for details.
For a limited time, you can fly to the beautiful Pacific Islands with award-winning Fiji Airways and save. Fares start from $799 return. Book now at FijiAirways.com or call your travel agent today. Conditions apply.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Bunnings Trade. Tackle this season with Bunnings Trade Power Pass, the essential addition to every tradies toolkit. Apply today. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Well, no truer word is spoken as they have been all talking about it all week. 14 and a half minutes from the first bounce here at the Gabba. The Pies and the Brisbane Lions, neither have 4 points on the board. This is massive here tonight at the Gabba in front of a huge crowd. This is the Triple M footy prime time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioning. Put your trust in the experts in air. Daisy Thomas, you are here.
I am, and I'm very excited as to just what's walked in the box.
Oh.
We brought a decent enough level, but it has been elevated tenfold.
Yep, I was sort of at the lower rung of the ladder. You sort of lifted it, and now these two gentlemen, superstars. Simon Black, if you don't mind, three-time premiership superstar. I can't read out all your stuff, Simon. We'll be here all night. How are you?
I cut it out. Thank you, boys. Great to be with you. And super pumped to be at the Gabba tonight. What a great contest it's going to be with two sides super desperate for a win. Great to call with you, boys. Excited by this.
Yes, and the last time we were here, I'll introduce Flanners. Liam Flanagan, one of the finest broadcasting voices in Australia, if you don't mind.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You'll be calling the game. The last time we were together was Richmond-Brisbane, I think.
The Joe Danaher kick off the ground, Barry. He's hoping we can bring a similar level of excitement. Daisy, can I just out my man Simon Black? Because while I've been preparing for this game diligently, you know how he's prepared for this afternoon?
I don't.
A junket. Down at the Howard Smith Wharves.
Hang on.
Swanning alongside some of Queensland's other legendary footballing greats. And I'm just a bit concerned about how he's going to hold up.
No, it wasn't an alcohol, lunch in Flanners. It was.
Are you sure?
Very defensive.
Very modest. Look, it was a lot of fun. It was good.
What was
straight
it for?
under the bus?
No, it was just a
genuine piss up. That's all good. Well done. I look forward to what you're bringing tonight, then, Blackie.
I don't think Flanners was alluding to that. You've just gone great. Hey, listen, the build-up. I mean, Daisy and I have been obviously in the land of Victoria and up here in Brizzy, the build-up from the perspective of the Lions. This must be massive this week.
It's been massive. Obviously, we know the state of both teams' win-loss ratio, so the pressure, and Brisbane on the back of the grand final loss last year, there's huge expectations in this town on them to take that next step, and everyone's been bitterly disappointed, as you could well imagine. So expect big things tonight. This home deck, they've owned it so well for so long, barring the opening round. So everyone's expecting to get back to their best footy pretty quickly. Some big outs. I mean, the Caneen Coleman one, I'm not sure the notoriety in Victoria that's gotten, but that's a really big out. and we'll talk through it, I guess, in the lead-up, but Brisbane's been clunky, both in offence and defence, a little bit like the Magpies, not a lot of cohesion and giving the opposition too many easy outs. So, they need to get their game together quick, smart tonight.
I was pretty confident of what the Pies could bring, purely for the fact that it is backs against the wall, and it's almost a roll of the dice that they have to bring everything at their very best level, because if they don't, zip and four, it's a very long way back, as history tells us, to just play finals, not only to go deep. But then as I started to look with the forward line and the power and the threats that the Lions have down there, Danaher, Hipwood, Charlie Cameron, Rayner, Bailey, McCarthy, they've all got the ability to kick 4 or 5 goals. And if we saw against the GWS Giants in round 0 or opening round, Brown, Brent Daniels and Hogan got a hold of that back line. So if they don't tidy that up, this could get pretty smelly.
Averaging, and they're conceding on average over 15 goals for those first 3 games, Daisy. And Simon, your former premiership teammate is in charge here in Craig McRae, and he's had a Rolls-Royce run in the first 2 years. You know, what they did in his first year in charge, got him to a prelim, and then they win the comp year 2. And all of a sudden, he's facing pressure for almost the first time in his coaching career. Knowing him like you do, we've seen how he's handled the press conferences, but how would he be handling things behind the sings?
No doubt the most toey he's been in his 2 and a bit years, no question. Look, I think he's a calm guy. He's got a great footy IQ. He's got a bit of a hard edge to him. Like, everyone seems such a nice bloke he is, but he's got a hard edge. Don't worry about that. I've seen that a lot over time, and he would have been telling some home truths to his side, no doubt, the last couple of weeks, and they need it. They needed to get their game back in order real quick, and some of the things I look at the Magpies the last 3 weeks, and there's some basic silly skill areas they're making in offence, but I remember Lee Matthews used to say to us, boys, we're going to get beaten. We're all trying, but there's been something within a lack of intensity missing, Daisy, I reckon, from the Pies, and I reckon he's the coach to sort of get that back on par pretty quickly.
I think the beauty of Fly is that when he was in that superstar side with you guys, he was the role player. He was the man who was probably most worried about his position in the side, had to do everything to hold it without being disrespectful. But when he watches the side that he's coaching now, the lack of intent, the lack of want to do the little things well, I think would really grind his gears. And if he's to challenge any of these players on anything, I think that's the one thing that they all go, you know what, you've made a career out of this. This has to be hitting home now, and we do have to be better, because they've been okay. 30 points to the Giants isn't the worst result. They're absolutely humming. The Swans, we know, are flying at the minute, first and second in order for the chance to win the premiership as it has it now. And then you come up against the Saints, you're beaten for the most part of the night, and you lose by 15 points. So it's not that far away, although at times it looks like it's miles away.
Yeah, it's right. Their class hasn't been there, and their effort. I mean, Craig McRae, his whole role, talk about role playing, was basically, I don't care how many goals you kick, how many tackles inside forward 50 you get, and I reckon he'll be trying to apply that to some of his players this
well, they
tonight.
had one last week, so
yes.
Just one on the Pies, and I ask this with all due respect to you, Blakey, because you won 3 in a row with Brisbane. Days, you come off a premiership at Collingwood. When you go into the pre-season after that, we see the Pies at the moment zipping 3 at the start of season. Is there a different edge to your pre-season? Does an edge come off a little bit? Are we seeing anything that's... I know this is fairly unusual what's happening.
I think it's a fair question to pose, and the first example that comes to my mind is John Noble when he got injected into the GWS game. He looked like he was a clip above everyone.
Yeah.
And yes, it was late in the game, it was a hot day, but he looked like he had a determination that few others out there, that little bit of sting, that little bit of heart, a little bit of mongrel that's still burning inside of him. He brought a different edge, and you know, it is, you can see it. So it's for the Pies tonight, it's their challenge, and the same with the Lions. This isn't just a Pies side that's coming up and the Lions have been flying and you can catch them off guard. They need to bring it as well, because they've been the same. They've been a little bit off. It hasn't quite worked out. The defensive efforts have been questioned by Lachie Neale. So it's both sides who are going to be hard at it. The contest is going to be huge, and then from there we just see who's able to complete more plays.
Yeah, and I guess the old fighting for your spots. If there's a few guys that, you know, form starts to slip and there's blokes coming up underneath, as we know, then that's only healthy for the group. And John Noble's a great example of that, isn't he? He provides that great energy, that great spark. So yeah, he's a big in off-field.
He played 23 games for the Pies last year, and then dropped before the qualifying final against the D's, wasn't he? Couldn't get back in the side. And interesting that you picked up that performance in that GWS game, Daisy, because, I mean, their motto in their pre-season was back to work.
Yep.
And you question it was, I think Fly himself said in pre-season after the press conference last week, sloppy, rusty and clunky were his ways he described this side. So.
Yep, and that's fair enough too, and that's a fairly decent and, if anything, light appraisal of what we've seen. The backline's been horrible, they've been nice, they've been friendly, there's been far too many smiles on faces for my liking, a lack of physicality. So just a little bit of a smarten up, and to come, zipping 3 isn't ideal, but that's when the hard conversations do come.
Geez, there'll be some atmosphere on that boundary line tonight, and for Bob Jane T-Marts tonight. Bob Jane T-Marts, of course, have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T's and C's apply. We've got the great Brett Thomas down there. Brett, big atmosphere here tonight at the Gabba.
Certainly is, Baz. Great to be with you all, team. Perfect conditions, which is saying something, because for all of this week, been persistent rain in Brisbane, but it cleared up thankfully today. And talking to Cam Bruce in our pre-match interview, he said that the deck is absolutely sublime. It normally does get a bit slippery regardless of the weather at some stage during the contest, but it will start ideal for footy. No late changes for either side, but Craig McRae making the big call to have Jack Crisp as his sub tonight. 2-time Copeland Trophy winner. That means Finn McRae, who the Magpies fans have been calling to get some more action, will get his opportunity. If he can't grasp it, then he's got a 2-time Best and Fairest winner there waiting in the wings. And for the Lions, it'll be Kai Lohman, Lockie Neal, the dual Brownlow medalist, back tonight. Jack Payne recalled as well, with Darcy Gardner omitted. Charlie Curnow got a hold of him in round 1. Let's see how Jack Payne responds tonight.
BT, while we've got you, any breeze down there affecting either end of the ground?
No breeze at all. 24 degrees. It's a little bit muggy, but in terms of the wind, absolutely nothing to speak of. So won't favour either end in this first quarter.
Nice work, Brett Thomas there for Bob Jane T-Marts. He'll have all the latest as it breaks at ground level. We are counting you down. We have 5 minutes and 15 seconds until this one gets underway. Blackie, from a Brisbane perspective, this is such a locked-in fixture now on the calendar. It's been a sellout all week. You haven't been able to get tickets to this thing for weeks. How important will that crowd atmosphere be for the Lions to get the early goals and bring the crowd into it early?
Yeah, no doubt. The home crowd here at the Gabba gives the Lions an enormous amount of energy and life. They talk about that all the time. It's a great atmosphere ground. It's only a 35,000 capacity, but it's always got a great feel. And this Lions, Queenslanders understand AFL footy these days, fellas. That's different to 20 years. That's been a good sign up here. But look, no doubt, if they start well, but they started well against Carlton. The thing with the Lions, they've been so patchy. They kicked the first 4 against Freo in the West there, a fortnight and 12 days ago. So they just need more consistency over 4 quarters. And Cameron Bruce spoke about that. Their midfield in the grand final days, he got stitched up by the Pies midfield. So I think they'll probably try and get one back tonight on them. But it's a high-scoring venue as well. We've had a lot of rain this week. We've had 5 days of heavy rain, but today's been nice and Gabba drains beautifully, so hopefully it's a dry game of footy.
I'll give you a little bit of time to think as I answer my own question here, but who's one player from the Lions that you want to see really lift tonight? For me, for the Pies, it's Scotty Pendlebury. Never have we ever had to question what he's brought to the football field. We know how smart he is, but his output for the first 3 games of the season on the standards that he's brought and set himself has been well down. He's a leader of the club. He has to be someone tonight that stands up like he did on grand final day and has a massive output and has a massive say in how this game's played out.
Yeah, the orchestrator, isn't he? Mine's Charlie Cameron up front for Brisbane. No, Charlie, he's such a skillful player, such a potent player, but his inaccuracy costs Brisbane at times. He gets a lot of opportunities, lots of shots on goal. And Brisbane's forward line, you throw Hickwood in there, throw Danaher in there, and Charlie, they butcher the ball too much for mine. So that's a costly... so I want Charlie to have a really strong night and an accurate night too.
And you speak of getting the crowd involved. If John Denver's on repeat, we'll know that Charlie's had himself a decent night.
And when you look at the losses Collingwood have suffered, in that first game, Brent Daniels kicked 3 or 4
Alan
goals.
Brown,
Jack Higgins kicked a bag for saying... The small forwards have been getting a hold of this Collingwood defensive line.
They haven't defended, which is the issue. I've watched every one of their games, calling it for the broadcast. It has been horrible. It's been so friendly. They haven't dictated anywhere or taking space, no body on, no trading up in a good manner. Anyone. I think in current condition, I could have waltzed out and kicked at least 1 or 2.
Yes.
Classes forever, as they say.
Yeah.
But no, it has been horrible. So they need to be on tonight, or the Lions could take it away from them.
You
pretty
could have
quickly.
snagged a few out there tonight, Barry.
Yeah, would have had a few snags out there, yes.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Ream Hot Water is built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. We are literally minutes away from this one. Your call team tonight, we got Barry Denner, Liam Flanagan, Simon Black, Daisy Thomas and Brett Thomas down on the boundary. You guys related?
We are.
Yeah?
Yep, that's my uncle.
Uncle Brett.
Yep. Uncle Brett. Great to have Uncle Brett on board on the boundary line. It's a family affair in the Triple M commentary box. Daisy's thrown me early, Baz. He's sent me off the deep end early. We are counting down to this game. It's a grand final replay. We know what happened at the MCG in the final game of last year's season. It was heartbreak for the Lions. It was triumph and glory from the Collingwood Magpies. Have they celebrated too long? That is the question that is being asked of this team, with both teams coming into this game winless tonight. Daisy Thomas has eyeballed Scott Pendlebury as the man to lift. Simon Black has put it on the one and only Charlie Cameron, a couple of stars of the game. One person you can't really question, despite the losses, is Nick Dacos, who brought up 50 games last week, Daisy. Is it the greatest first 50 games we've seen from an AFL player?
Brian Taylor asked the question, and he already had 3 answers of Coleman and blokes who were going around when I was not even a thought in my old man's eye, to be completely honest with you. Look, in the modern day, you probably have to almost agree. Chris Judd's were fantastic. Blackie, yours were pretty average until you got to sort of 50 to 150. But
can't argue with that.
Blackie was nodding his head and then he stopped nodding.
For what he's been able to bring to this football side, arguably should have won a Brownlow medal last year. Injury took that away from him. But just the importance that he has now become. Very rarely do you see a bloke in his first year come in and have such an impact. But then instantaneously, that meant that Pendlebury was allowed to play in a different manner. The whole side almost revolved around getting him the ball, shift him to make him the number one banana, which usually doesn't happen until you become a superstar 5, 6 or 7 years into your career.
Tommy Mitchell, interesting. I was reading something today. Tom Mitchell named him, with all the players you think that Tom Mitchell's played alongside, the 2018 Brownlow medalist, he had Nick Dacos as the 4th best teammate he's ever had. He had Buddy at 1. I think he had Josh Kennedy from the Swans at 2, Cyril Rioli at 3, and then Nick Dacos at 4. And Tommy Mitchell's played alongside some pretty handy footballers in his time.
Where was Pendles?
Didn't have him in there. He had Jordan DeGoey at 5. Yeah.
They obviously don't get along.
No.
So we'll delve deeper into this, the post-game.
Dig on that one.
Yeah. Brownlow medalist. Pendles doesn't have one. I can see why I'd be jealous.
This is Triple M Footy Prime Time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air. Barry Denner, we are counting you down to this one. Not long to go.
No, not long to go. And I think we've got the toss down there, so we might head on down to BT. You got the toss down there, BT. Where are we going?
I surely do. Won by Darcy Moore. He is going to the right of your radio dial in the first quarter of the Pies.
All right, for Bob Jane Teammaster tonight, the great Brett Thomas down there. Right, who's going to win and why?
I'm for no reason confident in what I'm about to say, but I'm hoping it's the Pies. I think they can bring an edge, and it should be a ripping contest. No, enough of niceties, enough of the fun. Yes, you won the grand final. No one gives a stuff anymore. Zip and 3, you have to provide something that needs to be led from their mainstays. Pendlebury, Darcy Moore has to be more accountable, and if they do that, they get a bit of offence going with Nick Dacos off half-back. I think the Pies can pinch this in an absolute classic.
I'll back my Lions at home with the Gabba, Baz. I just think their run and dash on this ground is fantastic. I think Big Jack Payne's a big in to give some space and third off zoning through to Harris Andrews. I expect Harris to have a big night tonight, but opportunity. The midfield was won by Collingwood in the grand final. Brisbane tonight need a lift in that area. Lockie Neal, massive in, but I'll back Brisbane at home.
And Dacos has started in the back line, so he will be, as predicted, the one that they try and get the ball in the hands of. It'll be interesting to see what planning Brisbane have come with as to who tries to get to him, or whether they play an offensive role and try and expose him the other way if the ball use isn't terrific.
Daisy Thomas and Simon Black, and both sides moving into position here at the Gabba. And the rumble around the ground starts to occur as people out of their seats. The umpire holds it up, Flanners, to kick us off tonight.
Round 3 of the AFL season ready to get underway. Big Mason Cox to go head-to-head against Austin McInerney, 2 giants of the game. They get in a wrestle and there's a free kick paid straight away. Umpire has to call it back. It's going to Big O for the Lions. He'll look for a wraparound. No one stands the mark, so he takes off. Bit of an up and under kick inside forward 50. Joe's front spot. 1 grab, 2 grab. Couldn't bring it down on the 3rd. DeGoey, hands and knees, finds Quainer. Clearing kick. Only going to go as far as Zorko, who's marked 70 out. Bobby Hill stands the mark. Dane inside forward 50. Wants Darcy Fort flying across through Jared Berry. Good tackle laid by Darcy Moore and holding the football. sure if there was a lot of pride there. Free kick, Pies, back pocket.
Must have been a fend-off. Yeah, that was the call. The arm went across. Well done, Darcy Moore. There's the start. There's the skipper, the first impact, a big tackle. Good scene setup.
Spot on, Days. A lot of focus on Darcy Moore this week, with the Pies unable to register a win. So a good start for him. Long kick to the outer side wing, holding free kick in the marking contest will go to the Pies. And it'll go to the big man, Cox. And he's on the defensive side of the wing, outer side of the ground.
This is going to be a massive duel as well. Cox v McInerney all night.
Drop punt, Lipinski's on the wing. Myercheck, a big fly from behind. Spilled to ground, Little De Goey swoops on it, picks it up, puts it out in front of Bobby Hill. And he's taken the mark 20 out directly in front. And a massive opportunity here for the Pies.
Oh, great footy from the Pies. They just got all their forwards high up on the ground, and there was space behind, and all Bobby Hill had to do really was just run back at a reasonable clip, and the ball landed in his hands. Lovely weighted kick. I think it was De Goey that came in, Vaz, with that kick, and clever play by the Pies. Great start.
Triple M Seabus Super Special comment, Simon Black and Daisy Thomas here tonight as Bobby Hill starts to walk in. He'll drop it onto his boot, 25 out for the perfect start for the Pies, and he puts it through. Collingwood one straight goal. Brisbane yet to score. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Tackle this season with Bunnings Trade Power Pass, the essential addition to every tradies toolkit. Apply today. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Well, they'll be delighted with this, the Pies. Not only the perfect start in terms of the finish, but the way in which they turn the Brisbane defence around. Got really high up the ground, which they haven't been able to do in the past couple of weeks. Turn them around, and the ball going back towards goal. As a defender, you've got no idea what to do. Do you try and get out the back and stop the perfect kick so they can run it in? Do you try and take some body? Your opposition or your forward's got a 360-degree area where he can pop up and lead to. The kick was perfect. Good start from the Pies, and well done to Mason Cox on half-back.
We've got a Collingwood Premiership player, Daisy Thomas, and a Lions Premiership player on Triple M Seabus Super special comments tonight. Simon Black, Seabus Super, making hard work pay off since 1984. Ball back in the middle. Again, the Pies with the clearance. Lipinski fought hard to get to front spot. Neil, hands and knees. McCluggage burst through. Pendlebury got him, wrapped him in the tackle, rolled him over. We'll have a ball up just inside the centre square, favouring Collingwood. They lead 6 points to zip on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
Ball thrown in the air for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. The game we've been waiting for all week. Cox got a big fist on it, punched it Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos went to ground, footy on the deck. De Goey won't get there. Zorko did. Just hacks the ball towards half forward. Fort caught behind. In front, trying to work his way out was Frampton. Low drop punt for the Pies was good to Myercheck, and he marks forward of the wing, broadcast side of the ground. Goes to the forward pocket, over the head of McInnes, and Schultz was there late. And the Lions with a mark in the back pocket, and that one through Leicester.
Froggy Leicester switches the play. Right back pocket, Berry. Linking up, loose man out of side. Simon Black called on him to be better tonight. Charlie Cameron has his first touch. Centre wing, outer side of the Gabba. They're working the boundary. Eric Hipwood with the football. Still a long way from their forward 50. Big Eric giving the Pies defenders plenty of time to set up. Again goes to a short lead. And that's Josh Dunkley. Hemmed up against the boundary, chipping past inside forward 50. No mark taken by McCluggage. Lions players calling for front on contact.
I'll get
deliberate in fact. Berry will take the free kick. Insufficient intent shown by Collingwood as they sent that one to the line, and Jared Berry will go back with a difficult shot up against the boundary.
Gee, that's a hard call. That was a spoil, a contested situation.
Darcy Moore
just punched the ball. Is that in the rule book?
Well, he just killed the footy, didn't he?
That's the thing about insufficient intent. It's open to umpire interpretation. Not sure what more Darcy could have done with it. Jared Berry, he didn't go for goal in the end. He poked it to the top. He wanted McInerney. Rayner waited out the back. Rayner took the ball and has kicked the Lions first. I think we are headed for a score review.
Not this again.
That's going to lose it.
Triple M Harvey Norman replay. We're going to check this one out.
It was a clever bit of footy, wasn't it? A small forward, Cam Rayner, stayed at ground level. We'll see here on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay.
Triple M Harvey Norman replay. It's Isaac Quainer who's thrown a hand out at the football. I don't know how they're going to see that, Daisy.
I think he's asking if it's hit the post or not, which is missed by... Yeah. Look, I'm more of a metric man, but I think that's 2 or 3 feet.
I blame that goal umpire in the Adelaide Swans game for this. They're terrified. This should be marked down as a goal as we wait for official review.
Really takes the stuffing out of it.
There it is.
There, we got it. Lions are on the board through Cam Rayner. Scores are level, 1 goal apiece on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. We've played just under 6 minutes in the first term.
It's a clever bit of play, wasn't it? Small forward stays, get front and centre, get to where the feet of the big fellas, and you give yourself a chance. And when he got it, must admit, he was running away from goal. It was a clever snap over his left shoulder. Well done.
Even just the ball movement, they'd be happy with that. The Lions just progressed it. Yes, it was wide, but there was no danger. If that does get turned over or spoiled, you set up the ground defensively. Pretty loose checking there from the Pies.
Good start, both sides. A goal apiece. Who's going to get the 4 points tonight? Who are we going to be talking about this week? For McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks footy. Big Cameron in the ruck for the Pies. McInerney for the Lions. Perfect bounce. McInerney got it down to Neil. Runs away from Pendlebury and drives the Lions long inside. Joe wrestles. Darcy Moore, third man in. Big fist outside defensive 50. RT will get there first. Josh Dacos sees him out of bounds with a footy. And a boundary throw in about 55 metres around from the Lions' goal.
Great Darcy Moore spoil, wasn't it? That was a 30-metre whack. Craig McRae loved the sight of that.
He's got to be careful not to put it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in, right half forward for the Lions. Scores a level, 1 goal apiece. Bobby Hill with the first of the game. Cam Rayner with the response for the home side. Oscar McInerney and Darcy Cameron on this occasion. Just with that Bobby Hill matchup, it seems like Dane Zorko is going to. Impossible pace issue there, down back for the old timer for the Lions, Blackie.
Well, Darcy Wilmot's got him at the moment.
Oh, as Lockie Neal bursts away from the restart. Snapping, bending. Just missing to the right-hand side, minor score. 1-1-7 now the Lions. They lead it by a point. Triple M Bunning Trade scoreboard.
So at full back, Dacos to bring it back in. He goes short, straight up the ground, but it's a dangerous ball. Zorko sort of ran past it, led the go in. Gave the don't argue twice. Hand past Lipinski. Then to the big man, Cox, forward to the centre. Wants to give it off by hand. De Goey kept running on. He hand passes inside forward 50. Starcevic got in the way. Hand pass to Zorko, and the Lions out of trouble from the back pocket.
Near side, Fletcher forced to go backwards. Bobby Hill is lurking. That's dangerous if you're a Lions supporter. Bobby's up and about. Starcevic was clean. Game number 100 for the defender. Long down the line, Oscar McInerney forces a contest. Nick Dacos got to him. Oscar sat on top. Pendlebury steps through traffic. Goes with the left, inboard, dangerous kick. Archie read it best. The Lions could be out here with numbers on the outer side.
And he goes for the low, long drop punt inside forward 50 in front. McCarthy got infringed. No, he infringed his opponent. And the Pies through Howe get the free kick. Kick into the centre of the ground to Lipinski. Goes short to Mitchell. Still right in the centre of the gap. No one on the mark, so he plays on. Reasonably open forward line. Bobby Hill caught behind. He's going to wait for the ball to bounce behind him. Good fist on the footy, Payne to the boundary line. And it'll go out of bounds. Good work from the defender who killed it, but it's right up against the point post for the Pies.
Now, that last passage of play, the Pies came through the corridor. It was all or nothing from Nick Dacos. Jordan De Goey, exceptional. The only bad mistake, they handballed it to Mason Cox. He forgot to look forward. He wanted a runner. The Pies were out everywhere.
Right next to the point post for the Pies. Loose handball. Mitchell hands and knees. Got it to Jamie Elliott. Mason Cox v. Andrews. Somehow Cox gets foot to ball. Through for a minor score. That would have been incredible from the big fella. Scores a level again, 1-1-7 apiece. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
So Zorko from full back. He'll go short to Fletcher in the back pocket. There's a hushed silence around the ground. 1-1-7 each. Zorko runs on about 15 metres. Delivery Fletcher to him, and now he delivers to the wing. Defensive side to Andrews, who marks. So Andrews for the Lions. Looks forward to the wing and then comes to the boundary line, very short to Cameron. And Charlie's a long way from goal, and he's coughed it up with a kick inboard to the wing. He missed Zorko and Fletcher. De Goey's toe poked the ground with his boot. It's bounced inside forward 50. Tackled late on Mychek. Starcevic picks up the footy, tries to hand off. No one around him. He elects to kick outside to an Archie who marks.
A calamity of errors there from both sides. Lions look to clean it up on the outer side. Archie went short, found Rayner kicked it straight into the hands of McCreary. Not a fine passage of play from either team, but here come the Pies. Outer side, Josh Dacos swings inboard. Beautiful bullet, but it finds Ryan Lester. Bump ball, the umpire said. We'll have a ball up, 40 out from the Pies goal.
It's just one handball too many at the minute for the Pies. They're getting players' shoulders out. On that occasion, Nick Dacos, you had the forwards looking at him. There's one extra handball, just mistimes the leading patterns coming out at him.
Ball up, 40 out from Collingwood's goal. Scores level at the moment. Mychek comes out from full forward, punched it to Pendlebury. wrapped up in a tackle. Footy dispossessed. And Fletcher dives on top for the Lions. They pile in on top of him. And the umpire will call for another ball up.
It is typical of the last few games for these sides, making fundamental skill areas under not a lot of pressure at times. So most sides need to lift that part of their game.
The Easter weekend of footy begins here tonight at the Gabba, and scores are level. Oh, beautiful work from De Goey. He fed Jamie Elliott, and Elliott did the rest. Pies have got 2. They lead it by 6 points. 2-1-13. The Lions 1-1-7. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. We've got another score review.
Oh, my goodness. These blokes are going to put themselves out of a job. I'm telling you, if this continues to happen, it'll just be AOA and score reviews.
They're going to rob me of a Macca's moment, Daisy. I thought I called that well.
You did.
Taking all the jam out of the donut. Are we checking another post here on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay?
Oh, it's frustration.
We've had potentially 3 goals, 2 of them checking for a nick of the post.
It's exciting.
Gary Denner, the only person in a sold-out Gabba who's actually interested in this. A score review. The soft call is a goal.
Yes.
Tell you what, whoever's working for Crypto.com, they would be pumped. They're advertising dollars.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of it. Guess what? It's a goal. Jamie Elliott, goal confirmed. 0 response from the crowd, who lost interest 5 minutes ago. Magpies 2-1-13. The Lions 1-1-7. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
Oh, jeepers. The ball back in the centre of the ground. For McDonald's and Remont Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Don't forget at Macca's, the surprise prize is on now. Peel your fries, win a prize, but hurry. The magic ends on April the 9th. And if you don't get it the first time in the drive-through, Blackie, you just drive around again, get some more until you peel it and win.
Yep.
Eventually you win, trust me. Done it. Umpire in the centre of the ground. 2-1-13, the Maggies. The Lions 1-1-7, 12.5 first term. Bounces magnificent. There's big fought in the ruck, but he taps it straight down to McRae for Collingwood. A high kick just forward of the wing here, broadcast side of the ground. And tracking back with a fly to the footy. Good work from young Fletcher. Short pass to Answorth. And he's on the defensive side of the wing. Tried to get it to Bailey, but it was ill-directed kick. Allowed Howe in to run off half back and take a comfortable mark for the Pies.
So Jeremy Howe just pauses the game for a moment, and then it's that brave kick in board, but it's been turned over again. Archie was sitting and waiting. Read it, took it, but now patience by the Lions as they allow Collingwood to flood back in numbers. McCluggage, he's going to be forced to go laterally, out of side. Contest, Berry was taken over the shoulder by Josh Dacos. Plays on. Handball inboard. Gave it to Darcy Wilmot all the way to the top of the square. Joe! Too big, too strong, no. Play on, said the umpire. Noble takes it away for the Pies. Finds his skipper Moore, left back pocket.
2v1 on the goal line in Brisbane's favour. Howe was the one down there. Did a really good job somehow not to give a free away.
He did. Joe had the sit, didn't he? Noble's got it defensive side of the wing, but got tackled. Dunkley. The ball went straight up in the air and he claimed it, but his hand pass ill-directed and claimed by Pendlebury. Short kick forward to the wing. His umpire called it back here. He has.
No, he hasn't. It'll be a free kick the other way. Is it? Maynard absolutely collared. No,
it's going to go back to Billy Elliott.
I was going to say.
Who had his head over the ball. So it's exactly what you were going to say, Dace.
Yep.
The hand passed off on the wing. And in goes Maynard with a long left foot drop punt to fall forward. Back of the pack, mind check. A fist on the footy. Sees it bounce over his head and through for a point for Collingwood. 2-2-14 the Pies, 1-1-7 the Lions. 14.5 first term Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
+5 on the tackles, other Pies on the Red Z lenders. Everything else really even. Clearance numbers, possession numbers, inside 50s all very tight. The only clear win here early is the discrepancy in the tackles.
Triple M Red Z lending stats. Red Z lending loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. As the Lions bring it back in. Left back pocket. Thursday night footy at the Gabba. Nice little dance step from Fletcher. Moves the ball forward by hand to Bailey, who wanted the torpedo, did not execute, and somehow it's worked out. Big Joe's got it. Big Joe takes off. Big Joe on the gallop. Could have gone with the left foot. Gave it to Dev Robertson instead. Probably should have gone the left shoe because Dev dropped it. And thankfully, if you're a Lions fan, Link McCarthy is intercepted. The skill level in this game
it's been deplorable.
Is not great. Nick Dacos has been down for a hot minute too. not good size. Oh, yuck.
Well, the kick into the centre, just over Lipinski's head, allows Lockie Neal in. Hand pass to Rayner. Hand pass off to Wilmot, and he drives the ball for the lines to fall forward. Big leap, Hipwood, has he got it? Juggles it, not paid. Archie tried to go off the ground. Quainer picks it up in the back pocket. Hand pass Cameron for Collingwood. Another one to Noble. Short ball to Dacos, and they're out of trouble. That's Josh.
Out of side, Noble. Short chipping kick. The Pies edging around the outer side. Nick Dacos finds Tom Mitchell. The centre wing.
Sorry, Brisbane just trying to force them wide. They're just going to protect the corridor. You know, Saints last week did such a good job. Collingwood want to go corridor. Brisbane tonight again will try to do all they can to stop them from getting through there.
Now the switch is on. Nick Dacos, a thumping 50-metre pass, finds Hoskin Elliott. Lays the footy on the turf, has a bounce right on the logo. Centre wing, near side. And he has missed Jeremy Howe from 10 metres away. If you tried to convince a newcomer to this sport that these were the two grand final teams from last year, they would not believe you.
It's like their first pre-season hit-out game.
Yeah. What do you put it down to, boys? What is it? What's going on?
Well, there'll be no doubt some serious pressure, tackle pressure, but also both sides wanting to go through the corridor. So the opposition's set up there, but they're still willing to go and take it on.
Leaders of Collingwood, they have it by 7 points. 16.5 first term. Whistle's going everywhere. And the Pies have been pinged for a throw, so it's a free kick to the Lions. And Lockie Neal to take it. In fact, no, he's been asked to hand pass the ball to big Darcy Fort. He goes back. Big bearded man.
If Darcy Moore got done for deliberate out of bounds before, Hoskin Elliott should have got pinged here on half forward.
Hipwood goes down the marking contest. Ball spills behind the pack, and Noble stands on his own. Hand pass Mitchell, put him under the pump. Hand pass Penderby, the Rolls Royce. Looks for the player running past through the centre. It's Nick Dacos. He looks up forward, not a lot home, so he kicks to a 2-on-2. At the 4, the ball, McInnes picks it up as he fires and puts it through. He has. Collingwood have got 3. 3-2, 20 plays, 1-1-7, 7.5 first turn, Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Oh, Days, give you some names there. Tommy Mitchell, Brownlow medalist at half-back, beautiful hands in the Penderbury. Magnificent. Who did he link up with was one Nick Dacos, who just broke the line through the middle of the ground. We spoke about how they want to play through the corridor, through quality hands and quick hands. They were able to do that just then, and the class of Nick Dacos put it to a great spot. That's Collingwood at their best, is it not?
It certainly is, and it's going to be the side that can execute those plays. It was probably half a metre, every defender was off, but every handball just landed perfectly on the logo. No time to think. The overlap run, as we see here on the Harvey Norman, every handball perfectly, and this kick from Nick Dacos, it was a kick to space. He saw that he had McInnes there just out the back. He looped around his defender, 3 plies at the fall of the ball. They'd be absolutely pumped with that.
Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale on now. Shop massive Easter savings store-wide until Monday only, in-store and online. Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale. Don't miss it. Ball back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream. Hot water, Triple M Rocks footy to go with the clearance. Intercepted by Fletcher, who's mowed down in the tackle. Tom Mitchell, up and under kick for Collingwood, inside forward 50. Good late push came from Payne. Took a mark against McInnes. Lions need to answer back here. They trail by 13 points. We've played 19 minutes in the first term.
He's an important in for the Lions, Jack Payne. He had a terrific year last year. Took a lot of heat off Harris Andrews, but he lost his spot after round 1, so needs to have a solid night tonight.
Good mark from Maynard on the wing from that delivery from Payne. So stood tall in the pack, and now he can send Collingwood back forward. Cameron the target, he juggles the big man, and the ball rolls out of bound. And Triple M Seabus Supers tonight, of course, Daisy Thomas and the great Simon Black. Seabus Super making hard work pay off since 1984. What does that year ring a bell? The Bombers won it in 84.
Good year to be born as well, Barry.
Yes.
Boundary throw in left half forward.
63 was all right.
Things are still in black and white then.
Horse and cart sort of operation.
Zach Bailey with the football out of side. Umpires picked out a free kick, said Bailey did not dispose of it legally. Free kick Collingwood. Daisy Thomas pointed out that their tackle numbers are up, and that is what you would think has them ahead at the moment. Tom Mitchell, free kick out of side. Stands at centre wing. Wants someone to lead at him. In the end, he's going to dump kick down the line to a mass of footballers. Big fist came through. Degoe read it beautifully. Snapped and just pushed it wide. It was actually Bo McCreary flying through there. I got the sleeves mixed up. Minor score, Collingwood 3-2-20. The Lions 1-1-7 on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
So Berry from fullback for Brisbane runs out of the square and heads towards the outer side wing with a long drop punt. The big man, Cox, stood tall in the pack and took the mark. Little hand pass off to Maynard, who gives it to Josh Dacos. Boundary side, 55 out. Kick the full forward. Big Luke McInnes back in the pack, won't get to him. Ball front and square. McCreary's got his head over it. Runs into the tackle. Robertson, who hung on to him. That's what I'm trying to say, Days, as he tried to spin out of that tackle, and the umpire will ball it up 40 out from the Collingwood goal.
Ball living the last couple of minutes down this end. Need to get bang for buck here. The Pies set up beautifully behind the ball. Got the spare in Jeremy Howe.
Fort tapped it down to Bailey. He was quickly wrapped up by Mitchell, and we will throw it up once again.
And they are working hard to get Jeremy Howe as the plus. So a clear direction just to make sure that one is spare, not the rest.
Darcy Wilmot thumped it out of midair. Fortuitously lands in the lap of Link McCarthy. There's runners to the near side. One of those is Berry. Joe Danaher wants it long. He's got a one-on-one, something he hasn't had much of the night. Instead, Berry turns corridor, finds Bailey right on the logo. He sees something further off field, right in the centre circle. It's Wilmot. Collingwood setting up this defensive zone well, something they haven't done through the first 3 rounds. Wilmot forced to kick long and deep. Howe got front, ball got over the back. Where's Charlie Cameron? Rayner played for the free kick. Umpire wasn't buying it. Elliott clears the danger to the outer side.
The ball's on the deck offhand. Starcevic will swoop on it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Archina. High kick back inside forward 50. Hipwood dropped it. Rayner picks it up from the boundary line, runs it along the ground. Good work, Hoskin Elliott, who slapped it over for a rush point. 1-2-8 Brisbane. Magpies 3-3-21. Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Still another 6 minutes left to play in the first term.
They are defending well on their back 50, the Pies, aren't they? They've got great numbers back there. They're competing aerially beautifully well and looking hard to score against.
We'll get down to our man, Brett Thomas, Uncle Brett, boundary side for Bob J. Teamarts in a moment, because curious to know if there is any dew or moisture on the ground that it could be affecting the skills here tonight, because they have not been great as Mason Cox attempts to keep it in centre wing. Falls into the lap of Darcy Ford. Kick inside forward 50. Ball in dispute. Oh, Elliott was crunched by Hipwood, did well to get it away. It landed on the foot of Bailey, and that landed in the lap of Noble. And now the Pies will look to transition to the near side. Hoskin Elliott has the runner on. Jamie Elliott is the man. Finds him. Now they need something further afield. Wilmot is pushing up to clear the hole, and Jamie Elliott is just happy to take a bit of pace out of the game. And he'll go short. Hoskin Elliott couldn't get to it. Another skill error. A free kick's going to be paid to Zorko. Brett Thomas, Bob Jane Teamarts. Is there any moisture on the deck out there tonight?
Well, Cameron Bruce, the Lions assistant, told us in the pre-match that it was perfect conditions out there. The dew can pick up throughout the game. Certainly not the reason for it, though. 24 boundary side.
Bailey's marked at half forward, bounces a kick towards Charlie Cameron. Off his chest, it heads back to the boundary line. And the whistle went before it went over, I think. Yes, it did. And a free kick will go to the Pies for being held was Quainer. 3-3-21 Collingwood. And Brisbane 1-2-8. We're 23.5 into the first term on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. And Quainer, a long kick from the back pocket. Big fist was Darcy Fort. As the ball goes out of bounds, halfway between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
Just the numbers for Reds Ed. A lot of the Pies midfielders having a lot of the footy. And for the Lions, it's all their halfback flankers and defenders. So a little bit of a story of the tape there with the ball. Pies getting it in. Brisbane doing a good job of running it back out.
Boundary throw in. Cox and Fort. McCluggage sat upon by Mitchell. Game number 200 for Tom Mitchell tonight.
Yes.
It's been a storied but well-travelled career. Obviously time with the Swans. Then he won a Brownlow at the Hawks, and now he's a premiership player as a Magpie. Free kick paid out of the ruck contest. It's going to Mason Cox. And he'll take the free kick right half back.
And the big man Cox at half back will go short to Josh Dacos. Very short. In fact, the umpire said not long enough. Play on. So he drives it along the boundary line as Bobby Hill gets a fist on it. Thumps it out of bounds away from Answorth. So it'll be a boundary thrown about 70 around from Collingwood's goal. Did you get any offers, Blackie, to go elsewhere from the halcyon days of the Lions?
Not really.
No?
No, I was pretty happy to stay after the 3 flags.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
And then we went no good. So
that's the time to get out.
That's right. Save some cash. The going kicks inside forward 50 for Collingwood, but it was always Brisbane. and Starcevic dropped back in the back pocket, took a comfortable mark.
The Daisy Thomas strategy.
Yeah.
Win a flag.
Might have been slightly more push than left.
As Ainsworth down the line, Joey, big fly. No mark taken. Mitchell front and centre. McCluggage got him. Fort lays a tackle on Elliott. Frampton tries to stand up in another tackle. Boots a ball. Mitchell thumps it forward. Only as far as Bailey. Quick hands. Starcevic. The pressure is on from Collingwood here. Zorko, a kick to nobody. And McCreary laid the physical on. Neil hammered in the tackle. Collingwood is everywhere. Free kick Pies.
Yeah, that was good.
Well said, fun. It's pressure. Dane Zorko's got to kick the ball out of the ground a couple of times. Pick the footy up. Get it in your hands first.
You sense the Magpies have awoken a bit here, and their tails are up as Quainer goes along with a drop punt to full forward. Look at the big man Cox fly. Couldn't mark. Spills to Bobby Hill. Got shoved off it by Ainsworth. Ball heads to the boundary line. Leicester make sure it goes out. But the Pies are pressing 45 from home.
Magnificent. They're doing the little things really well. Front and centre. Tommy Mitchell there, literally right in front of centre. Hugh McCluggage just inside. You know, where's the ball more often not going to go, Days? In front. Just all these little things at the moment. The Pies are on top.
Boundary throw in. Collingwood forward 50. They lead the game by 13 points. They've got 3.5 left to play in the first quarter. You wonder if Collingwood's got enough reward for their dominance as Cox kept it in. Fort, that was a throw, and the umpire saw it. Ruckman typically not too crafty in getting those ones away.
That was an offload.
Bobby Hill is going to have a free kick. He's only 20 metres out, but he is on a tricky angle. He'll go the Stevie J approach and attempt to kick it around the body with his left.
Just great pressure again. The tackle on the Harvey Norman, just got the hand in. He'll go around, run around on the left. Put it in the book, Baz.
Yep.
Norm Smith medalist from last year's premiership.
Look at him, confident.
Kicked the first of the game. The haircut says confidence. The boots say confidence. He looks to the crowd and says, I'm pretty confident. I've got 2. And the Pies have got 4. They stretch their lead to 19 points on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Tackled this season with Bunnings Trade Power Pass. The essential addition to every tradies toolkit. Apply today. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Well, this will be the frustration so far this season from the Pies fans. You sit there and go, right, where's this effort been? Where's this intensity? The tackling and the pressure, they're the tangibles, aren't they, Blackie? They're the things that you come to the footy and you go, right, my team's either on or they're not. There's numbers in the screen. They're white standing out. They're flying in there. And for the Lions, they're probably a little bit rattled. As you said, Zorko a couple of times, rather than picking it up as a leader, gone to kick it off, just referring pressure rather than taking responsibility.
Yeah, massive pats on the back for the way the Magpies have gone about this. It's almost like the last 10 minutes they've elevated their defensive pressure on that Lions Guernsey, and they're playing beautiful footy right now.
For McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M rocks footy. The bounce is good. We're underway again. Lions will work it out of the centre towards the outer side wing. DeGoey gets in the way. Clean hands to Josh Dacos. Beautiful hands to Pendlebury. Then to Nick Dacos. Put Maynard under pressure with a hand pass. Good enough to tap it to Noble. That was brilliant. Runs to 48. Dragged on the kick. And it's squared Bobby Hill.
Wow.
Offloaded his opponent in a one-on-one. And Bobby's directly in front, and he'll kick from 15 out.
Well, he gave us nightmares at Brisbane side in the grand final. He's given them nightmares tonight, Days, as well.
Here's something you won't hear said too often about Bobby Hill. Too big, too strong in the goal square. It was like Plugger back in the day. A genuine one-on-one. He said, sit down, son, and took an uncontested mark. Oh.
Wow. Scrappy start, but the Pies have settled. And for a 25-point lead, Bobby Hill goes bang, and the Pies are on fire at the Gabba. 29 minutes into the first term. Still a minute 50 left to play. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard 128 plays 5-3-33.
Well, they got their tails up, haven't they? They're up and about, not about that. They're starting to win the battle through the middle of the ground. The centre bounce clearances, they're right on top, and they're just using the ball well. And what we're seeing from the Pies at the moment as well is that forward half. There's been a bit of negativity about their lack of cohesion. Right now, they look up and about. They're energetic Days. They look like they're dominating.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little spark to get that fire going. And Bobby Hill at the minute, he has been that. The left foot goal, and then the strut and the swagger after he kicked this. Oh, you love to see it. The Lions, though, becomes a very critical minute 46. Cannot concede another one. Go into quarter time, the best part of 30-odd points down. Not ideal.
That was Johnny Noble been.
Well, that's it, the hunger.
For McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M rocks footy. Time enough for the Pies to hit the scoreboard again. Or can the Lions get one back? Berry links up through the middle. Neal forced to go backwards to Rayner. Left foot inside forward 50. Big Joe's on the move. He's got separation. He's on his left boot. He is not going to bend it back from there. Minor score. Joe Danaher 139. The margin now 24 points. Triple M Bunning Trade scoreboard.
Sorry, but that's a drop punt. That's a drop punt. Run into the boundary, 45 metres out, snap it over his shoulder. That's got to be a drop punt, not a snap for mine.
And it also provides the right to left shape. Get it a little bit off the instep. A much easier kick.
Jeremy Howe, long kick from fullback. Cocks the target. Off his hands, it spills to Nick Dacos. Barrels a kick towards the wing out of side of the ground. McInnes caught behind Andrews. Andrews got there first. Good tackle late on him. The umpire will ball it up on the wing. Choice Hotels around the grounds tomorrow. Good Friday footy, of course. North and the Bulldogs, Freo and Adelaide. Double header. And don't forget the standalone rub happening tomorrow. JB, Bill, Bernie will be there. So Good Friday sets up beautiful.
Standalone rub, reason to tune in.
Yes.
As Fletcher sends it inside forward 50. Danaher caught behind. Howe was best placed. Fort spoiled it from the front. It was nice work from the big fella. Neal snapping. It's not going to get to the line. Frampton read it so well. McRae said it was his best game for the club last week against the Saints. And he has set them up to probably wind down the clock with 45 left in the quarter.
If I told you his career high possessions was 26, would you think I'm a liar?
Yes.
I thought 16 was going to be somewhere near it.
Long kick, Quainer to the wing. Off hands, Payne, close to the boundary line. Swooping on it was Answorth, right on the line now. Punched a beautiful 15-metre hand pass to Robertson. Went inboard to Rayner, hand pass to Zorko. High kick just inside forward 50. Off the chest of Bailey. The ball went straight up in the air. Pendlebury claimed it. Hand pass to Noble on the boundary line. Back to the Rolls-Royce Pendlebury. Tried to hand pass outside defensive 50. Zorko grabbed it. Lipinski grabbed him and slung him over the boundary line. 55 away from the Lions goal.
5 seconds left on the clock. They'll need a Paddy Ryder, Robbie Gray style tap and goal here if they're going to get one, the Lions, or they'll need a free kick. Oscar got to the front, put a fist through Mason Cox's head. That's all she's going to write for the first quarter. The siren sounds, the crowd boos, the Pies are flying. Their best quarter for season 2024 as they look to kickstart their premiership defence with a first win. They lead at quarter time. 5-3-33 over the Lions, 1-3-9 for McDonald's and Remont Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Bunnings Trade. Tackle this season with Bunnings Trade Power Pass, the essential addition to every tradies toolkit. Apply today. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Macca's Surprise Fries is on now. Peel your fries, win a prize. But hurry, the magic ends April 9. We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello?
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
Easter Bunny's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Now at Macca's for just $12.95, get 2 McMuffin burgers, 2 hash browns and a medium hot McCafe coffee. Value means more with the big breakfast deal. Available 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants. Extra charge supply for mocker and customisations excludes McDelivery.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Lowdown. Around town.
Support your health and well-being with Blackmore's Stress and Sleep range. Try Blackmore's Executive B Stress formula, specifically formulated with B vitamins to support a healthy stress response in the body. Good health changes everything. Always follow the directions for use.
The Lowdown.
AFL legends collide in The Gathering pay-per-view. Live and exclusive on Stan. Wednesday, April 3. To order The Gathering pay-per-view, head to stan.com.au/PPV.
The Lowdown. Around town.
Don't miss the Jaycar Easter Saturday sale with 20% off store-wide on almost everything. 20% off auto, power, tech, workbench and more. Hurry, sale is on this Saturday for one day only. Jaycar, tech, electronics and more. Terms and conditions apply. See website or in-store for details.
Sure, chocolate might taste good, but if it's feel-goods you're after these Easter holidays, then see Sexyland for 20% off Rabbit Vibes. There's more sexy savings across Australia's largest range of adult fun, including lingerie and couples toys. Sexyland, 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
I never shy away from blowing my own trumpet, but you know, it's always better when someone else blows it for you. The SsangYong Musso has been awarded the 2024 Drive Car of the Year Best Dual Cab Ute under 50k. Korean built to last, with more bells and whistles that you can poke a stick at from only 40k. Even the experts are blowing our trumpet. The SsangYong Musso. Drive long, naggers, drive long.
Hey you. Right now you're listening to a radio ad about DAB Plus radio on the radio. Think about it. It's like the cells inside your brain, that's inside your head, that's on top of your body are informing you that you can listen to even more radio on a DAB Plus radio for free or on a smart speaker. Discover the auditory awesomeness of more radio within the radio. Search DAB Plus and listen now.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
The build-up to this one, the pressure on both clubs. The first quarter is done and the Magpies lead by 24 points. Collingwood 5-3-33, the Lions 1-3-9. Daisy Thomas, Simon Black, Liam Flanagan in the house. Let's go downstairs for Bob Jane T-Mart's Brett Thomas, please.
Thank you, Baz. Bo McCreary spent the entire quarter-time break on his back. In fact, he's still sitting down. Looks like he's getting his ankles retaped, so we'll keep an eye on him. Jack Crispo, pretty handy sub to have up Craig McClay's sleeve for the Pies. And for the Lions, Chris Fagan spending most of that quarter letting his line coaches do their thing. He's come in late to now address his troops and was very animated with Dane Zorko during that first quarter when he came to the bench to pass some instruction on to his defensive group. Some ghosts of the grand finals past coming back to haunt them in that term. Bobby Hill kicking 3.
Absolutely, BT. Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T's and C's apply. Triple M Reds Ed Lennox stats days. What do you got?
Just the major ball winners for both sides. Baz, I have asked Stu if this is okay to proceed. He said yes, do. So Dane Zorko for the Lions. He's leading the way with 11 disposals. Rayner and Wilmot 8 and 7 each. Fletcher and Starcevic 7 and 6. So a lot of the back line getting it done there for the Lions. For the Pies, Johnny Noble, number 1 ranked player on the ground. 10 disposals, 100% efficiency, 1 inside 50 and 130 metres gained. Nick Dacos, Jordan De Goey and Tom Mitchell all with the 8. Just when you look at the score sources for the Pies, they've got 3 goals from stoppage, 1 goal from centre bounce, 1 from throw in, 1 from ball up and 1 from turnover. So a nice spread. Usually there'd be a trend as to one way or the other, Blackie.
Yeah, absolutely. And some great stats here in the tackle pressure from the Pies. They've been hot. The tackles 24-12. They've had 6 forward 50 forward 50 tackles, 6-0 the Pies' way, and also 92% tackle efficiency. They've been superb. They've got a season average of just 65. So their pressure tonight has been first class. They're up and about. They've dominated in Brisbane. The Lions are going to have to find something right now.
John Noble doing a Nick Dacos impersonation in that first quarter. 10 disposals at 90% efficiency.
Yeah.
And it's good. It's a different look. If you're going to sit on Nick Dacos or you're worried about him, you need another option, which they haven't had in the first couple of weeks. That's why they've looked so stagnant. Really good start from the Pies. Really excited now to see the response that's coming from the Lions.
Ball back in the middle. Ready to get this second term underway for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. The Pies lead it by 24 points. Can the Lions answer back? Dunkley tried to rip it away. Tom Mitchell has been ferocious at the contest as he lays another tackle and will have a ball up.
He certainly loves it. This style of game, in and under, high pressure. He's someone who's pretty happy to spend the night with his head in the trough.
Finn McRae, he's wrapped up and will have another ball up. Still in the centre square here at the Gabba. It's been a sellout for a long time. Hottest ticket in town. Lions fans desperate to see a first win for their side. Good hands from Archie, found Zorko, gave it to Leicester, fans wide. The lead comes strong, just getting there in time was McCarthy. Now he's 70 from home, so he looks inboard, finds Dunkley, short chipping kick. Again, Collingwood's defensive setup, it's far better than what we've seen in the first 3 rounds so far. Inside forward 50, fought the target. Danaher closed late, Hipwood front and centre. Nick Dacos, Archie, hands and knees, quick hand. Neil zooming through, snapping ball is smothered, and Maynard decides to tap it in, kept it into Schultz, and then Dacos is wrapped up in a tackle over the line.
They're doing a really good job, the Pies, in making sure that it is Jeremy Howe a clear +1. So as a defensive 6, you know exactly where your man is and try and orchestrate the +1. So everyone else just worries about defending, locking down on a man, and Howe can then come in third man across.
Premiership superstars here tonight. Dale Thomas, Simon Black, Triple M Seabar Super special comments. Boundary throw in, tap back down to Neil. Went for the underground hand pass to McCluggage. Picks up, goes short into the forward pocket. Ball brought to ground. Who's there? Nick Dacos, hand pass sort of in hope, really. It went straight to Archie, got tackled, lost it. And he got pinged for throwing the ball. Incorrect disposal. And we'll go back to Mitchell.
He's tonight just been pinning that arm, hasn't he? Tackling the wrist, and he's been getting rewarded some free kicks by that tackling technique. It's been beautifully done.
Noble, another disposal, finds a target. Nick Dacos, left half back. He's going to go to Noble short, just the required distance. Edging along the boundary here. The corridor is clogged. Ross Lyon thought he exposed the signature of this team last week. Noble, long down the line. Cox caught behind Andrews. Bumped him out of it with his body. Nicely done, but the chase down from Zorko. Little man on big man. Little man comes up, trumps. Inside, finds McCluggage. Now the Lions look to run and gun. They want to open up the corridor. It's closed. Instead, McCluggage goes low, finds Neil, bouncing ball. He dips inside. McCluggage continued his run and goes long to centre half forward.
He does. It's a 2-on-1 the Lions way. McCarthy's going to fly from behind. Slapped out towards Big McInerney. The big man went to his knees, but he punched it back to McCarthy. He was sort of corralled towards half forward right-hand side. And the ball off hands went out of bounds with a kick. And a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Brisbane. So a 24-point lead remains for Collingwood. 3 minutes now into the second term. And a boundary throw in ensues right up against the point post for Brisbane.
Inside forward 50, the Lions. They'd love to get the first of this term as Dacos takes it away from the stoppage. Or good contest with bravery going back was Dunkley. We're going to have a boundary throw in. Still just inside the Lions forward 50. You can see the body language days from the Collingwood players. They're getting around all the little efforts.
Yeah, and that's how you continue to grow it. Just keep stacking them up. Effort on effort, reward it. Players want to continue to do it and buy in. And for at the moment, it's certainly the received and perceived pressure as the Lions is having an impact.
Well, Brisbane putting the pressure on here. They've got numbers around the pill. Dunkley will pick it up and fire. Bounces to the right forward pocket out of bounds. Danaher won't get there. So they lock it inside their forward 50. Early stages, second term.
Got to be high alert here. Rayner just lurking off the back. We know he goes through at pace. Got some real power through there.
All players in Brisbane's forward half of the ground. Massive numbers around this footy from the boundary throw in. 5-6 pile on top of it. And still 20 metres out from Brisbane's goal, another ball up.
Have to be super organised here, the Pies. These repeat stoppages of where you can just go to sleep for half a second.
Ball up, Cameron tapped down. Neil flew through, didn't take the footy though. Howe gave it to Cameron. Cameron tackled well by Dunkley, dropped the footy in the contest. Umpire said play on. Now it zips out the back to Frampton. Joe got rid of him. Danaher, hands and knees, fighting against 3. It's gone to the line, rushed through for a minor score by Jeremy Howe. Lions move to 1-4-10, the margin 23 points on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Billy Frampton just forgot to catch the ball with his hand, tried to use his head.
Yes.
Not advised.
No.
Interesting tactic.
That's right. Didn't hurt him, so it was reasonably funny. As the ball hits the deck at half forward for Brisbane, and they'll claim it again here. Good forward pressure from the Lions. Leicester, nice hands off to Rayner. Spots a player out wide in the forward pocket in Lockie Neal. And he marks about 35 metres out, about 8 metres inside the boundary.
There's some reasonable pressure from Brisbane to start this second term. They've no doubt got a bit of a mouthful from Chris Fagan at quarter time, but so far this second quarter, the ball's been camped in the Lions' half. But Lockie Neal, he'll kick here from Shed Baskin, about 40 metres out, not far from the boundary line. It's going to be a challenging kick, but they're 4-zip for the quarter, inside 50s are the Lions.
He's already had it 9 times tonight on the Triple M Red Z Landing stats as Neil fires. Beautiful drop punt. went for the drop punt, and that was magnificent. The Lions claim their second goal. 2-4-16 plays 5-3-33 Collingwood. 5.5 into the second term. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan.
90% of this quarter being played up that end of the ground, as you spotted there for Red Z. Blackie, but you love that. A big-time kick required. And you talk about energising up the other end, what Bobby Hill was able to do. You just see the little lift there. So the Lions apply the pressure, they lock it in, and then that reward for effort. So the forwards, although they didn't get the goal, they're going, right, let's get around each other. Continue to grow that. We'll get our opportunities. And if you do that, you start to mount the pressure. When you get to this level, it doesn't matter if it's park footy or this level. You build the pressure, you give yourself an opportunity to score, and eventually something breaks down, you get the opportunity.
I was just watching the match-up with DeGoey on Lockie Neal. Then there was a handover from Tom Mitchell to Jordan DeGoey. No, DeGoey's not as defensive as Tommy Mitchell, is he? Yes. Lockie Neal found some space in the pocket.
Restart in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Free kick, Lions. Home side starting to get a bit of the rub of the green as McCluggage hands off to Zorko. Inside forward 50. It's high, it's long. Hipwood jumped up, came down. Noble there at the fall of the footy. Oscar McInerney with the front and centre. It's not where you're meant to be, Big O. Gives it back to Rayner. Got rid of his opponent on. McCluggage with the drop step. Runs on goal for back-to-back for the Lions. He's missed to the left-hand side. Minor score. The momentum in favour of the home side right now. 2-5-17. The Magpies 5-3-33. 16-point margin. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Yeah, two quality sides. And as expected, the Lions have lifted. Good start on the scoreboard for the Pies. 24-point leaders at quarter time. And the Lions have awoken. Kick outside defensive 50 Collingwood. Mychek's got a bit of work to do. Nice hand pass inboard to Pendlebury in a bit of space. Got around Bailey, waiting for the option to present. Billy Elliott does. And he marks on the wing broadcast side. Open forward line at the moment. A lot of one-on-ones. Goes short inboard to Mitchell. Mitchell steps back. Still on the wing broadcast side of the ground. DeGoey's a very short lead. We go shorter inboard on the wing to Maynard. Now the left foot ball inside. He wants to pump it in, and he does. McInnes caught behind McCreary to run onto it. Oh, with him Wilmot. Off the ground, McInnes, has he got it? No. A push in the back. So it's going to be a free kick to Brisbane. No score. 5-3-33 plays 2-5-17 Brisbane.
Lions to escape to the outer side. Berry goes long. Fort had best position. Did well on Frampton. Got rid of him. Bailey, the runner, comes through, finds Charlie Cameron. Haven't seen a lot of Charlie. The motorbike is not revving just yet. He wants to try and fire it up. Inside forward 50 he goes. Hipwood the target. Out position against Maynard and Moore. Outnumbered, outgunned the Collingwood defenders. Hands and knees. Archie somehow moved it forward. But Mitchell playing goalkeeper right on the last line of defence.
And he hand passes off to the Rolls Royce. Pendlebury out of the back pocket. He goes very, very short. And Hoskin Elliott is marked outside defensive 50. Goes back to Pendlebury. Seems to be getting a bit of a daze
tonight. He has. He's been one who's been pushing back hard defensively. Him and Tom Mitchell.
Goes short to Hoskin Elliott again. Nicely weighted ball. He had Dunkley right with him, and he's taken the mark. Still halfway between halfback and wing for the Pies. Short to Lipinski. No one stands, but he's in no hurry. Bit of keepings off here from the Pies. Lipinski doesn't go short. He pumps it towards true centre half forward. Just outside forward 50. Big leap. Mychek again doesn't mark. Oscar McInerney for the ball. Hand pass Rayner. Broke through 3 tackles, but there to pick up the spillage to Goey. Ran into a tackler. Lost the footy. Dropping the ball. Brisbane are working hard here. McCarthy's got it on the wing.
He's got Lockie Neal in an absolute paddock at right half forward. He finds him, his good mate. Neal goes quick. Goes deep. Hipwood's out against 3. Juggled it on the way down. Couldn't complete it. Collingwood defenders scrambling. Charlie is lurking. Charlie is snapping and Charlie is missing. Minor score. 2-6-18. They're doing it in bits and pieces here, the Lions. They're fighting back as the margin is cut to 15 points. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Will Hoskin Elliott got away with one there. It was him and Lockie Neal just in front of us. He kicked the ball and just ran off blindly. Neal just stood there sensing it was going into a pack of players. Ended up 50 metres goal side.
Noble long kick out of the back pocket. McInnes, nice mark for Collingwood. Got in front of the pack and flew and took a one grabber. So he's about halfway between halfback and wing, outer side of the ground. Didn't want to go for the kick, so he hand passed back to Noble, who ran past. Long ball onto the head of Cox. And Lester flew over the top and got a fist to the band line. Didn't go out of bounds. Cox got a hand pass up. McRae runs away, but the umpire's going to bring it back. It's a free kick to Brisbane. Didn't see what that was for, boys. Anyone?
No, didn't see it, but Johnny Noble, Red Z Lending, 15 disposals, leading all comers, going at 100% by foot.
Triple M Red Z Lending stats. John Noble having some sort of evening at the Gabba. Contest from Danaher. Berry front and centre work. Inside forward 50. Bailey tried to spin out of Frampton and went straight into Darcy Moore holding the football. Free kick Pies.
Their tackle pressure tonight's been superb. 30 tackles to 14 Brisbane. That's what the scoreboard looks like it does. Been absolutely brilliant, the Pies.
Simon Black here tonight with Dale Thomas. Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off since 1984. Kick to the wing outer side of the ground, heading to the boundary line, and that's where it goes. Out of bounds. We reset 5-3-33 to Collingwood. And the Lions 2-6-18. 11.5 second term. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Just see on the Harvey Norman replay there, the double tackle. Craig McRae double fisting it, almost giving the Leighton Hewitt come on. He was so excited with that.
Boundary throw-in, outer side of the Gather. Dev Robertson went the kick forward and Dacos took a good mark in front of Bailey. Brave kick, corridor Archie, closing late.
Yeah.
Got there, just in the nick of time. Affected the spoil. Now the handball from Zorko. Forced Rayner to wait. He's strong in the tackle, but he's not strong enough to fight off Lipinski and Quainer. And we're going to have a ball up right in the centre circle of the Gabba. 33 plays 18. We've got 11.5 minutes left to play in the second term.
Ball thrown in the air. Cox and Fort. Fort slaps down to Robertson. They pile in on top. There'll be another ball up. No, Gonzo. Didn't try and shove it out free to the Pies. Lipinski will get up with the footy. Wanders back in no hurry. Reasonably.
Sorry, Baz. Both sides have been happy to go into this mode throughout the evening. Just try and possess the ball, progress it up the field. Just a little bit of keepings off. Take a bit of sting out of it.
Well, Braden Maynard is the recipient of the short kick. He's on the wing. The left foot ball, long drop punt. He likes to kick a long ball. It goes towards forward 50, trying to barge through Fletcher. He's wrapped up in a tackle. 3 Magpies bring him to the ground. 55 from Collingwood's goal.
Triple M Red Z Lending stats, gents. Has Harris Andrews taken a mark tonight?
For Red Z Lending, he's taken 1-0 intercept marks.
You often see when the Lions are playing well and defending well, Harris has taken a few of those by now. So they're managing to avoid him, Collingwood, on the inside forward 50.
Sure, right. It's not bombing them blazing away, are they? Not putting a lot of height on the ball to allow Harris to float in and mark easily. They're doing it really well, their methodology going forward.
Boundary throwing, left half forward for the Pies. They lead it by 15 points. Midway through the second term, the Lions got a bit of momentum though as Dunkley clears the danger. Frampton just shoved Danaher out of the contest. Danaher made the most of it. The umpire wasn't buying though. Darcy Moore sat atop the footy. Fans demanding a free kick, saying it's the same as the other one. We're going to have a ball up centre wing right in front of the Triple M commentary box.
Big Joe just has to be tougher there, Blackie, for mine. He got worked out of it. There was only the slightest bit of body, but he opted to try and play for the free kick rather than assert himself on the contest.
Good spoil on Darcy Fort's kick has allowed Collingwood in here. On the wing, a hand pass from Hoskin Elliott to Tommy Mitchell and come right on. He got the fat side of the footy, Blackie.
Belly of the ball, Baz.
Yeah, and it just went out on the full. And the kids were having a laugh on the boundary, so he wasn't laughing. Kick inboard Zorko to Lester, who marks on the wing, who goes short, virtually back to half back, where Harris Andrews is marked on his own.
Short kick, sliding mark taken right on the logos. Jasper Fletcher with the football, second year of footy for him. Son of Adrian, inside forward 50. The kick was good. Mason Cox did well not to give away a free kick as he went for the spoil. Up and down kick from Dev Robertson, top of the square. Joe big fly. Bailey in position 1. Lost the footy, went without it. And he's given a free kick away. Zach Bailey uncharacteristically fumbly tonight, Blackie.
Yeah, he has been, hasn't he?
Oh, as Collingwood tried to clear the danger. Nick Dacos, they missed him. Crowd says it went out of bounds. Umpire said play on, and Leicester takes a great intercept.
They're pressing here, Brisbane, aren't they? Just trying to find the major opening. Just the one goal this term, they've got it. Leicester kicked the full forward, massive pack. Collingwood have dropped back numbers. Punched out sideways to Maynard. Didn't try and pick it up, just punched it about 20 metres to Bobby Hill. Got an unkind bounce and he got tackled. Hand pass off Dunkley. Gave it back by hand. Short kick Wilmot inside forward 50. Hipwood in front. Hands on the foot. He couldn't complete the mark. At half forward for the line still. Wide hand pass comes out for Collingwood and Noble. Long kick to the outer side wing whistle. And a high contact free kick against Brisbane. And the free kick will go to Mychek, who's a long way from home. He's about 10 metres outside his defensive 50.
Helter-skelter stuff at the Gabba on a Thursday night.
Well, inside 50's fun is 10-1 in Brisbane's favour this quarter, but they've only kicked the one goal on the back of it, so haven't got their bang for buck for domination in this term.
Collingwood yet to add to their quarter-time score. They still lead this game by 15 points. Bobby Hill with 3 first-quarter goals. But it appears at the moment the right of your radio dial is the scoring end. As Lockie Neal is gang tackled again, something that is undeniable is the tackle, effort and pressure that is being applied by Collingwood tonight.
Well, this could hurt Brisbane. The Magpies just a little sniff here. 52 out from their goal to stoppage. Thrown up directly in front of their goal. Cox just thumps it forward. Mychek lays a tackle. The umpire felt it was high. We'll come back to Berry. The Lions try and run away. So he stands at true centre-half back. 15 points Collingwood's lead. 16.5 second term. As Berry just spins the foot in his hand. He's got Fletcher on the broadcast wing. Elects to go very short to Zorko. Zorko kicks wide out to the outer side wing. Just a slow build-up again. Lister over the top to Bailey. Bailey marks forward to the wing for Brisbane. Goes short to half forward to Big Fort. Fort 65 out from goal. Kicks the Hipwood in a one-on-one with Darcy Moore, and Moore did brilliantly. Worked him underneath the footy and took the mark in the back pocket.
Airily, the Pies down back have been superb, haven't they, Daisy? Just dominated this Brisbane forward line at this point in time, and Brisbane just need to be smarter the way they take the ball in. It's just too easy to read at the moment.
Moore to the outer side. Wanted Cox. Payne got to him. Dacos mid-air handball. Found the goey. Moves it forward. Centre wing outer side. The race is on. Bubby Hill doesn't lose too many of those. He got there first, but he ran past it. He was too quick for his own good. Corridor kick from Zorko was perfect. Found Archie. The fat side is open now. Lead up from Charlie Cameron. Hands were sticky. 70 from home. Inside, finally, Danaher with a one-on-one. He didn't read it well, though. Frampton did really well to nudge him under it. And we'll have a boundary line throw in inside lines forward 50 again. Those key defenders for the Pies standing tall.
Yeah, and they're genuine one-on-ones as well. That was coming in with no help. Just had to be strong in the contest. Danaher, that's interesting. Joe Danaher did a really good job of initiating the ball, and the contact just couldn't quite find where it was going to drop.
That might grow legs, Dace.
Danaher, I like it.
Yep.
It's like J-Lo.
Yeah. Boundary throw in. But Shut Day's always ahead of his time. Ball punched out of bounds. So Collingwood, as Flanner said, have not scored in this quarter. We're 18.5 minutes in. Lions doing all the attacking. But just the one major they've been able to find. Collingwood still lead it by 15 points.
Boundary throw in. Mason Cox v. Danaher. Lost front spot there, Danaher. Cox thumped it forward now. Will this be insufficient attempt? Or intent? Boundary throw in. No. We'll have a replay of that situation. A lull has fallen over the Gabba. The Lions have probably had the momentum in this term. They have not been able to convert on the scoreboard.
12 inside 50s to 2. Dominant.
McInerney to Fletcher. Archie drops the chest mark over the back. Ball out in front of McCarthy. Bending ball. Kicked it to the dangerous spot. Charlie Cameron is there. You can put that one down to Link McCarthy's footy smarts not to blaze away at goal. Square the football now. Charlie Cameron has a shot. 30 out, 45-degree angle.
Just got to kick it, doesn't he?
Must kick.
It's been an issue of Charlie's. He's just been too inaccurate too regularly, and at this point of the game, he's a leader of this footy club. He needs to go back and nail this.
The motorbike is standing by. The finger is hovering over Country Road. Charlie Cameron on the runway. Play the music. Charlie's got one, and the Lions have got 3. 3-6-24, the margin just like that, back to 9 points on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan.
Really good stuff from the Brisbane Lions. They've been determined to lock that ball inside their forward 50, just waiting, hoping that a decision or a good bit of football would go their way, and on that occasion, Link McCarthy At times probably would have had a shot, but he was smart enough to pull it right across his body, execute the skill. Charlie Cameron had his defender on toast, and they're a really clutch kick for them. Really good reward for effort. And that just continues to just excite the forwards. Okay, we're getting on top here. The midfielders knowing if we get possession, we get ourselves a chance. Harvey Norman replay. As soon as that hit the boot, that finger was up. He was off.
Yeah, she's game on now for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy. Ream Hot Water built tough frozen conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. The Lion has awoken here at the Gabba, and we've got a 9-point ball game. 21 minutes second term, and out of the centre goes Brisbane. Wilmot's got it again. Long high kick towards the forward pocket. Charlie Cameron in the van. Spills to McCarthy just outside forward 50. Josh Dacos had him. Good hands over to Berry. Broke 2 tackles. Steadies up. Kick to the pocket. He's missed everything out in the full. But they continue to press Brisbane. This has been their term. Still 5.5 minutes left before half time.
Good field position, not the ideal kick or the ideal spot, but they'll certainly take the position again. Up their end, lock it in.
Frampton kicks long down the line. McInerney and Cameron in the wrestle. Ball gets out the back. McCreary reacted quickest, takes off at a gallop. Oh, it's too greasy for that. Bo, he laid it on the turf. It never came back to him. Boundary throw in out of side. Lockie Neal has a chat, says you shouldn't bounce up in Queensland, Bo. That must be awkward when that happens, Days.
Yeah, especially when your shoulder's out and you're thinking, well, where does this go? This is 3 bounces. Press record at home, Mum, on the VCR.
Yeah, right in front of the social club. A few frothies up there, and they're into it, and you get a bit of advice, don't you? As the ball rolls out of bounds. Well, not quite out of bounds. The umpire's going to ball it up on the wing. So hugged in on the boundary.
You would love the old social club here at the Gabba Days. It was beautiful over there. Do you remember? You would have been too young.
I might have spent some time there in round 0.
Yeah.
Watching the Blues.
So Berry out of the pack for Brisbane. They'll go forward again. Short kick to Big Joe. And he's marked about 70 out. A real open forward line. What's the big man going to do? Pumps it to Charlie. Big leap. He didn't mark it, but the ball fell into his belly. And they pile in on top of him. He's going nowhere, 15 out from goal.
Starting to lurk. Got an appetite. Have a look at that on the Harvey Norman.
Oh, that would have been a combination of Gary Moorcroft and Gary Ablett Sr. Ball up. Lions forward 50. Quainer just dove for the line and the Joe Danaher tackle. And we'll have a boundary throw in. The Lions, they kicked the only 2 goals of the term. Again, Collingwood have not hit the scoreboard since quarter time. 5-3-33, they lead the game by 9 points. Bobby Hill with 3 first quarter goals. But it's been all Brisbane. Boundary throw in, Cameron v Danaher. Ball gets out the back, McCarthy out of mid-air. Ball up for grabs, Quainer led the race. Almost bounced into the lap of Hoskin Elliott. Charlie around the body, missed to the right-hand side. Minor score, 3-7-25, an 8-point margin in favour of the Pies, 5-3-33, Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, I'm not going to predict the future too early, but I'd imagine Will Hoskin Elliott's magnet might be getting shuffled a little bit from Craig McRae. He's had some moments and them not being good.
Jeremy Howe kicks out to Big Cameron, who marks on the wing. And the umpires played a shove as he tried to mark. He shoved out Big McInerney. And McInerney's got the free kick, so the Lions go back inside again for another look. Danaher worked underneath the double-fisted from Moore, didn't go out of bounds. Hand pass to Berry, hand pass Bailey, he's dangerous. Kick to the hot spot was good. Hit put in the van, pass away from him. Bobby Hill at fullback works hard. Grabs it for the Pies. Hand pass Quainer in the back pocket. Tried the check side, allowed Starcevic in. Halfway between wing and half forward, he's got it. Nice little kick inboard to McCluggage, and the Lions will get another look.
Crowded forward 50. Everyone's back there. McCluggage bends it. It's going to land at the top of the square. Big fly coming through was Rayner. Tried to take the footy with him. Danaher was good. McCarthy was clean. Got it back to Jasper Fletcher. Snapping, bending. Lions are rolling. 4-7-31. The margin is just 2 on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, inside 50s this quarter, 17-2. It's been a domination by the Lions, and it's this last 5 minutes day started to get a bit of reward for effort on the scoreboard, haven't they? Kicked the 3 goals for. Could have kicked another couple, no doubt, this term, but it's been inaccurate. But they're just starting to get a little bit of roll on the scoreboard, ticking it over, got the momentum clearly. and getting some bang for buck. So they're up and about. Their tails are up. How's Collingwood going to respond now?
You just can't, in the modern game, just defend relentlessly for the entirety of the quarter. At some point, you have to try and get it out of there, have some ball in your own half. And to the Lions' credit, they've been relentless. It hasn't always stayed inside forward 50, but that 50 metre to 70, 75 metres out, that's where the turnovers have come. And then they've gone back into an unset defence, getting some good looks and some score off that. Jasper Fletcher, he's going to be a player for the future.
Oh, yeah.
He's class.
Triple M Seabus super special comments. Love your family, look after your mates. You're listening to Dale Thomas and Simon Black. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. From the bounce, the Lions get the clearance again. Lockie Neal, a hack ball out to the outer side wing. Archie waits for it to bounce. Read it beautifully. Spins around in a 180. Goes long inside. Danaher front and square with Robertson. Robertson, heavy tackle laid by Quainer. Dispossessed him. Josh Dacos close to the boundary line, gave it to Frampton. Pushed on the kick. And has it gone out in the full? It has. Who's getting the free?
Danaher.
There's a blue going on. Danaher brings it into McCarthy. About 6-7 players are piling on each other. The umpires let the boys play. DeGoey rush kick outside defensive 50 for the Pies.
Harris Andrews decided not to take on Bobby Hill for speed on the outer side. Let it run over the boundary. We saw on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay there, Cam Rayner just took on about 6 Collingwood Magpies.
And near on one.
He is a bull.
He's tough.
He is a bull. Boundary throw in, centre wing outer side. Collingwood might turn to the biff because they are getting run all over at the moment, although this is a reprieve. They get a free kick going to McCreary.
12-2 in the clearances this quarter, 19-2 inside forward 50.
Collingwood had a 24-point lead at quarter time. Now it's just 2, and they have not hit the scoreboard. McCreary takes the free kick out of side down the line. Harris Andrews, there it is. One of the best at that in the game. Big, strong intercept mark. Left half back for the Lions.
You'd hate to see the Pies get a goal here. For the Lions, for all your dominance, you can't just give up a late one or a lazy one.
Oh short kick to Wilmot, and he sort of stumbled over his own feet. Had to go back and track the footy. But he had an arc of 10 metres around him with no one near him, so he had plenty of time. Kick back to Wilmot, and he marks outside defensive 50. Clean hands this time. Long drop punt over the outer side wing. Dropping back with the foot he does. He fought, and with him Big Cameron for the Pies, and the ball rolls out of bounds. Still 60 around from Brisbane's goal. They have dominated this second term.
Harvey Norman replay. Darcy Wilmot nearly fell over himself.
He did.
He almost willed that into existence there, Days.
Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale on now. Shop massive Easter savings. Store wide until Monday only. In-store and online. Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale. Don't miss it.
Good time for manifesting too, Flanners. The full moon the other night. Charge the crystals.
Is that why Baz is Baz grounding himself with his bare feet in the box? Barefoot. Is that what he's doing?
Also, the tinny is an issue in the new slides.
Boundary throw-in. Left half forward for the Lions. 90 seconds left in the term. It's been all Brisbane. Lockie Neal thumps one from 50 all the way to the line. Maynard was so strong. But coming through at pace is Fletcher. Missed. 4-8-32 now the Lions. They trail it by a point. We've got 75 seconds left to play in the second term.
Yeah, you're looking for an easy win tonight. It's not going to happen. It won't happen. So the Pies, who have not scored in their second term, had a 24-point lead at quarter time. And just 2 quality sides, and this is what happens. A long ball to the outer side wing. Andrews up, won't mark in a big pack. Falls to the front and square of the pack. Josh Dacos. A little bit of class, a little bit of poise. Kicks forward wing, but no one home. So he's hoping for the boundary line, you'd think. Starcevic dropped back with a fly to the footy. Wants the corridor. Finds Neal. Hand pass off towards McCluggage. Kick inside forward 50. Ford up, won't mark. Hoskin Elliott's got to go. He missed Moore by hand. Moore's got to go again. Still 60 out from the Lions goal. Fletcher holds him up. The Pies work in numbers. Pendlebury's got it. Looping hand pass over the top of Robertson, but he's knocked it to the ground, Flanners.
Kicked it out of midair. The bounce all important now. Forward 50. Cameron is caught. Cameron will be gone. Lions will have a kick to take the lead. And it's the bull. Cam Rayner just picked up the ruckman and dropped him.
He went on with it then, didn't he, Cam Rayner? He gave him got the free kick, and he gave, I think it might have been...
Him and Tommy Mitchell having words.
Gave Cameron one afterwards.
He did.
I tell you what, boys, this quarter has been dominated by Lachie Neale. He's had the 13 touches, 7 of those contested, kicked a goal. He's put his side on his back, and he has just been enormous in his second term.
Cam Rayner will go back from 45 out, directly in front. And I reckon if he kicks it, he runs straight through the nearest Collingwood player.
Distance, no issue.
He's a thumping kick. 5-3-33, the siren sounds. The kick will be after. Daisy's predicting Biff.
Yes.
Cam Rayner to give the Lions the lead at half-time. He loves it. Big fist in the air. They trailed by 24 points at quarter time, and they will go into the main break with a 5-point lead over the reigning premiers, who are staring down the barrel of an 0-4 start to the season.
Ooh.
What a first half of footy we've just witnessed. The second half is going to be just as juicy to come. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter, the titanium caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious titanium caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello.
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
The Easter Bunny's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Looking for a car with rocking style and rocking value? Speak to a dealer today about the stylish Volkswagen T-Roc City Life from $37,990 drive away. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au for full T's and C's.
Now at Macca's for just $12.95, get 2 McMuffin burgers, 2 hash browns and a medium hot McCafe coffee. Value means more with the Big Breakfast Deal.
Available 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants. Extra charge supply for mocker and customizations excludes McDelivery.
Harvey Norman's Super Easter Sale. On now. HP 15S Core i5 laptop. Hot deal just $698. Get bonus Galaxy Buds FE with the awesome new Samsung Galaxy A55 5G. $699. Bosch Series 6 freestanding dishwasher with bonus $65 gift card, bonus finish pack and bonus local delivery. $1,399. Save a massive $451 on the Dyson 360 VizNav robot vacuum. Now $1,548. Super Easter sale at Harvey Norman now. Bonus fire redemption.
Our favorite tune at Wild Turkey is the one that comes from within. It led Jimmy Russell to perfect our one-on-one bourbon. Where will your song take you? Over 18s only. Drink responsibly. Wild Turkey. Trust your spirit.
Get ready for The Gathering pay-per-view live and exclusive on Stan. Wednesday, April 3, Radzi. Watch AFL legends Kane Corns, Nathan Brown, Dane Swan and Daisy Thomas.
Our mates.
Duel it out in a blockbuster boxing event. For your chance to win a VIP trip to Adelaide, including flights, accommodation, fight night tickets, plus AFL gather-round tickets.
Oh, yeah, just head to the Triple M win page. T's and C's apply. To order The Gathering pay-per-view, head to stan.com.au/PPV.
Hey you. Right now you're listening to a radio ad about DAB Plus radio on the radio. Think about it. It's like the cells inside your brain, that's inside your head, that's on top of your body are informing you that you can listen to even more radio on a DAB Plus radio for free or on a smart speaker. Discover the auditory awesomeness of more radio within the radio. Search DAB Plus and listen now.
Buy now and save on your favourite Quintrex. Whether it's fishing, cruising, skiing or everything combined, we have the boat for you. Don't miss out on our limited time offer. Head to quintrex.com.au.
Drive away today in a brand new GWM from Burwood GWM and save on a range of 2023 plate clearance models. with Jolion SUV from $25,990 drive away and Canon Ute from $34,490 drive away for ABN holders. Plus, savings of up to $4,000 on selected GWM models. Now is the time to buy. GWM SUVs and Utes are in stock at Burwood GWM now and ready for you to drive away happy. Search Burwood GWM and go with more. T's and C's apply. LNCT 11720.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Specsavers. Was that the halftime siren? Or did you just get a text? Don't miss a thing with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment today for high definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
Well, it's been the talk of the week and it hasn't let us down at the Gabba. We've got a 5-point ball game and it's Brisbane who lead 5-8-38. The Magpies 5-3-33. Collingwood by 24 points. At quarter time, the Lions by 5 points. At half time, they kicked 4 goals to zip versus Collingwood in that second term. Liam Flanagan, Simon Black and Daisy Thomas are in the house. This is the halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Was that the halftime siren or did you just get a text? Don't miss a thing with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment today for high definition sound at low Specsavers prices. Blackie, Days, interesting first half of footy.
Very, very interesting, wasn't it? Collingwood dominated the first quarter. Lions dominated the second quarter. What a great game of footy we've got the privilege of calling tonight, boys. That second quarter, guys, the Lions inside 50s, 21-2 in their favour. They absolutely dominated the first half of the second term. I was thinking, oh, geez, you're not getting much bang for buck on this, this territory battle, but the back half of that second term, as they kicked the 4 goals and they made a hell of a game of it. They started to pressure around the ball. Lachie Neale had an enormous second quarter. He had the 13 touches, 7 of those contested, kicked the goal. I really think Tommy Mitchell's got to go to in this second half because De Goey, he's such an offensive player, not a defensive bone in his body days. Lachie Neale just ran amok in that second term.
Yeah, he certainly did, and they got all the territory and field position from those clearances, especially the centre clearances. They were dominant in the 132-year history of the Collingwood Football Club for Red Z-Baz. Only the 19th time they've ever been held scoreless in the second term.
That is enormous. And the first 15 minutes of the game tonight, we were all scratching our head a little bit because there was that many targets missed, that many unforced errors, so to speak. And then all of a sudden, Collingwood find their wheels and we got a game of footy on our hands.
They got it going and it almost forced the Lions to find their absolute best. They almost brought it out in the Lions because they were dominant, as you said, Blackie, in that first quarter of the Pies, but then the relentless nature, it almost woke the Lions up like, right, we have to, if we're going to get back into this, provide our very best effort, our best efficiency by foot and by hand and get our best players involved in the game, and they've done that. Neil was awesome. Berry, Dunkley, McCarthy, all looking really dangerous, and then getting up forward. Once Charlie starts to get a sniff, he kicked that first goal, and you could just see him and the way he moves. He certainly got excited. Just a cracking first half of footy from two sides that have found their best very quickly.
Just before we get the big numbers of this game here, don't forget Amy Clangers. We love them. They happen. Clangers do happen, and lucky you're with Amy. And it was interesting tonight because we found out that a couple of us in the box are related.
We are literally minutes away from this one. Your call teams tonight. We got Barry Denner, Liam Flanagan, Simon Black, Daisy Thomas and Brett Thomas down on the bet. You guys related?
We are. Yeah, that's my uncle.
Uncle Brett.
Yeah. Uncle Brett. Great to have Uncle Brett on board on the boundary line. It's a family affair in the Triple M commentary box. Daisy's thrown me early, Baz. He's sent me off the deep end early.
That's lovely. It's he reckons you're a rotten kid too.
Yeah, understandably. Yeah, we call him the Funkle. He's the fun one. He's the one that gets real loose and slimy at the family functions.
Well, he's dirty because he didn't get an invite to the wedding.
No, understandably, because of that behaviour I speak of.
Trouble in the family.
It was class. We didn't need that sort of scallywag, scuttlebutt behaviour carrying on. No.
21-2 inside 50s. We found that out when you were talking, Blakey. Some of the big numbers on the Triple M Red Z Landing stats with the Lions up by 5 points at half time.
This is red hot.
Yes.
For the Pies, Johnny Noble's leading the way with 16, Tommy Mitchell 15 and Nick Dacos 14. For the Lions, Dane Zorko 20, Lachie Neale 19. Superb he was, as I said, in that second quarter. Darcy Wilmot, the 12 off half back. Some team stats inside 50, 35-16 in the Brisbane Lions' favour. Clearances 21-13 in their favour. Contested possession very even. Marks inside 50. Both sides have only had the 2 to half time days. So aerially, both defensives really dominating, aren't they?
Absolutely, and if you're looking at that from a tick either way, one side or the other, you probably give it to the Pies with the firepower that the Lions possess down there. Does provide a really nice opportunity, though, for either Hipwood or Janaher, as we dubbed him throughout that, to really have an impact on this game, because there is going to start to be passages of play that free up and open up. They got some one-on-one looks there, and the longer this game goes, the more opportunity they'll get.
Lions forward press was magnificent that second term. Whatever Collingwood were trying to do didn't work. So what are they talking about? They're the side trailing now. They're 5 points behind. So what are they talking about in their rooms?
Well, they'll be speaking about what they did really well in the first quarter, and just understandably that you can't have the game on your terms for the entirety of the 4 quarters. So yes, that was a quarter won by Brisbane, dominated. They'll be talking about ways to try and defend further up the ground. It might just be a long kick to try and get a mark 70 metres out and then punch on from there, whether it be a stoppage, knock it out of bounds and get it back to a 50-50 contest where you give yourself a chance to move the ball forward so you're not just defending the entire of the quarter like they did in their back half.
Choice Hotels around the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead and book it tomorrow. Good Friday, Flanners. Yes. How good. Double header. North Melbourne and the Bulldogs, and then Freo and Adelaide, and of course the standalone rub happening tomorrow as well. They're all there. JB,
I'm a bit
Bill,
nervous about that.
They should be.
A standalone rub.
Yeah, Purple will be there too.
It's a risky thing.
Oh, it's massive.
Billy Brownless with 4 days off. That's going to be must listen to radio.
Yes, it is always must listen radio. Daisy Thomas in the house with Simon Black. 2 legends of the great game, one of the greatest broadcasting tonsils in Australia. Calling the game tonight, Liam Flanagan. BT is on the boundary line. Baz here as well. 5-point leaders are the Lions at half-time. 5-8-38, plays 5-3-33. Massive ramifications for this one. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That halftime break for Specsavers. Was that the halftime siren, or did you just get a text? Don't miss a thing with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment today for high-definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Daisy, hot water not great?
Well, for the very best in hot water, Baz, you know what to do. Install a Ream.
With over 80 years of manufacturing in Australia, Ream has been building Aussie tough water heaters for Aussie conditions.
That's right. Solar, electric, gas and heat pump water heaters. They've got everything. And did you know that Ream's latest heat pump won the CanStar Blue Innovation Excellent Award, Home Appliances 2023, Barry?
I did, and asked for Australia's favourite brand that comes on steady, hot and strong.
Ask your plumber to install a Ream.
We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello.
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
Mr. Buddy's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Harvey Norman's Super Easter Sale on now. HP 15S Core i5 laptop. Hot deal just $698. Get bonus Galaxy Buds FE with the awesome new Samsung Galaxy A55 5G. $699. Bosch Series 6 freestanding dishwasher with bonus $65 gift card, bonus finish pack and bonus local delivery. $1,399. Save a massive $451 on the Dyson 360 VizNav Robot Vacuum. Now $1,548. Super Easter Sale at Harvey Norman now. Bonus via redemption.
HCF gives members CanStar winning health cover and the lowest average rate rise of the major funds. You know what's not low though? My excitement levels. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah! HCF. We put our money where our members are. T&Cs apply.
On the hunt for some cabinetry? Get Caboodles straight off the shelf at Bunnings. Caboodles' range of cabinets, doors and bench tops are ideal for tradies, so you can finish that kitchen or laundry job in no time. Check out the Caboodle range at Bunnings today.
Hey, Marty here. This footy season, you could win your ultimate holiday experience thanks to Discovery Parks. There's a share of $5,000 worth of holidays and cash up for grabs, whether it's glamorous glamping tents, ocean view cabins, or camping sites nestled in nature. Discovery Parks has you covered. Head to the Triple M win page now for the chance to turn your ultimate holiday experience into a reality. Choose from locations all over Australia. There's something for everyone at Discovery Parks.
You can't go past Kango's range of trade-quality cobalt drill bits that drill into brackets, flat posts and grates, in galvanised steel beams and hard metal plates. Drill into anything and everything with Kango trade-quality drill bits. Look for the yellow target. Kango.
Hey you. Right now you're listening to a radio ad about DAB Plus radio on the radio. Think about it. It's like the cells inside your brain, that's inside your head, that's on top of your body are informing you that you can listen to even more radio on a DAB Plus radio for free or on a smart speaker. Discover the auditory awesomeness of more radio within the radio. Search DAB Plus and listen now.
Good things come in threes. On Audi A3 and Q3 models, take advantage of 3 years, 45,000 kilometre scheduled servicing until March 31 at your preferred Audi dealer. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
On, off. On, off. Having access to cash can switch your business on, help you grow and scale. But without a healthy cash flow, your business can get switched off fast. If you want to switch your business on to buy new stock or equipment or simply improve your cash flow, get On Deck with an On Deck business loan. On Deck provide business loans up to $250,000 with funding possible the same business day. Switch your business on. Visit ondeck.com.au. All loans are subject to lender approval.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade has the backs of tradies now more than ever. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
Half-time, Easter Thursday at the Gabba. And what a first half of footy we've witnessed here. It was all Collingwood in the first quarter. They took a 24-point lead into the quarter-time break, and then the Lions turned the tables. And now, at the main break, it is the Lions with a 5-point lead. 5-8-38, Brisbane lead Collingwood 5-3-33. Liam Flanagan here, Barry Denner, Daisy Thomas, Simon Black, Brett Thomas, your call team. This quarter, all thanks to Triple M Beacon Trade. Tradies, while you're getting behind the footy, the team at Beacon Trade's getting behind you with exclusive trade pricing on lighting, electrical, and Australia's largest range of fans for the Aussie home. Partner up with the team that always has your back at beacontrade.com.au. Beacon Trade, let's make light work. Daisy Thomas, we were just speaking during the break there that we sit here tonight, grand final replay, these two teams, and foreseeably one of their season ends tonight, potentially. Yeah, well, if history is the guide, and generally it's a pretty good one, it's going to be mighty tough. 7% to start the season, zip and three, the numbers say you've got a 7% chance of making finals, which makes it bloody tough. And as you see, if they'd brought this effort and intensity in the first couple of rounds, they probably wouldn't both be in this predicament. But for somebody tonight, and unless it's a draw, which it certainly could be the way this one's shaping up, it's going to be a long road back. But what we've seen from both sides has been awesome. It's the response. If you're a Brisbane Lions supporter, you would have sat there at quarter time going, something, please fire a shot, and they have. They've responded. The Pies in that first quarter were excellent. Their tenacity, their want to tackle was insatiable, and it just sets up for an absolute cracker from two sides that are really building a nice rivalry.
Simon Black, you live in this city, you know what this stadium means and the memories you've created here as a footballer. Where do you stand on the situation that the Brisbane Olympics find themselves in? With this stadium, it was always meant to be knocked down and rebuilt. That was the plan. That's the reason they went and got the Olympics. It was sold as such. Now you face a situation where it's widely accepted this place needs to be redeveloped or at least given a facelift, and none of it may happen now. They're talking about not knocking this down anymore and taking the Olympics out to the suburbs.
Well, that's right. They've spent $2.5 billion on a Cross-River Rail train line literally over the road from the Gabba here. And just the building costs, isn't it? That's the reason that they're going away from it. I think, I heard the Paris Olympics, the opening ceremony is not going to be in the stadium. It's going to be either
on the river.
It's on the river. Up the river. So they're talking about here being at Suncorp Stadium, the rugby league stadium. The athletics, you want the athletics to be a marvellous event. It's for mine, it's the highlight of the Olympic Games, that and the swimming. But, having it out at QAS, I'm not sure. That's going to be a big cost. They're portable grandstands. Whatever they have to do out there, funners, is going to be a lot of money to develop that to an elite athletics track as well. So, look, I mean, I always sort of had my heart on, love the Gabba, but I would love an upgrade. I think AFL football here now could go to a 45, 50,000 capacity stadium. I think it would be filled out, growing South East Queensland. I think as long as Brisbane's thereabouts finals, I think they'll fill it fairly regularly.
Yeah.
But, it's the government now, from all reports, not going to be willing to spend $2.5 to $3 billion on a new stadium. So, look, it's going to be a bit of a makeshift Olympics by the sounds of it, based on what they're going to do. But I just think we're looking forward to seeing the government needs an upgrade of some sort. They're going to spend $150 million. And what do you get for $150 million? I don't know. But
$150 million was about the salary cap for that Brisbane Lions midfield back in the early 2000s.
You lowballed it a bit, I think.
Most of that in paper bags. What is a salary cap?
Teams are back out on the park here.
He went very quiet again. So we've accused him of being on the gas pre-game. Very defensive.
Yes.
Illegal happenings.
Let's get down to Brett Thomas for Bob Jones Seamart's boundary side.
The crowd was looking for a reason to get involved. They were pretty quiet up until midway through that second quarter. Charlie Cameron spent the first 5 or 6 minutes of that second quarter on the bench. He came on, lit it up, got the crowd involved. Both sides have the sub up their sleeve to start this second half. Kai Lomond had some scoring punch for Brisbane, and Jack Crisp, the 2-time best and fairest winner for the Pies.
Good on you, Brett. Bob Jones Seamarts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T's and C's apply. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy, we start the second half of the Lions up by 5 points. Collingwood to the right of our broadcast position. DeGoey rolls and tumbles as the ball heads his way and the umpire to ball it up. So still in the centre of the ground. Players flooding off the square. Big numbers around it now. Throws it in the air. Cox tapped it down, but straight to Brisbane. It went to McCluggage, who kicks a high ball to half forward. Hipwood caught behind. Barging through Lockie Neal, broke the first tackle, hand pass Charlie Cameron, still 52 from home, hand pass backwards to Archie, hand pass back to McCluggage, kick across the body in hope. Frampton stands on defensive 50 and marks for the Pies.
He's become a really important player down back for the Pies as Frampton, a little bit like Nathan Murphy. You know he's going to defend somebody first, so the rest of the defence there can step across, can come across reliably knowing that he's going to lock somebody down.
Obviously, Nathan Murphy's future in the game up in the air with the concussion situation, and Billy Frampton has stepped into that role more than admirably. Boundary throw in centre wing right in front of the interchange gates. As Brett Thomas just told us, both teams still with their subs unactivated. Jack Crisp, unfamiliar situation for him, wearing the sub vest. What's his consecutive game streak up to at the moment, Jack Crisp?
200 plus.
And does it continue if he doesn't get subbed into the game?
I think you still punch a match payment if you don't get used, so I assume it will be classed as a match.
Boundary throw-in.
That's something I obviously looked into late in my career.
Yes. Quick to answer that, wasn't he? Hipwood dropped the sitter at centre-half forward. Zach Bailey was clean, he was strong. He gave it to Zorko. The kick went all of 2.5 metres. More intercept. Here comes Noble. Probably been the Pies' best. Handball inside to Finn McRae. Release McCreary. Sent him forward. Inside 50. Long kick to the goal square. Reef McInnes could have marked it on the line instead. He lets his mate Bo McCreary register his first goal for the evening. Pies hit back, they take the lead. 6-3-39, the Lions 5-8-38, a 1-point lead on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, that's how you run it out of defence. We spoke about what they were going to do when the ball was camped up the other end. They just took off. It was a shallow turnover, which makes it hard to defend when it goes that 40 to 50 metres out. I want to see the replay here, Blackie, because there was a handball through the middle there. Somebody's just knocked it forward knowing that McCreary was in a large area of space, and that was the difference in the play. Darcy Moore, well done. He comes across. Harvey Norman replay. Link up through Noble. He went to Finn McRae. Well done. Great heads-up play. The Lions pressing out. McRae got out goal side, and great selflessness there from Reef McInnes. I certainly wouldn't have done that.
No. From McDonald's to Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy bounce goes just outside the circle where the umpires just says, let it go. Let's get on with it. Quick kick from Zorko, who ran off halfback. Kicked off the ground by Pendlebury, who ran on halfback at his end of the ground. Hand pass punched out to Hoskin Elliott. Pies go with a long drop punt inside. Dropping back with a fly to the footy, Harris Andrews, brilliant. Hung onto the ball, one grab, he's kicked it close to the boundary, out in the full, was it? No. Jeez, it was close by the naked eye. Berry's got it, kicks back to the wing to Rayner, and Rayner marks for Brisbane, goes short to Smoke and Joe. He's going to have a crack and put his head over it, and he does, wrapped up in a tackle, and the umpire said it was held to him.
Yeah, lazy kick down the line there from Cam Rayner, but Collingwood have got enough come alive here, haven't they? Their pressure already, ability to just moved the ball fast. They've looked great at the start of this third quarter.
Our man Brett Thomas says there is no wind out there. We've had 11 goals kicked tonight. 10 of them have come to the right of your radio dial.
Scotty Pendlebury gone a half back, allowing Nick Dacos for a run on the ball. Tom Mitchell has gone, as you requested, Blackie to Lockie Neal.
Starting to get spicy. Ball up left half forward for the Lions. Zorko is ragdolled by DeGoey. I just wonder what's happening at the bottom of that pack. Tom Mitchell is leaning into Lockie Neal in a very big way around these stoppages. Ball up. Cox gets the fist away. Zorko stepped in front of DeGoey. Clever handball. Got a free kick too.
Yep.
Won't take advantage. Instead he looks inboard, finds Berry. Wants to release McCluggage. Myercheck cut that off. Zorko gets it back. Oh, and he's dropped after he got rid of it. Umpire wasn't watching. Good strong mark taken by Danaher. Frampton asked to stand the mark right on 50 metres.
Well, we get the journey. He'll kick from about 53 metres out, probably at 8 metres inside from the boundary. It's probably his best accuracy percentage range about here.
This is a wedge for Joe Danaher.
He can get lazy on these ones, though, and really spray them out left.
Daisy's predicting a spray. Blackie's backing him in. Joe Danaher yet to hit the scoreboard. Oh, he didn't like it. He peeled off. He went inside, short, top of the goal square. Good tackle again on Berry. Free kick, Collingwood.
He's had tackled well tonight, haven't they? Pinning the arm in the tackle. I've been rewarded numerous times.
Nick Dacos, the tackler. Well, he was at the bottom of the pack, and the free kick will actually go to Noble.
Plus 21 in tackles other pies.
Noble plays on from the back pocket. He sprays this very wide. It's out in the full. Out in the full. And the Lions can reload here. As Payne picks up the footy from the fence. And he looks back to half forward. A lot of one-on-ones. Danaher's got his back turned. Now he turns around. Puts it on Joe's head. And about 6 players go with him. It's juggled by McInerney in the pack. And the big fellas mark boundary side about 35 metres out. Big Oscar walks back towards the fence.
You can see the cogs ticking here, Baz.
Yes.
You can see every thought that's going through his head.
Come on, Blackie, what do you think?
Well, he's a beautiful set shot for goal, but
he's carrying the drop punt.
He's 100 foot tall and he's outside the boundary, but I'm going to back him in.
Blackie set a tone.
I like it.
Oscar from the boundary. Starts to wander ring, the big O. He said, leave it with me, boys. And they did. And he's gone right across the face, no score. Towards Maynard in the back pocket, punts it about 20 metres Collingwood's way. The ball's gone out of bounds, throw it in. Says the umpire, about 40 around from Brisbane's goal. 1 point up the Magpies, 6.5 third term.
Wouldn't be easy kicking with that mattress strapped to his shin either.
I thought that was just covering where some of the balls had landed previously.
Boundary throw in. Still inside the Lions forward 50, outer side of the Gabba. Cox v Fort. Cox tapped this one down nicely. Archie thumped it forward. Rayner's hands were slick. He found Zach Bailey. Dances inside. Tackled over the boundary. Holding the football. Another holding the football free kick going the way of Collingwood.
They're pressing up, though, Brisbane again. 1 point up Collingwood. 7.5 third term.
So a big contest down the line here. Get it out of bounds if you have to. Can't allow it to come back in.
How? As Cox flies in front for Collingwood, but it slipped through his fingers. Heavy tackles late again. The umpire will ball it up.
So that's a win. That is a win for the Pies. After that second quarter dominance in field position, you get a chance now. Ruckman to go at it, get it to ground, try and win the contest.
True wing position, outer side of the ground. McInerney got hands on it down to ground level. McRae kicked it off the ground. Myercheck caught behind, but it'll bounce back to Noble. He's got Nick Dacos in the centre. Little hand pass to Pendlebury. Goes short to McRae. Another short ball to Maynard. And he marks just forward of the centre of the ground.
Braden Maynard, the boos ring out. Unpopular wherever he goes except for Collingwood home games. Pendlebury chips it wide. Quainer drifted all the way forward. The vice-captain of the Pies. Short ball. Required distance. Umpire hasn't called mark. Jamie Elliott wanted it. Play on. Dances around. Dangerous kick. Oh, Harris Andrews just wrapped up Reece McInnes there, and there's a free kick. It's Brodie Myercheck, in fact.
he just lost him in the contest, and he went reaching for him because Myercheck was going to get to the drop of the ball and mark the ball uncontested. So just a natural reaction from Harris Andrews to grab his jumper. So the free kick was there every day of the week.
Myercheck will go back around the corner. Only 20 metres out, not much angle. Should be an easy goal for Brodie. Nails it. And the Pies, with back-to-back goals, stretch the margin to 7 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade as the backs of tradies now more than ever. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Just goes to show how important that contest is at halfback, just to make that a genuine 50-50, to nullify it, make sure the ball comes in and he's thrown up by the umpire. In that second quarter, that was coming back. The Lions were winning it at ground level, getting it back in, getting repeat entries. Well done. A little adjustment already. Pendlebury to halfback's been good. Dacos through the middle.
Isn't it amazing watching Nick Dacos, Scott Pendlebury through the middle of the ground with their hands?
It's a class above, isn't it? Same when Lachie Neale gets it.
Bob Jane, team-ups, BT?
Yeah, the Pies have activated their sub-jack, Crisp on, and Finn McRae. Tough luck for the young kid has come off. So Crisp on, McRae off, just tactical, no injury to speak of.
Thanks, BT, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. Bounces magnificent. The Pies, they're up by 7 points. Can they continue to charge? Pendlebury lays a heavy tackle. He's going to get a free kick. It's against Lachie Neale, who tried to break it. And Pendlebury can send Collingwood forward again. 10 minutes third term. Collingwood by 7 points. They've reclaimed the lead. Pendles, he's kicked it in the man on the mark. And it's actually hit him in the head, Neil, and he's on the ground. McCluggage has grabbed the footy, kicked the half forward for Brisbane. And the Lions will get a free kick. It'll come back to Charlie Cameron, will it?
Looks to be an ankle concern for Neale back in the middle.
So Lachie Neale is hobbling through the centre of the ground. And Charlie Cameron's got it forward to the wing out of side. He pops it on the head of McCluggage to go. He read it beautifully, and spoiled it out of bounds about 50 away from the Lions' goal.
Just getting a look there on the Harvey Norman. Elevated himself, Lachie Neale, to cause the spoil. Came down, went over on that right ankle. Looks like he's trying to run it off.
Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale on now. Shop massive Easter savings store-wide until Monday, only in-store and online. Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale. Don't miss it. Inside forward 50 for the Lions, but Quainer exits to the near side, and Bobby Hill has some space to operate. Finds Elliott. The Pies are cruising up the outer side here. And Jamie Elliott whacks the handbrake on, goes backwards, finds Quainer. Lions looking to set up defensively. Dane Zorko doing the directing. Spearing past the sub into the game, Jack Crisp. The consecutive streak continues. He's got it, centre wing on the logos. They lead it by 7 points. Inside forward 50 goes Crisp. Cox is the target. He had to compete against three. Bailey out of midair. Lester tackled by Hill. And then Myercheck and DeGoey arrived to support. Boundary, a ball up inside the Pies forward 50.
Collingwood search again. 7 points up. 12 minutes now, third term. Ball thrown in the air. Throw a blanket over about 12 underneath the Darcy Cameron. Slaps it to ground level. The umpire to ball it up again. Same numbers around the footy. Thrown in the air. Cameron taps to the side. Berry grabs it for Brisbane. Rush kick towards half-back and a good mark taken by Dunkley. Hand pass back to Berry, who runs past. Low drop punt forward to the wing. Fort and more. Fort brings it to ground. Did well. Tapped the advantage of Robertson. Robertson on the wing. Nice little hands. Hand pass over to McCluggage. McCluggage goes back to Bailey. Bailey tackled by Moore. Hand pass Robertson to go. He's got him, then he lost him. Ducked out of the tackle. Hand pass Dunkley. Hand pass Robertson. Fell over his own feet. Hung onto the footy. The ball punched out the big Fort. Fort on hands and knees. Punches it up towards Fletcher. Hand pass comes out to Neale from Bailey. Bailey and Neale goes short and finds McCluggage. Play on. Spun over a tackle. Lost the footy. Dacos picks up for the Pies. Nick Dacos to Hill. And away they go from the wing.
Lions could be about to pay a price. Instead, Bobby Hill finds the chest of Harris Andrews. And we're back to that first quarter skill error stuff. Bailey has it. Centre wing. Chip and kick forward. Lachie Neale. Clean. McCluggage. Space to operate. Lead comes from Danaher. Joe Danaher sliding mark. 45 out, 45 degree angle.
Well, Brisbane there, they just butchered the ball the first go at it down the wing just by over-handball, didn't they? The Pies pressure was superb, but that time there, second lick at it, they chipped the ball up the field, short pieces of play, and then got it in the hands. They're probably their best inside 50 kick, and Hugh McCluggage found a leading mate in Joey Danaher, and he's got to go back here and nail this for his side.
One of the unique cats of the AFL is Joe Danaher.
Yes.
Doesn't own a TV, Baz.
No.
But he can certainly kick a football. Lions have got 6, and they're back within a point of the Magpies. 45 plays 44 in favour of Collingwood. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. We've still got 10.5 to go in the third term.
Beautiful kick inside forward 50, and on the Harvey Norman replay, Joe Danaher really set up Billy Frampton there. Went for a couple of hard steps to the pocket, gave him a shove, looped back round through the corridor. Nice pocket of space. Well done from McCluggage, who didn't bomb away. A missed opportunity from the Pies on this outer wing. Billy Elliott was out, goal side, no one near him. Harris Andrews, well done on his positioning. He's done that a couple of times now this end. He's been brave enough to stand in front, knowing that the player can't kick it 60 past him. But on the Harvey Norman replay again, you said it just before, Blackie, when Lockie Neal, Scott Pendlebury or Dacos touch the ball, it is just a class above. It must be a little bit slippery out there, but those three in particular making it look rather easy.
For McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks footy trying to barge through the pack. It was DeGoey, I think.
Oh, that had to have hurt.
He got smashed, but he gets up with the footy, hands it to the umpire. The umpire will ball it up. Cameron slaps it down. McCluggage first hands out. Got a little kick out of the pack. Maynard read it good. And he marks a true centre-half back for the Pies. Kicks out wide to the outer side wing. Josh Dacos got a bit of work to do here. Berry right with him. Good one-on-one. Berry gets there first. Slips around him onto the footy. They pile in on top. He's going to ping him. Yep. Going to ping him. Dragged it in. And Dacos gets the free kick. Hand pass off to Noble. Noble on the wing outer side of the ground. Drives it long to Elliott. Billy Elliott. Good spoil, Starcevich. Good spoil. And the ball out of bounds. 55 around from Collingwood's goal. They hang on to a 1-point lead. 15.5 third term.
It's been a good matchup. Starcevich and Elliott. Plenty of bodywork off the ball. Just a competitor, both of those two. And then on the Harvey Norman, Elliott nearly disappearing underneath the stands.
Boundary throw in, left half forward for the Pies. Cameron thumps it forward for Collingwood. Quick hands from Neal. Got it to Rayner. Shoveled the handball out. Wanted Starcevich instead. Missed him and found the line. Boundary throw in. Game number 100 for Brandon Starcevich. Gone the real close shave look this year.
Real nude nut.
Yes.
Neil Hanna style.
Yeah. Cam Bruce style.
Yeah.
Boundary throw in.
Current day.
Fort. Darcy Cameron. We're going to have ball up. Let's get down to Brett Thomas for Bob Jane T-Marks.
Yeah, Lockie Neal's gone into the rooms, went over on that ankle which you guys picked up, stayed out there for a few minutes and helped set up that Joe Danaher goal. So keep an eye on that. Maybe just getting it restrapped.
Ball thrown in the air. Little slap from Fort down to Berry. The ball heads to the boundary line. And Berry desperately trying to find it. His mates not really helping. Little kick goes inboard to Zorko at half-back. Punts it out to Fletcher. Turns and kicks across his body to the outer side wing. Frampton missed the spoil. Planar will pick it up on the bounce. Then was dispossessed. Ran into Danaher. Punts forward to Crisp. Nice hands out wide to Josh Dacos. Turns and delivers inside forward 50. Behind was McInnes. Front and square shots. Tries to barge through. Grabbed by Bobby Hill. Breaks two hackers. Look at Bobby. And he misses to the right. His eyes lit up. They nearly bowls out of his head. I said, I'm in here. And just at the last second, pushed it through for a point. 2 points up the Pies. 17.5 third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Did all the hard bit. Picked it up. Got the dance step on. Just the finish was missing, and he had more time than he thought. Should be shelling peas like that for Bobby. Unfortunate miss.
2 points the margin in favour of Collingwood. 8.5 to play in the third term. Lions bring it in near side. They've worked it down the centre wing. John Noble, I think he might feature in the votes regardless of the outcome. Been outstanding. Jordan to go. A little bit of showtime stuff, trying to punch it out of mid-air. Noble was good enough to pull it off. Myercheck, it's thinned off the outside of his boot. Bobby with a toe tapper. Marks it just inside the boundary line. Plays on quickly. Loose man in the pocket was Lipinski, and the Lions defenders standing around pointing fingers.
Johnny Noble, geez, he's been a great inclusion tonight, hasn't he?
Yep.
His run and dash and just he's there with ball. He puts speed on the ball.
Yep.
Lipinski will go from the boundary line here. Right hand pocket. Around the body on the left. Snaps. just caught it on the skinny side. Minor score, 7-5-47. 3 points the lead in favour of Collingwood over the Lions on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
2 let-offs, 2 easy gettable goals. As this game goes on, it'll be those little plays completing them, hitting the scoreboard that may be the difference.
Triple M C-Bus Super special comments. Daisy Thomas, Simon Black. C-Bus Super making hard work pay off since 1984. A fight for the footy, still inside forward 50 for the Pies. Coming out, Myercheck puts his head over it, punches it out sideways. Elliott won't get there. Josh Dacos lays the tackle, and the ball will go out of bounds. Boundary throw in, about 25 around from Collingwood's goal. 3 points their lead, 19 minutes third term. Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade has the backs of tradies more than ever. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Boundary throw in. Collingwood kicking to the scoring end, as it has been all night. Elliott over the head handball, found Schultz. Schultz fumble was beset by Lions defenders. Starcevic kept his nude nut over it. Ball in dispute now. Shoveling handball. Elliott to Schultz again. Schultz around the body to the goal line.
Yep.
Over the line. No.
Oh.
Now, let me guess.
Well, Brody Myercheck's taken a mark. The question is, did he complete it before it crossed the line? Guess what we're having?
Well, Daisy demanded a review.
And if he seems pretty honest here, Brody Myercheck. He's thrown the ball on the ground and set up in the zone.
I don't know what they're going to see from the angle they're showing us at the moment on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. We need a side-on shot. We're getting a front-on shot.
Oh, hang on a minute.
I think there might be a juggle over the line.
It looks pretty clean.
Ooh.
Or does he drop it after that?
What are you going with, Daisy Thomas?
I'm going to go with point.
Daisy Thomas is going with point.
Lucky.
Simon's going to strategically wait for them to say the answer before he gives his prediction.
You can't do that.
He paid the mark. Does he not drop it after the...
He has paid the
He's
mark.
paid the mark.
Yes, true.
It's exactly what Blackie was going to say.
That's exactly what Simon Black was going to say.
He's done the Adam Gilchrist. He's walked and he should have come back.
He did.
There's no ball.
That's right.
So Dane Zorko stands the mark on the goal line between the point and the goalpost. Brody Myercheck will have to kick this at 90-degree angle to make them pay. Finally, the Pies get one. Brody's got 2. And the Pies lead is back out to 9 points on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. We've got 7 minutes left to play in the third term.
I'd like to see this again. Well, I thought the mark, yes, it was started in the field of play, but I think the issue was where it was completed or off. It looked like he hit the ground and the ball spilled. The Arcs done their work, and that's a nice finish. So the Lipinski miss, the Bobby Hill miss, all forgiven now. A nice clutch, another nice snap from Brody Myercheck, who is becoming pretty prolific in this forward 50 of the Pies. It hasn't been as quite as intense as it had been in that first quarter.
Triple M Reds and Lending stats, boys. Reds and Lending loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com. What are some of the big numbers so far, Blackie, here tonight?
For the Magpies, Johnny Noble's been superb, leading the way with 22 touches. Nick Dacos, 17. His brother Josh, 16. For the Lions, Dane Zorko, 26. Lockie Neal, 24. And Hugh McCluggage, 18.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. The big man Cox got a slap down to ground level. Mitchell Good. He punched back the hand pass to Cox. And the big fella goes long inside forward 50, dropping back with the flight of the footy. Leicester marks for Brisbane. Bob Jane T-Marts, BT. You there, Brett? Bob Jane T-Marts?
Lockie Neal back out on the ground, so it just looks like he had the right ankle re-strapped.
Okay, there's a free kick being paid to the Lions. Answorth is asking why it isn't downfield. The umpire has said, because I'd prefer you take it back here. So Answorth has the footy right half back. Collingwood set up defensively. They lead the game by 9 points. Corridor kick, Wilmot. Harris Andrews drifts near side, has some space, has Archie on in the corridor, goes to him. McInnes couldn't close it down. Cal Archie hands off to Andrews, who continued his run. He has Starcevic wide, opts for the nude nut, finds him. Game 100 for the Lions defender. Crabbing it forward now, Brisbane. Goes short, wants Danaher in the pocket. Big lead. Did Frampton get into his back? Umpire said no. We'll have a boundary throw-in inside the Lions forward 50, left forward pocket.
Choice Hotels around the grounds. Don't forget tomorrow, the double header, Good Friday. North Melbourne and the Bulldogs, then Freo and Adelaide. And the standalone rub before that, of course. JB, Bill Byrne and Damien Barrett will all be there. Boundary throw-in, 45 metres Around from the goal mouth that is Brisbane's. Collingwood by 9 points. Latter stages third term. Terrific game now. Game on. Hand pass from Archie back towards Rayner. Went to ground. Ball punched out the Quainer. Bounces a kick to the wing. Harris Andrews good. Solid hands. Hand pass McInerney. By hand over the top to Payne. Payne on the wing back to Andrews. Andrews to Starcevic. Got to get around Dacos and won't. Josh Dacos wrapped him up. Took him out of bounds with a footy. And there'll be a boundary throw in just forward of the wing broadcast side for Brisbane.
That pressure from the Pies, the come forward in your face pressure, absolutely outstanding there. Well done, the Magpies. Brilliant.
It's dialing up a notch at the Gabba on a Thursday night. The grand final replay. Both these teams winless. Dunkley is hit in the tackle by Chris, the sub into the game, showing his physicality, but Rayner intercepts the kick from Josh Dacos. Inside forward 50 go the Lions. Big contest. Maynard was huge. Stood up, spoiled it down, then got it in the direction of Nick Dacos. The kick's a brave one, but Payne shut it down in the corridor. Lions defending resolutely as Pendlebury releases to the outer side. It's McCreary v Leicester. Leicester got him. Leicester stuck that tackle. A huge moment for the Lions defenders because McCreary was out. Ball up.
Had to get it done, otherwise McCreary was off, having a shot from 35. Just never gave up on it. Help arrive. Brilliant individual effort.
8-5-53 Collingwood, 6-8-44 the Lions. And we're 25 minutes into the third term. Ball to be thrown in there. The umpire just holding on to it, telling the midfielders to get out of the way of the ruckman. Oh, Cox down to McCreary, tried to barge through 2 tackles and got caught high. He's going to get a free kick against Wilmot, and he's only going to be about 45 out when he drops it onto his boot.
Jack Crisp has left the ground with the blood rule.
Oh, it is there. That's high. Great effort before. Just at pace too. What a great hit out from Mason Cox. A little bit of a set play. Had a channel to run through to McCreary. And just scrambling to cover it. Got the one around the neck.
So McCreary's kicked 1 goal this term. He's on a better than 45-degree angle. And before the kick, Collingwood lead by 9 points. Still 4.5 minutes left to play in this third term. He starts to walk in. He'll drop this onto his boot, 48 out. Gives it everything he's got, the drop punt. 3-quarter post high, and it is home. 15 points up the Magpies. 9-5-59 play, 6-8-44. 26.5 third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
And this is what they haven't done over the past 3 games of Magpies. It was all started with a Nick Dacos kick off halfback.
Yeah,
they would have looked at the corridor and gone, oh, is it on, is it not? It probably wasn't on, to be completely honest. There was numbers there, but he was brave enough and bold enough to take it on. Drop a ball, they got him out the back. It wasn't the first time from McCreary, it was the second. But that's what you've got to do. If you're going to split open a good defence, you've got to be bold and take a risk.
McCreary at that stoppage days, just the pace he hit that contest out was just brilliant, wasn't it? It got the Lions players reaching for him, and then when they're reaching, you're a chance of getting one over the shoulder, which he got. And luckily for Pies fans, he went back and nailed a really important goal.
15 points to lead for Collingwood. Ball back in the middle, and Macca's surprise fries is on now. Peel your fries, win a prize, but hurry, the Magic ends April 9th. The Magic continues here at the Gabba. Dacos with the clearance. Big fly came from Wilmot. Went to ground. Now there's the outnumber as DeGoey was superb. Handball forward to Mitchell. Got it across to Elliott. Shot at goal coming for Billy the Boy. Billy the Boy. What about that from Jamie Elliott? He's got 2, and in the blink of an eye, the Pies are in front by 21 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, brilliant for the Magpies. Again, a centre bounce clearance, centre bounce goal, and just the way that they were able to orchestrate that through hands. The Magpies handballing tonight to get out of congestion has been first class at times, and in that instance there, Jamie Elliott was the beneficiary on the end of it after about 3 or 4 beautiful bits of handballing together as a side. They just dominated out of the centre bounce there. We see on the Harvey Norman replay, just the class again. Who kicked it out was Nick Dacos. A little bit of space, and they just linked up beautifully.
That's 3 goals zip this quarter from stoppage for the Magpies. So they need to rectify that from that second term and have so far.
Triple M Super special comments. Stacey Thomas, Simon Black, 2 superstars in 1 box. From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. From the bounce, the midfielders wrap each other up, so the umpire will ball it up again. They flood off the square. McInerney nearly grabbed it out of midair. The big man Cox, his opposing ruckman, trying to work it out. Ball still in dispute. Punched out to Big Joe Danaher. Bounces a kick to half forward. Hipwood fell over. And I tell you who didn't, and that was Jeremy Howe. Punched down a hand pass to Pendlebury. Another one off to DeGoey. His defensive side of the wing out of side. Pies continue to search. They're up by 21 points. Punch back to Pendlebury. Still on the wing out of side of the ground. Bailey did well for Brisbane. Little hand pass to Berry. Kick inside forward 50. Pack drops back. Darcy Moore brilliant. Got a fist on it. Punch through for a rush point to Brisbane. They trail by 20 points. 29 third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So much still to play in this game with 3 minutes left in the third term. We've had 16 goals tonight. Only 2 have come to the left-hand side. And that's the way Collingwood will be kicking in the final term. It has been nothing but goals down the right-hand side. Magpies 10-5-65. The Lions 6-9-45. A 20-point lead to the visitors. Boundary throw-in, out of side of the Gabba. Collingwood's tackle pressure has been as good as anybody this season. 2:47 left to play. Ball up. Oscar McInerney took it out of the ruck. Umpire said there's a free kick. Down in back play is Lockie Neal, and Scott Pendlebury might be the offender. He's standing around.
He's holding his stomach.
Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth.
I don't think he has butter often, Scott.
No,
just
body's a temple.
Yes, just from living with him.
Harvey Norman.
Get a look here on the Harvey Norman. Oh, it's an open hand, forehand winner down the line.
Well, Lockie has taken the free kick inside forward 50. Joe rose up. Waiting down was McCluggage. He wants to give the footy to someone. He gave it to Charlie. He loves this situation, does see Cameron. And he's just caught it the wrong side of the goalpost. Minor score, margin back to 19 points. 65 plays 46. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So the Pies hang on to a 19-point lead.
Lucky, a couple of minutes to go in the third quarter. You're the coach. Who are you subbing off and subbing in?
Well, we've got Kyle Loman on the bench, who's small forward. I'd probably sub out Darcy Ford. I don't think Darcy is obviously a backup ruckman of the big Oscar, but he hasn't had much impact tonight. Hasn't had much forward, hasn't had much impact around the ground. So
a bit more speed.
A bit more speed in there and a bit, yep.
Kick to the wing, free kick to McInnes before the ball fell. It was in mid-air, he went to ground. The umpire said free Collingwood. Goes short to DeGoey, just a 15-metre pass. He stands forward to the wing, out of sight of the ground. 31 and a half minutes now into the third quarter. Kick to the forward pocket, punched away from Myercheck. Ball will head to the boundary line, doesn't go over. Punch back to the big man Cox. Hand pass McCreary from the boundary line, 35 out. It's just across the face and through for a point. Collingwood by 20 points, 10-6-66. The line 6-10-46, 32 third term.
Footy in the hands of Wilmot for the Lions to bring it back in. It's going to go to the outer side, right in front of the interchange gates. Cox caught in a wrestle, free kick going to Hipwood, who Triple M reads their lending stats. No, it's going against Hipwood. It's going to Billy Frampton. I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Eric Hipwood tonight.
Just 3 touches, 1 kick, 2 handballs, and no goals.
Frampton inside forward 50, deep kick, big tall timber there for the Lions. They fisted over the line. We are inside the final 60 seconds of this third term, and the Pies lead it by 20 points.
Have to defend for their life here, the Lions. 53 seconds on the clock. Can't concede another one going into the three-quarter time break.
Critical time here. The Magpies would love one. The ruckman wrestled themselves off the footy. That was Cox and McInerney. And now the midfielders attack it at ground level. The Lions have pushed it outside defensive 50. Bailey tried to run away. McCreary laid the tackle, pushed him and the footy out of bounds. Still 65 around from Collingwood's goal. 33 minutes now into the third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
10-6-66 the Pies, 6-10-46 the Lions. A grand final replay. We know how it played out last year. Will we see the same result tonight? The Pies desperately searching for a win. The ball's in dispute on the deck here. The clock is ticking. The Lions desperately trying not to concede another one. The Pies would love the lead to grow even bigger. De Goey, Noble off the deck. It cannons into Dunkley and we'll have a boundary throw in. Left half forward for Collingwood with 16 seconds left on the clock.
So it'll have to be a quick break from here. Collingwood have worked back into the game. It was the Lions by 5 points at half time. As we approach three-quarter time, Collingwood by 20. Boundary throw in. They're kicking to the scoring end in this third term. Most goals kicked to this end of the ground. Players from both sides fight at ground level. De Goey punched up a hand pass to Nick Dacos, slapped out of his hands. Ball heads to the boundary line. Crisp kept it in. Hand pass Nick Dacos. Three-quarter time at the Gabba. And it's still in the balance. Will it be Collingwood with the 4 points? Will it be the Brisbane Lions? Simon Black, Dale Thomas, and Liam Flanagan. Brett Thomas on the boundary line and Baz. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, for the Magpies up by 20 points. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade has the backs of tradies now more than ever. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Macca's Surprise Fries is on now. Peel your fries, win a prize. But hurry, the magic ends April 9. We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello.
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
Easter Bunny's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
We're high above the freeway and it's bumper to bumper. Some big delays are expected. So no one likes to be slowed down, especially in business. At OnDeck, we make it easy to get the funds your business needs. OnDeck Group has helped over 100,000 small businesses get ahead and lent over $13 billion to businesses globally. Approval in as quickly as 2 hours and the funds in your account as fast as the same business day. Speed up your business with OnDeck, the small business loan specialist. Visit ondeck.com.au. All loans are subject to lender approval.
Have you renewed our business insurance?
Actually,
Of course he hasn't. He hates paperwork.
And you are?
The Grim Renewer, putting the U into renewing insurance. Complicated quotes, jargon, time to...
Yeah, no, I've done it.
Wait, what?
I went online to bizcover.com.au, compared multiple policies, and got my business insurance back in minutes.
No dramas?
Not with BizCover.
Sorry about your wall.
All good, we're insured.
The new gen Mitsubishi Triton has landed. Hear the ferocious growl of 150 kilowatts of power and 470 newton meters of torque from its 2.4 litre bi-turbo diesel. See its 3.5 tonnes of brute force towing power and feel its sure-footedness as it masters any terrain with an active limited slip differential. The powerful new gen Mitsubishi Triton is out there. Visit your local Mitsubishi Motors dealership to book a test drive today. Nothing can contain, tame or frighten a Mitsubishi Triton.
Sure, chocolate might taste good, but if it's feel-goods you're after these Easter holidays, then see Sexyland for 20% off Rabbit Vibes. There's more sexy savings across Australia's largest range of adult fun, including lingerie and couples toys. Sexyland, 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
You don't get rewarded for taking care of yourself.
Yes, you do. Grab your daily dose of Synovus from Chemist Warehouse for a chance to win $30,000 in cash. Try Synovus Sugarless C 500mg 300 chewable tablets. It supports healthy immune system function to help fight illness all year round. Synovus Sugarless C 500mg 300s, just $18.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Why pick one city, one beach, one restaurant, or one view? With Celebrity Cruises, you can have it all. Explore the best of Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and Asia on ships that are destinations themselves. And now get 75% off your second guest, plus bonus savings on select dates. See celebrity.com.au, call 1800 003 002, or contact your travel advisor.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M Rocks Footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Wow, Collingwood with a 5-goal third quarter. They lead by 20 points at three-quarter time. 10-6-66 they are. And Brisbane 6 goals, 10-46. Simon Black, Daisy Thomas in the house with Liam Flanagan. Let's go downstairs. Bob Jane T-Marts, Brett Thomas. Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free. Deals plus instant cash back. Call or shop online today. T's and C's apply. Brett.
Baz, I don't reckon Scott Pendlebury's ever heard himself booed before in his long career, but it happened in the third quarter when the replay came up on the big screen of his open-handed shove into the solar plexus of Lachie Neale. Got him right in the right spot. Lachie Neale went down. He also rolled his ankle in that third term. Lachie Neale came off into the rooms, got that re-strap, but he is okay. He's walking out to the middle right now. The Pies activating their sub early in that third term. Finn McRae coming off, Jack Crisp coming on. Kai Lohman is still the sub for the Lions, keeping that up their sleeve, but I don't reckon they can do that for much longer because it's all the work for them to do at the Gabba here tonight to get back into this contest.
Well, the Reds tell us in that quarter it was just efficiency from the Pies, 13 inside 50s to 10, but they kicked the 5 goals 3 to 1 goal 2. Yes. So they were very, very good in that area. Tackle pressure all night, plus 29, Blackie. That's what's caught your eye.
Yeah, it has in that quarter, plus 12 to the Magpies. So they really lifted that. Like the first quarter, dominated the tackle count, dominated the pressure factor in this game. And that third quarter, they were enormous.
It has been a seesawing affair at the Gabba on this Easter Thursday. Collingwood owned the first term, 5 goals to 1. Brisbane responded in the second term, 4 goals to zip. And then it was Collingwood in the third term. Once again, another 5 goal to 1 quarter. Will the seesawing continue? Will we see the Lions go to work and reduce this margin? 66 plays 46 to get us underway.
The scoreboard, is going to force the Lions to take the ball through the corridor a bit more and go at that Pies defence with speed. And over the first 3 weeks, we've seen when that happens, they can be susceptible to giving up scores and giving them up very quickly.
Predictions, Simon Black, can the Lions win it?
I think the Pies from here.
Daisy?
Falling in other Pies.
Ready to get this final term underway for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. All starts in the middle. Cameron and McInerney. Pendlebury, of course, he's there. Rayner stormed through the pack, ball in hand. Looks inside forward 50. Hipwood, haven't seen much of him. Darcy Moore has blanketed him tonight, and we're going to have a boundary thrown inside forward 50 for the Lions.
Will it be the reigning Premier Collingwood to register their first win? Or will it be the Lions on their home ground, the Gabba? They're already inside forward 50. Ball spins in. McInerney slaps down. Nick Dacos gets in the way. Grabs the footy, wrapped up in a tackle. The umpire will ball it up. Still 40 out from the Lions' goal. Who's going to bob up? There'll be special moments in this last term. Thrown in the air. Cameron slaps it down. Goes at his own footy. Bottom of the pack. Lachie Neale claims it. Hand pass McCluggage. Hand pass Berry got caught high as he got a kick away. There's an advantage paid. Fletcher wants to run into an open goal here. The umpire's going to bring it back. So it's a free kick to Brisbane. And it will be Berry who got the possession. And he's going to trot back to the boundary line about 70 out. Settles with the footy. Drops it onto the head of the forwards about 15 out. Danaher tries to back into the pack. Creates a path at ground level. Bailey tries to barge through. Quainer got in the way. Hand pass to Schultz, a bit hot for him. Runs into Wilmot. Punts it out to Crisp at halfback. Hand pass Lipinski, and he's got space for the Pies.
Lead up comes from McInnes. Went straight through his hands though. Andrews there for the Lions. Lofty handball. Dunkley has to wait for it. Hands was superb. Fletcher inside forward 50. Hipwood out the back. Rises high. Can't bring it down. Oscar McInerney. Ruckman aren't meant to be able to do that.
Wow.
It was an over-the-shoulder flick handball straight into the lap of Zach Bailey, and the Lions hit back and cut the margin to 14 points on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
What about the swagger for big Oscar McInerney right now? bit of Diesel Williams in that one, Daisy.
Oh, piss off, Oscar. You're 6'10". Don't go reaching into the small man's trick bag and carry on with that rubbish. It was brilliant. Oh, my goodness. What a passage of play, though. Turned it over. How good was Dunkley here right in front of us? He got the loopy handball. He knew he had to be hard. He had to be clean. And he got the handball over the top. But that is first rate from Oscar. My goodness.
Oh, the look away.
Left hand too, over the right shoulder.
Zach Bailey was laughing as he ran into the open goal. It was brilliant. Have a look at this.
It's outstanding.
Harvey Norman replay. Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale on now. Shop massive Easter savings store-wide until Monday only. In-store and online. Harvey Norman Super Easter Sale. Don't miss it. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Bounces good. Lions quick kick the half forward. Nick Dacos gets in the way at half back. Hand pass Mitchell for the Pies. Back to Dacos. The old 1-2. Goes short. Finds his target in the Rolls-Royce Pendlebury. In the centre of the ground. Hand pass back to Nick Dacos. The dangerous Dacos. Kicks inside to Myercheck. Schultz got caught high. He's going to get a free. Went to barge through. Got smashed around the neck. And 45 metres out from goal, slide angle, he'll go back and have a shot.
Oh, you've got to take care as the tackle when you approach the contest. And in that instance there, Jack Payne just didn't shorten his feet in the approach and just got him high.
How was that from Nick Dacos off halfback? 3 possessions in the chain.
Oh, brilliant.
Continue to link up. And even the last kick slightly inside out on a night where it's been slippery ball. He's class.
Lachie Schultz, this is what he's here for. Starts to wander in. Collingwood by 14 points before the kick. They're back out to a 20-point lead, I reckon. He's got this. No, he hasn't. Hit the post. It hit the post. It's through for a point. 15 points up the Pies. And we are 4 minutes into the final term on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Haven't kicked a goal to that end of the field all night, Collingwood. As Wilmot brings it in, goes long to the outer side. Frampton collects the pack on his way through. McCreery sees it over the boundary line.
That's actually their first score at that end of the ground, Collingwood.
And they lead it by 15 points, and you'd reckon they'd have to find a score to that end at some stage in this final term if they're going to hold on for their first win. Boundary throw in. McInerney and Cameron wrap arms. Little dance. Berry can't release the football. Umpire says we'll throw it up.
6v6 all across the ground. Pies were trying to manufacture a +1 throughout the night. Not anymore. Going back to the old school.
It's going to be on. The Lions will come real hard here in this final term. And here they go. Zach Bailey spun out of trouble. Barrels the ball to half forward. No one home. Jeremy Howe, true centre half back, takes the mark. Hand pass off to the running Crisp. Nice delivery here to the wing to Lipinski. Picks it up on the bounce. Crisp keeps running. He's hot though, so he goes back inboard. Lipinski good. Hung onto the footy till he found a target. That was Maynard. Maynard drop punt inside. McInnes caught behind. The young man spoiled by Andrews. Chopping the arm, said the umpire.
Yeah, Harvey Norman replay will tell the story. Front on contact or chop the arms. Just got caught slightly out of position, did Harris Andrews. We know how proactive he can get. He was in decent enough position to start off with, but just the little roll there from Maynard allowed that ball to be penetrated slightly over his hands and scrambled to get back. Clear free kick.
He'll kick it from about 43. He's only about 8 metres inside the boundary broadcast side. The Pies to the left of our broadcast position in this final term. He kicked 1 in the first term. They lead by 15. Oh, he shanked it. He's missed everything out on the full. No change to the score. 7-10-52 the Lions, 10-7-67 the Magpies. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Zorko brought it in as quick as he could because the ball was loose. Rayner inboard. Beautiful kick finds Answorth. The Lions are running. The left-hand side of your radio dial has been allergic to goals tonight. The kick from Answorth was superb. Found McCarthy. Now there's space inside forward 50. That's what Charlie likes to operate in. Hoskin Elliott got back with a beautiful spoil. McCluggage gave it to McCarthy. Oh, what about the handball from Charlie Cameron?
Wow.
He saw what Oscar did and he said, I'll go one better. He fed McCluggage. Easy goal, Lions.
He split about 5 pies there. Did Charlie Cameron with his handball. on the flyby through with Hugh McCluggage. That was as good a passage of play as you're going to see. Talk about a bit of class. Lions are up and about here, Days.
Hanging in the loop. That was unbelievable. I want to see this. The first initial attempt to get down and slide on one knee, then sprung to his feet. And just a handball. I'm not sure where it came from or how it got through. That was incredible.
Amazing. Bob Jane T-Marts, BT.
Baz, it's Kai Lohman coming on there, finally activated their sub, and Dev Robinson will sit at the back of the bench.
Wow, that was just... We have seen a couple of very slick passages of play from Brisbane in this final term. Some brilliance, and they're back to within 9 points of Collingwood. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy, built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a room. Bounce is good. McInerney got hands on it down the ground level, but DeGoey sharks it. Grabs it for the Pies, runs around the back of the pack, bouncing ball out wide to half forward to McInnes, won't get there and it rolls out of bounds, about 50 away from Collingwood's goal.
15 and a half minutes to play. It's going to feel like an eternity. These two teams are putting on one hell of a show as Schultz just handballed it forward, trying to gain some territory. We're inside Collingwood's forward 50. Berry threw it. Umpire didn't see it. Quick kick came out of the pack from Crisp. Jack Crisp! Finally, the Collingwood Magpies have kicked a goal to the left-hand side. It's taken until the 15-minute mark of the final term, but finally they register a score to the left-hand side, and it couldn't have come at a better time. 15 points now, the Magpies lead. 11-7-73 over the Lions. 8-10-58. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan.
Something from nothing there for the Pies. Just scrapped. Just in and around that half-forward area. The ball bobbling around, and Crisp haphazardly threw it on the boot. Good enough to get it to go through. These little moments start to add up late in games. Centre clearances becoming pivotal in this one. That was a Jordan DeGoey win, I should say, that got it out to the wing, and then from there...
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. Bailey tries to work it out of the centre for Brisbane. Lohman comes off half forward. Hipwood's got a possession. Hand pass back to Bailey. Short kick inside is good. And the mark's taken 48 metres out by McCarthy.
Won't be an issue for distance, Baz. He's got a great leg on him.
Slide angle, nothing really to speak of, so plenty of space between the big sticks. What's Lincoln's numbers tonight, Dace?
That's a good question, Baz.
Great question.
Had 13 disposals he's had, as I just tried to find him there. I went far too up the page and then far too back down it.
Starts to wander in. 15 points up, Collingwood. Over the 50-metre line. Drop punt looks all right. It's home. The Lions bite back very quickly. Two powerhouses going head-to-head now. 11-7-73 Collingwood. 9-10-64 Brisbane. 10.5 final term. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Oh, another centre-bounce clearance. Days, Lions in that instance there just got it forward. Got a good ball use too, just with their hands to get out of that congested area of the centre circle, and just really good composure. We'll see here on the Harbour Norm replay to be able to just not blaze away. Just saw Lincoln McCarthy out the corner of his eye, the Brisbane ball carrier at that stage. We'll see here in a moment. But yeah, Lincoln McCarthy hasn't had a massive impact tonight, but he's such a reliable set shot on goal. Nice pressure from Kyle Lohman on Scott Prenderbury and Zach Bailey.
He's had some moments, Zach Bailey, in this last quarter.
He has, yeah.
Simon Black, Daisy Thomas, Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off since 1984. The ball is back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy, we have got one hell of a finish on the way. 9 points the margin in favour of Collingwood. The arm wrestle continues. Clearance to Crisp. Got it to McCreary, who stormed off the line. Ball up for grabs, outer side of the Gabba. Going in hard was Dunkley, wanted it most. Ball still allowed to continue. Umpire says play on. We're going to have a ball up just outside of Collingwood's forward 50.
It's got the intensity of a final, hasn't it?
Yeah. No, it's up now, isn't it? And facing what will be and what could be for both clubs at the moment. Looking for their first win. Schultz just hand pass inside forward. 50. Zorko gone. Went to run away and got smashed in the tackle. It's going to be a free kick, Collingwood. as players extricate themselves from the bottom of the pack. Massive tackle, Blackie.
Oh, it sure was. He did a beautiful piece of play to Dane Zorko. We see on the Harvey Norman replay. Thought he had a bit of time and space, but I tell you what, Jamie Allen hit him at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Zorko did not see him coming.
That would have made the rugby league fans happy, Blackie, wouldn't it? That was full foot in the hoop, head and shoulder up and in.
Billy Elliott's kicked 2 goals tonight, going for 3. Collingwood lead by 9 points. Goal for goal so far in this final term. Elliott slide angle will kick it from 45 metres out. Steps up to the plate. Drop punt, set sail. It'll be close on the line. He's got it. Collingwood back out to a 15-point lead. Jamie Elliott's kicked 3 goals. 9-10-64 the Lions, 12-7-79 the Pies. 13 minutes final term. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
This is outrageous. This goal for goal. What a game of footy this is. The maturity of the Pies, just every time the Lions go and score, they just find a way, don't they, to just get out of the centre bounce days, just get it in there, get it in a good ball user's hands. But I mean, that incident was just a toughness of Jamie Allen just to turn up and just hunt down the opposition there in Dane Zorko. And went back and finished like he has so many times in critical moments for his team over the years.
Plus 23 now of the tackles in the Pies' favour. That's been their go-to all night. The pressure in and around the ball, but centre bounce. Pies got the first one goal, Brisbane the next goal, Pies the next goal. This one going to be important.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Dacos a clearance. Called touched off the boot. Play on. Centre half forward for the Pies. Lions need to stay in touch to Goey around the body inside forward 50. Elliott good position. Lester was superb. Floated back into the hole. Took a crucial mark in front of Jamie Elliott. And now the switch is on. He has Dunkley go short, opts for Fletcher. Jasper Fletcher just caught between decisions right now. He looks up the line. Darcy fought the long option, and that's where he goes. 1-on-1 v Darcy Moore. Heapwood floated in front. Has come up the ground to find the footy, and he releases McCluggage.
He does, Flanners, and he's got space as well. He kicks inside forward 50 to a 2-on-2. Spalled the ground, a Loman brilliant. Tapped at the Rayner, got tackled. Hand pass to McCarthy. Little snap from 30. It's just gone to the left and through for a point. 9-11-65. Plays 12-7-79. 14 and a half final term. Pies lead. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Chris Fagan swallowed his chewy. Pies to bring it back in. Both coaches at ground level. Dacos wide. Harris Andrews got to the front, let it get past him. Wilmot dropped the footy. McCreary was all over him.
Tell you what, on the Harvey Normans tonight, every time they've gone to the coaches' boxes, no joy, there's no smiles down there tonight. It is all business.
Why would you be a coach?
All business, both of them.
Ball up. McInerney and Cameron Lipinski was superb, clean, found Chris the sub into the game. Inside forward 50. Lions have numbers, but Bobby Hill is lurking, and that means danger. The quick kick out from Leicester sets it up for Hoskin Elliott. Hasn't been his best night. Kick around the body though. It might not be your night, Will, but it might be a moment. He finds the chest of Jamie Elliott, who will go back and kick at number 4 from a tight angle 30 out.
Nice opportunity to take a breath here from Jamie Elliott. He'll go back, he'll use his full 30. He's going to go around the corner, so hopefully the Lions have got a ruckman on the line. Can get these a touch skinny.
He plays on, doesn't wait the 30. Jamie Elliott. He's got 4. He looks to the crowd and says, what do you reckon? Margin back out to an even 20 points on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard with 11 minutes left to play.
Well, back-to-back goals for the Pies. It's going to be a big ask for the Lions from here, but just the class. I mean, that, as you called beautifully there, boys, Hoskin Elliott there, didn't have much time and space, just whacked it on his left foot. And great forwards, whether you're small or you're big, just read the drop zone of the ball, and great work rate by Jamie Elliott to get there. And gee whiz, no scenarios there, big moments. Over his career, how many clutch goals has that man kicked?
He's a gun, absolute gun. And I was just going to say, one of the greatest clutch goal kickers I've ever seen. He's kicked 4 straight tonight and 2 in this final term. So far critical for Collingwood. He's magnificent. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy, 20 points up, Collingwood. 17 final term. Bounces good. Zach Bailey's done some good work in the centre for Brisbane. Kicked it off the ground. Punts it out to the outer side wing. It stacks on the middle. Player at the bottom's pinged. Collingwood free. Somebody's dragged it in according to the umpire, and it was Fletcher. Nick Dacos has it. Real high ball to half forward. Player pushed forward was Andrews. Forward the ball, Lockie Neal for Brisbane. Hand pass Rayner. Got to get around Schultz, and he does. Another hand pass off towards Wilmot. Long kick to half forward. Darcy Moore stands tall at true centre half back and marks for the Pies.
The Pies skipper hoofs it to the outer side. McCreary been excellent. Held his width well tonight. Inside forward 50. He goes. Elliott will fly. He's feeling himself. Jamie can't come down with it though. Oh no, they mixed it up. Jamie's got it again. Inside forward 50. Tom Mitchell gave it to Nick Dacos. Stepped inside. Lohman to the line. Big mark. Big mark. Big moment. Brody Myercheck. He'll be forced back on a tight angle. But Brody Myercheck, a chance to kick his third and maybe put this one beyond the lines.
This is a massive kick.
Yeah.
Not far out. He snapped it well all night. You can see how much it means. He's taking a moment, making sure of it.
He'll run around on the right foot. Plays on. It's been touched. It's been touched by the man on the mark, and it's the shortest bloke out there, Dane Zorko. The Lions are still alive as Rayner's caught with the football, holding the ball again.
Quayner's got it, goes short in board to DeGoey, but it's going to come back to Quayner. No, he's got to give it off to Mitchell. That's why the umpire brought it back. Mitchell goes short to Nick Dacos. Packed house here at the Gabba. And some restless supporters. The tension mounting. Oh, Nick Dacos kicks it sort of off the instep towards the boundary line. A juggling attempt from Myercheck has been paid. On the boundary, 25 out. He's been paid the mark.
Does he have the mental strength, intestinal fortitude to go back and kick it across the body after he just launched one into the face of Zorko? Second opportunity rare in this game. Here's your moment.
His backside's on the fence. He runs around, bends it back. Oh, Brody! Have a bloody look at that. Collingwood 14-7-91. The Lions 9-11-65. 20 final term. Titanium Caravan scoreboard. And the reigning premier don't look done yet.
They sure don't, Baz. That is just class. That was a piece of art, that kick from Brody Myercheck from the pocket. And I tell you what they've done. They've flexed their muscles the last 10 minutes. They've just said, right, we're going to go to another level. You're going to come with us. And they've found Brisbane's defence out. Brisbane's core defenders there just nowhere to be seen. The last couple of forays forward, they've just had marks that have just been under no pressure. So they've really elevated their game, Collingwood, and they've really flexed their muscles.
Craig McRae refusing to show his teeth.
No, will not smile.
No emotion at ground level, and there was 34,022 people here tonight, and the Lions fans are headed for the doors. We've still got 8.5 to play, but the Lions fans think that a 26-point margin is a bridge too far for their boys. Ball back in the middle for McDonald's and Reem Otwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Lockie Neal, he's not going to give up on it just yet. Clearance from Darcy Wilmot. Was he taken without it? No, said the umpire. Chris inside forward 50 again. Good contest. Brought it forward. McInnes and Andrews. We're going to have a ball up. We're inside Collingwood's forward 50. They haven't managed a goal down this end of the field all night, and they've delivered 4.
Myercheck with 3. Ball thrown in the air. 45 from Collingwood's goal. They've been brilliant so far in this last quarter. Cox worked off it. Lions still working hard. Lockie Neal. Little hand pass off Berry. Gives it over towards Archie. Kicks to Danaher forward of the wing. In front was Frampton. A terrific one-on-one. He tried to body him under the footy to Big Joe, but Frampton held his ground.
Been superb tonight, hasn't he? Him and his mate Darcy Moore.
Frampton down the line. Mason Cox direction. McInerney fist down. Good hands from Rayner. Wanted Dunkley. Got it in the general direction. The pressure from Myercheck was there. Coming through Chris, the super sub into the game. Hands it off to Schultz. Hasn't been his 19. Oh, would you believe it? It was headed through the goals.
Getting in the way was Hoskin Elliott. Goes backwards. Finds Myercheck. Will Hoskin Elliott will not want to look at the taper tonight.
He's had some moments. That one would have probably sealed it.
It was going... Lockie Schultz's snap was going straight through the middle, and Will jumped in front of it and made a save, Mark Schultz style.
Dropped a put, he did. But again, Brody Myercheck, the regulation drop punt coming up.
He's on a tight angle. About 5 metres in from the boundary line. He'll kick from 35 metres. No, around the body. He goes the drop punt, and he's missed it to the skinny side. Minus score. Margin now 27 points. 92 plays 65 in favour of Collingwood. Triple M Titanium Caravan Scoreboard.
So the game clock important now. 6 minutes 40 seconds left of game time. And Collingwood have a pretty good lead. 14-8-92. Brisbane 9-11-65. And the Pies with their tails up. Can the Lions find something? Running off half-back after marking was Lockie Neal. Kick to the wing to Hipwood. Frampton Breen again. Brought it to ground. A loose footy picked up by Rayner. Hand pass back to McCluggage. McCluggage breaks the tackle of DeGoey. He's on the wing. Low drop punt to half forward. Fort stands alone, 55 out. He's got Lohman inside. Lohman juggles. He's going to be paid the free or the mark, one or the other, but he's got it in the right forward pocket.
Good transference of play by the Lions. It was a bold kick going inboard from Lockie Neal. That's what started it. The Pies defence trying to scramble. Clear free kick. Johnny Noble, he's tried his backside off all night. He's been unbelievable. 24 on the Red Z.
27 points, Collingwood's lead. Lohman to bring it back to 21. Still 6 minutes left on the clock of game time. Lohman, I tell you what, this is not bad. I reckon he's got it. He has. Lions not quite done yet. 21 points, Collingwood's lead at 14-8-92. Brisbane 10-11-71. Triple M Titanium Caravan Scoreboard.
Well, 5:45 on the clock, guys. Four goals they need. It's doable, but only if they're good enough. They're going to have to bold up, the Lions. They're going to have to take the game on, play on, get that overlap handball, take the risk, speed on the ball, just take it on and see how they go.
And that wasn't perfect by any stretch, but the kick inboard at least made some of the Collingwood defenders make the decision. Do I come forward? Do I fold back? They went to the ball, which allowed the overlap runners to be on the outside for the Lions. There you go. One touch of the prune, one goal. Big time for the kid.
34,000 was the crowd figure. 3,000 Lions supporters have headed for the door. They might want to turn around if Brisbane can get the next one. Ball back in the middle. 92 plays 71 with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Good bounce. Lions need the clearance. Neal ran past the footy. Mitchell just shoveled it forward in the Dacos direction. Schultz inside forward 50 from Lockie Schultz. McInnes out the back on Harris Andrews. Over the line, boundary throw next to the right-hand point post for the Pies.
Much better result for the Pies than a point. Would have given the ball back to the Lions. This is where the Pies were so good last year at closing these games out. Repeat stoppages, take a mark, run some time off the clock, keep the ball in tight.
Cox and McInerney. Cox got the tap and went at his own footy, pushed off it. An opportunity to a quick hack kick out of the pack Archie. Now it bounces here to a vacant broadcast wing. So they sprint towards it. Bobby Hill got there first. And well done, Wilmot was right with him. Shoved him out of bounds with a footy. So a boundary throw in about 70 around from Collingwood's goal. They lead it by 21 points.
Clock continues to tick. 5:15 left. Magpies 0-3. The Lions 0-2. Someone's walking away with a win. McCluggage walks away with the football. Gave it to Dunkley. Superb hands. Zorko goes short. He went too short. He put it into the lap of Nick Dacos. Uncharacteristic fumble. Lohman is dumped.
Yep.
Whatever tackle drills Collingwood have done during the week, they need to do more of them. Their tackling has been elite.
Maynard moored him onto the cricket pitch.
Exactly 5 minutes of game time left. Pies by 21. The ball's virtually in the centre of the ground. Pushed towards the wing broadcast side. And we've got 8, 10, 12 players. Lipinski punts it up to Bobby Hill. The umpire will ball it up again. Spreads them out. Throws it in the air. Not mucking about. McInerney slaps it sideways beautifully to McCluggage. Now they've got space. Hand pass to Hipwood. A sort of a sideways ball to Danaher. Good spoil for Hampton. Oh, Danaher got to the boundary line. Smashed it back into play. Heavy tackle laid by McCarthy. And a push in the back paid by the umpire. Free Collingwood. Josh Dacos gets up with a footy in the back pocket.
Lions fans might riot here.
Yeah. They may. They've been on the wrong end of the free kick count all night.
They've seen a lot of holding the balls go against them. They thought they had one there finally, and it was in the back. As Harris Andrews walks this one over the line, boundary throw in. 4:12 left on the clock. 92 Collingwood, 71 Brisbane.
Still time.
Doing all the right things, the Lions. They're keeping the ball live. They're getting it outside the bubble.
Just got to get movement through these stoppages. They just got to get speed on the ball. They can't be flat-footed. They got to get on the outside here, Brisbane.
McInerney takes front spot v Cox. The tap goes backwards. McCluggage was clean. He stepped inside the Mitchell tackle. Then he gave it to Dunkley. Dunkley gave it back in the Archie direction. Archie needs to get boot to ball inside forward 50. Good fly. McCarthy rose up on the hip of Darcy Moore and took a really good mark, and will go back 35 out, tightish angle to kick at his second.
Lucky. Your domain. Does he kick it?
He's a beautiful set shot for goal. Here's Link McCarthy days. We see on the Harvey Norman replay just a nice movement through the stoppage. Hugh McCluggage extricated that beautifully.
This to bring it back to 15 points. Link McCarthy just leant back on it ever so slightly, missed to the right-hand side. Margin is 20 points with 3 minutes and 15 left to play.
Have to come forward here, the Lions. Can't allow any short kicks. They have to force the Pies to go long to a contest, try and win it back from there.
Big first quarter for Collingwood. They led by 24 points at quarter time. Lions won the second easily to lead by 5 points at half. But a big third quarter for the Pies as well. The lead by 23 points. At the moment, a 20-point lead for Collingwood. 3 minutes exactly left of game time. Long kick to the outer side wing for the Pies is punched out of bounds. In fact, it's a free kick to McInerney. So Oscar can send Brisbane back inside forward 50. Hipwood's got a few to beat Danaher. A big leap. Didn't claim the mark. Ball's on the ground in front of the big fellas. And the midfielders piling on top. The umpire to ball it up. 48 out from the Lions goal.
2:45 left to play. Lions need to score and score quickly. They're in the right zone. Around the body goes McCarthy towards the goal line. Quainer straight lined it, kept it in front of him. Then thumps the footy out of defensive 50 for his team. Ball on the deck. Mychek was great. DeGoey was strong. Chris, the run continued. Mitchell moved it forward, and he's going to get a free kick. Tom Mitchell over the shoulder tackle from Jared Berry. And you'd reckon the Pies can run the clock from here.
He's been enormous, Mitchell. Not his biggest game by stats. 24 disposals he'll be up to now. But his effort in and around the contest, he's been first rate. He doesn't fumble. Tackling pressure enormous.
Dribbling Reds and lending stats. Loans for the self-employed, redzed.com. 24 for Mitchell. Long kick towards half forward. No mark taken by Andrews. Fall to the ball was Crisp, who's been good since he's come on, had an impact. The sub tonight. Mychek dives on top of the footy, and he holds it up 40 out from Collingwood's goal. Mychek with 3 goals tonight. Flanners, 1 in this final term.
Mychek with 3, Jamie Elliott with 4, Bobby Hill with 3. Bo McCreary's got 2 of his own, so their forwards have been prolific.
It's a big night for Collingwood, this is big. Many wrote them off before coming here tonight, and the reigning Premier are back, Blackie.
They are, and their defence has been the question mark, or well, the whole game has, but tonight's been the foundation. Their pressure has been superb, and that's created this result for mine.
And now the spotlight turns on to Chris Fagan and the Brisbane Lions. 0-3 to start the season as Cameron goes out of mid-air. Andrews takes the intercept mark, last line of defence. 1:25 left to play in this one. The result is in the book, 92-72 in favour of Collingwood.
Massive result for the Magpies, and as Blackie said, zipping through now for the runners-up last year, the Brisbane Lions, and 2 of those here at the Gabba, they've gone down. So Berry runs through the centre of the ground, kicks out wide to Lester. who sprints and marks on the outer side wing. They continue to run. A little ball inboard to Hipwood, who's had a quiet night, and he marks in front of De Goey. Still in the centre of the Gabba. Low drop punt out wide towards Rayner. He's met by Maynard, and the ball slapped out of his hands, and it rolls out of bounds left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Massive win for the Pies, and now they turn their attention next week to the Hawks in gather round. Then they get the mini bye, so salvaging 2 and 3 going into that. 2 wins, 3 losses will be huge. Good news for the Lions is they come up against North next week.
Boundary throw in. Quick hands from McCluggage. Tried to find McCarthy on the get through. The effort continues from the Lions inside forward 50. Froggy Lester somehow kept it alive. Dacos and Frampton just playing with the goal line. Lions don't want to allow them to rush behind. Lockie Neal drops a mark, and we'll have a boundary throw in just outside the Lions forward 50 with 25 seconds left to play. Collingwood will record their first win of the 2024 Premiership campaign. 14-8-92. They lead the Brisbane Lions 10-12-72.
Yeah, it was a tough trip to the Gabba, and the Magpies have got the job done. And their season starts with its first win as the midfielders pile on top of the footy as the clock ticks down. A huge night for the reigning Premier. 4 to Elliott, 3 to Mychek, 2 to McCreary, 3 to Bobby Hill in that first quarter. 3 to Collingwood in the scrimmage. Kick out wide to the outer side wing. Big Cameron's got it and the siren goes. And the Magpies are back in business. Their first win of the season, 14-8-92. The Lions 10-12-72.
Side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Daisy, Blackie take the floor. This is a big win for the Collingwood Football Club.
Yeah, well, it simply just had to be, Baz, if they were going to see anything from this season, and it sounds like large talk at round 3, but they had to simply come up here and find a way to get the job done, and they're the reigning champs for a reason. They've got class across the field, but the most impressive thing for me tonight was their want to rock up and bring physicality. We know they've got stars who can use the ball. We know they've got speed and class on the outside, but tonight was hard. It had an edge to it. They rolled their sleeves up. They set it up in the first quarter. To Brisbane's credit, they came back in that second term. But you just got to tip your hat to the Pies. It was backs against the wall, and they found a way.
All right, courtesy of Channel 7, let's go down to Abby Holmes with...
really proud of your boys. Yeah, it's been a really hard place for us to play up here. We haven't won, I think, since 2019 up here. So, we know it's such a tough challenge up here, and I'm really proud of the second quarter especially. Like, they were a mountain of pressure on us, and we crumbled a little bit towards the end, but to give up only 4 goals, last few weeks, that's probably 8 goals again. So we held up really well, and I thought our pressure was really back tonight. And Nick, for you personally, I don't know how you feel about it. You're excellent around the footy in the midfield, but it just seemed as though you were that missing piece here tonight. 650 metres gained, just that run and drive that you supply. Did you feel that out there tonight?
Oh, no, I thought we had a great team game. I think we came out hot. We wanted to execute on our pressure, and I think every player did that. There were so many inclusions this week, like John Noble, Finlay McRae. I thought were unbelievable, and then it was great to get the win in Tommy's 200th. On
Tommy Mitchell, 200 games here tonight. It's crazy to think he's only been around the footy club for, about 18 months. How much has he bought since crossing over from the Hawks? Yeah, he's not only, I suppose, the player that he comes across, but the amount of experience and, through the week, the processes he goes through. It's great for our young players, senior players, to see the work he does, and the amount of people that he makes better, I think, is a real testament to Mitch. It's not just about him as he's got older, the amount of guys that he's helping grow their games, it's phenomenal to watch. How impressed were you with your forward line tonight as well? Jamie Elliott, he loves these big games, doesn't he? But Bobby Hill really got you going in that first term too?
Every single one of them, and Lockie Schultz is an unsung hero too. I think the work he does for our team and our system's unbelievable, and at the moment he probably hasn't been kicking too many goals, and he's been copping it a bit for that, but no one seems to talk about his pressure and what he does for our team, so I think he's awesome.
And Pendle's a little bit of a love tap with Lockie Neal there. Do you think there's anything to worry about in that one? Yeah, well, he said he got a fine for a similar thing afterwards. After the game, I said sorry to him. I didn't mean to get him quite there, and he said he did it last year and got a fine. So what will be will be. Retaliate always gets caught. Mum told me that, and I got sucked in tonight.
Thank you, boys. Go and enjoy. Congratulations.
There we go. Scotty Pendlebury with Nick Dacos. Brody Mycheck. I was determined to get him. We'll get him in the rooms very shortly.
You ask, it happens, Baz.
Yeah, thank you. Don't forget Macca's new surprise fries. Peel any medium or large fries for a chance to find a prize. Macca's surprise fries. It's on now. Peel your fries, win a prize, but hurry. The magic ends April 9th. The Pies by 20 points. Back at the Gabba soon with Blackie and Days. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter, the Titanium Caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M Rocks Footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
We said from day one, if Triple M repeats a song, there'll be repercussions.
Tyrell?
Hello?
Tyrell, it's Marty Sheargold. Guess what?
No way,
Tyrell, you've won $50,000, mate.
Somebody's treated me well, hasn't he?
Thanks to the new gen Mitsubishi Triton.
Yes.
Of course, nothing can frighten a Triton.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Harvey Norman's Super Easter Sale on now. HP 15S Core i5 laptop. Hot deal, just $698. Get bonus Galaxy Buds FE with the awesome new Samsung Galaxy A55 5G. $699. Bosch Series 6 freestanding dishwasher with bonus $65 gift card, bonus finish pack, and bonus local delivery. $1,399. Save a massive $451 on the Dyson 360 VizNav robot vacuum. Now $1,548. Super Easter Sale at Harvey Norman now. Bonus by redemption.
Hi, I'm Edward from Hobart. In today's competitive environment, a business needs support to expand and grow, and the traditional banks are reluctant to lend. The on-deck experience for me was quick and easy.
When it's time to grow your small business, you can rely on OnDeck, the small business loan specialist. You'll know if you're approved in as quickly as 2 hours, and it's possible to get funding the same business day. Visit ondeck.com.au. All loans are subject to lender approval.
The following is a massage from Mountain Goat Brewery. Hey, shouldn't that be message? Oh, no, it's a massage, all right. Oh, Mountain Goat Brewery. You can't tame a goat. 18 plus only. Drink responsibly.
The John Deere 6 Series promises the perfect workhorse. And at Brandt, we promise no interest, full freedom until 2025 when you buy a John Deere 6 Series from us before April 30. You won't pay any interest until 2025 when you buy a John Deere 6 Series from Brandt. It's how we can help you ensure every dollar that you invest in your equipment contributes to your farm's operation. Pay no interest on John Deere 6 Series until 2025 with Brandt. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Offer ends April 30, 2024.
Tools. Sydney Tools Automotive Sale is on now. Load up your toolbox with mind-blowing savings. Daytona heavy-duty jack stands just $49. Barco 108-piece socket set only $279. Plus score a free 25-piece ratchet and socket set. Save on combo kits, power tools, hand tools, air compressors, laser levels, welders and more. DeWalt 18-volt grease gun kit just $664. Plus score a free impact wrench valued at over $300. Sydney Tools. Best prices guaranteed. sydneytools.com.au.
Share a yarn and a great bevy around the fire this Easter with Bundy's new Campfire Rum, now available at Richie's Liquor. The taste, super smooth and super mellow. Think hints of toasted caramel and vanilla mixed with Bundaberg's finest aged rum. Oh yeah. Score yourself a 700ml bottle of Bundy Campfire Rum for just $50. Prefer a tinny instead? Treat yourself to a 4-pack with cola for only $26. Richie's Liquor. Great brands, great value.
Good things come in threes. On Audi A3 and Q3 models, take advantage of 3 years, 45,000 kilometre scheduled servicing until March 31 at your preferred Audi dealer. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
It was a 20-point lead to Collingwood at three-quarter time. 4 goals each in the final term, Brisbane and Collingwood. And the Magpies ran out 20-point winners. 10-12-72 were Brisbane. 14-8-92 were Collingwood. Blackie and Daisy Thomas here with Liam Flanagan and Baz. Triple M Amy Review. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy. Clangers do happen. The Pies are just heading down to the room, so we'll hear them belt out their song very, very shortly. Impressive night for Collingwood, back on track.
It certainly was, and it was derived on the back of their pressure, as Daisy mentioned earlier, wasn't it? And all night was saying just their numbers for the tackle. Now, plus 33 in the end for the tackle numbers, and that was just the difference. I guess going forward as well, they were a little bit more efficient and more effective going forward, but just the heat that they brought throughout the night, and what I guess would please Craig McRae was it was in the balance. The Lions were back to 7 or 8 points, I think, at one stage during that last quarter, but then they just flexed their muscles and they just upped another level with their defensive element of their game, and they just bridged the score. The scoreboard opened up. So you'll be enormously pleased for Craig McRae on the back of their defensive pressure tonight.
Well, they gather around, arms around each other. Here they go. It went a bit quiet there at the start, Days. What happened there?
Well, usually it's a big whoosh and then a big hush and then Steele just lets it rip, but he wasn't there, of course. So Jeremy Howe, I think, put the hand up and said, I'll take the reins, boys.
Big night for the Pies, as we said. Blackie, some of the big numbers, please, at the end of this game tonight with Collingwood winners by 20 points.
Yeah, for the Magpies, Nick Dacos, superb, 30 touches he had. Tom Mitchell, 24. Johnny Noble, off the back line, 24 touches as well. Scotty Pendlebury, again, 21 for the Lions. Lachie Neale led the way with 35. Dane Zorko, 30. Hugh McCluggage, 29.
Well, it is the season starts to roll for the reigning Premier. There were huge questions asked right throughout the week. The pressure cooker was on. It was on for the Lions as well. But the Pies had that one extra loss, and the Lions now find themselves in that position of 0-3.
Yes, well, I'm sure, as you can imagine, Blackie, the blowtorch comes for the biggest side in the land, and that was the Magpies this week. It was from every angle, and they were good enough to win tonight. I'm assuming come the next couple of days, it's just going to be firmly up here, right on the Lions.
It is, and they get to escape it a bit, obviously up here, but they'll be coming hard now. They will. There's big expectations on Brisbane to start their season, as we know. And, tonight they were better. They were more consistent for longer, but they're still a bit, they're still not tough enough for mine. They're not tough enough. Their key forwards and Danaher and Hipwood aren't crashing the pack, bringing the ball to the ground regularly enough for mine. There's parts of their game which they don't look for mine hungry enough. I mean, to lose the tackle count by over 30 tonight shows to me that Magpies wanted it more. They wanted it up for the contest more. They're a bit more desperate to get after the opposition. And Brisbane, they've got some work to do.
The forward line, you're right, when you look at it, you think of Danaher and Hipwood. And when writing my notes for this game, I thought that was the clear area where Brisbane could break away from the Pies. Just the power, the amount of threats up there, but they just continually don't seem to fire as a group. Maybe one will kick 3, but then the others are quiet. Tonight they all seem pretty quiet down there. They don't have the ability to really impose themselves like big forwards should do and can do. Just seems that at times it isn't there.
It's right. I mean, look at Joey Danaher, and he had a good year last year, but for mine, he still, as a key forward, as a key presence, needs to, one of his goals are from lead out, pluck a mark, go back, have a set shot and kick the goal. Gets a lot of his goal from messy general play stuff, which is a positive, but as a key forward, you need one of them, because Hipwood doesn't do it a whole lot. Come out and mark the ball inside forward 50 like a traditional key forward does, and go back and kick the easier goal that you should, because it's a set shot.
All right, let's go down to the Magpies' rooms. Brody Mychek was a beauty tonight, kicked 3 goals. He's with Brett Thomas.
I think he's got him on the phone, Baz.
Hey, g'day, Brody. How are you? Baz here. Well done. Yeah. 3 snags and a fantastic win. You're on the board. Well played.
Yeah, I know. It's slow start to the season, but good to get that first win, and especially up here where we knew it was going to be a tough game.
Congratulations on the win, mate. What was it? What was it about the week that was done differently to bring out that ferocity in your approach tonight?
I think it was just getting back to basics. I think a lot of what we talked about through the week was getting back to our pressure, and when we're at our best, we're number 1 in the AFL. So everyone was tackling tonight. I even found myself wrapping a few blokes up. So, I think the pressure was on, and that creates goals for us and dirty footy, which we like. And, it just all clicked tonight.
Brody finished with 3. Could have had 4 if you hadn't kicked that one straight into Dane Zorko's head. I mean, do you look back on that one and just go through the process as to what went wrong?
Yeah. I was probably thinking it was an easy goal, and you don't normally get blokes coming off the mark that quick. But managed to get one straight after it, a bit further out, and managed to put it through. So going back on it now, it should be an easy goal. But happy with getting 3 myself.
Brady, congratulations on the win. I know flying loves a theme. Can you give us any insight? Did you have a good theme at all this week?
Theme. Just do it, really. I think the nicest slogan, just do it.
It's a rubbish question, wasn't it?
That popped up, and I think it was as simple as that. Just go out and do it and do what we do best. And hopefully that's the start of us bringing that pressure every game and really making teams fumble and hat kick to our defenders who did an awesome job tonight. And I think our best footy is when that's our one wood.
One of the boys who was super impressive back in the side, Johnny Noble, was awesome. You could see right from the outset that his intensity and ferocity was probably a level above coming into this one.
Yeah, his hunger for it was amazing. I close to Johnny, and I know how hard he takes it when he's getting emergencies and picked as the sub, and he just wants that go again. And we know how awesome he is, and it showed tonight what he can do for our team, and he's still got that hunger in him. And I couldn't be more proud of how he approached tonight and what he did.
How's the cafe going? On a side note.
It's going good. I'm going in there Easter Sunday morning from 8 to 11 to serve coffees if anyone's listening and wants me to make him a coffee Easter morning. But, all positive on the cafe front there.
Time and a half on a Sunday?
Yeah.
Double bubble.
Oh, no.
Well
Still to love, mate.
Good on you. And Gather Round next week, do you have as good a time as we do at Gather Round?
Oh, yeah. Probably not as much as you blokes, but I love Gather Round. Last year was a real success, and Sunday Arvo game's a bit late for us, but I'm sure the crowd will show up and we'll get the job done.
Good on you, mate. Well done. You got the Hawks next week, and tonight was a big night for you, and you got the job done. So a happy flight home. Well played.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, guys.
Brody Myercheck there, and he was a ripper. Kicked 3 goals. The Macca's moment tonight, so I'm loving it moment, happened at the 20-minute mark of the last quarter. I think Brody might have been involved. Here's how we called it on Triple M Footy. Packed house here at the Gabba. And some restless supporters. The tension mounting. Oh, Nick Dacos kicks it sort of off the instep towards the boundary line. A juggling attempt from Myercheck has been paid. On the boundary, 25 out. His backside's on the fence. He runs around, bends it back. Oh, Brody! Have a bloody look at that! And the reigning premier don't look done yet. Well, he had a ripper, didn't he? And the Pies they fought, and the Lions had a ripping second term, and then the Pies just got it done.
Yeah, it was a ripping game of footy, wasn't it? 3/4 time, we're thinking this is going to be an absolute belter. What was served up for the first 3 quarters was superb, and the Pies flexed their muscles late, and they were deserving winners.
All right, Triple M Aiming Review coming to a close. Choice Hotels around the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct to choicehotels.com. So go ahead and book it tomorrow. Doubleheader, North Melbourne and the Bulldogs. Freo and Adelaide. Looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to the rub, the standalone rub with JB, Billy, Bernie will be there, and Purple.
And not to mention in the NBL, Melbourne United got the win over the Jack Jumpers, 88-86, so we're going to Game 5.
Jeez, Game 5, here we go. Daisy, the Triple M MVP Award for Employment Hero. You've got the job tonight. From hired to retired, Employment Heroes HR, recruitment and payroll software handles it all. Search Employment Hero today. How did you see the votes?
Yeah, well, it was tough to find the one vote getter because there was a lot of contributors across the board from both sides, but I'm going to give it to Billy Frampton. I thought his ability to shut down Joe Danaher, but also defend, and that just meant the rest of the defence was set from his positioning, so I gave him the one vote. 2 to Johnny Noble. It's good to see him back in the side. His dash, his run, his endeavour early was fantastic. And Nick Dacos, when you use the ball as well as he does, he doesn't have to have 45 every week. He had 651 metres gained, 7 score involvements from his 30 disposals. I thought, again, he was the class above on a slippery night or a sweaty ball. He can have the 3 votes.
Well done, Dace.
Thank you.
Danny, just watching him live, Baz, Nick Dacos, just his ability to be able to break the lines and creativity through his speed.
Contest to contest.
Gives it, runs up, gets it again, and just uses it so well.
And you know what it's like for us when we're watching you now, Blackie, at the Gabba.
It's true.
Final thoughts from you and Dace on what you saw tonight?
Flag pies for me, Baz, that's all.
Yep. They've won it. They're flag favourites.
Back on the bandwagon. No, very impressive. Great game of footy. I think the Lions will be better for it too. I actually think they'll get a bit of confidence from this game tonight. Fantastic game of footy. One on the Pies. Deserving winners.
All right, Flanners, outstanding tonight.
You were good,
just nod your head. You know you were. Yep. Don't be humble about it. BT, magnificent on the boundary line. Days. It's time for us to wander off into that place. We know where we're going, and I'm looking forward to it. Blackie, hopefully we see you there.
It's been a treat.
You're a legend when you walked in, Blackie. That hasn't changed. You still are. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Rabs. Thanks to Jace for looking after us tonight. Thanks to Leroy back in the studios. He won't be overly happy with the result tonight. 20 points, Collingwood over Brisbane. The Pies are on the board. The Lions a little bit of work to do. Footy starting to get straightened up again. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
It's a Good Friday huddle.
It's the holiest of weekends, so extra tithings this week.
Tithings?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, what's a tithing?
It's giving.
So it's time to be good to one another.
I want you to all
Bit of Kirky
go around the box and say one positive thing.
About
Look,
someone
you're
else.
flinching. You're flinching.
I feel uncomfortable.
Nate is a difficult one to do.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from 3 for North Melbourne and Carlton. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
At Wild Turkey, we've been making bourbon our way for almost 100 years. One that's aged longer and delivered richer. Over 18s only. Drink responsibly. Wild Turkey. Trust your spirit.
Power up with great deals on Yamaha outboards and Quintrex boats at Streaker Marine. Right now you can save up to $5,000 across a range of Yamaha Quintrex packages in stock and ready to hit the water. Streaker Marine is Melbourne's biggest Yamaha and Quintrex dealer. Talk to our friendly experts about the perfect package for you. Visit Streaker Marine, Mountain Highway Bayswater, just off Eastlink. Offer ends May 31st, 2024 while stocks last. Private buyers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Getting ready for uni? Optus has you covered with our special student offer. Get a massive 100 gigs of data for just $39 a month for the first 12 months when you sign up to a new mobile plan. That's a massive 100 gigs each month, so you can stream, scroll and share to your heart's content. Head into an Optus store today. Great value starts with yes. Ends 2nd to the 4th, 24. Reverts to standard price after 12 months. Eligible tertiary students only. Not available with other offers unless specified. T's and C's apply.
It wouldn't be the perfect Mother's Day without the perfect present, whether it's a planned, thoughtful gift experience or a last-minute dash to the shops. The people listening to this station are getting ready to spoil that special person and celebrate those they hold most dear. Make sure your business is front of mind this Mother's Day. Let the audience know who you are and what you do. Visit triplem.com.au and click on Advertise Local to get started. That's triplem.com.au and click on Advertise Local. Do it! You won't regret it.
There are 3 kinds of people in life, Dave.
Yeah.
There's TKD trade members who get trade pricing at Toolkit Depot, same-day quotes, express delivery options and tons of other benefits.
That's us.
Yeah. Then there's TKD club members who get discount pricing, exclusive deals and more.
That's anyone who doesn't have an ABN, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the third kind of people?
Those who don't realise it's free to join, Dave.
Whoa, that's sad.
Become a TKD trade or club member now at Toolkit Depot. Everything you need to get the job done.
Don't miss Tim Zhu in a unified world title fight this Sunday against 6'6" towering inferno Sebastian Fundora. Live from Las Vegas, welcome to the Tim Zhu era. Order now on Main Event with KO Sports. No subscription needed.
To grow your business, you need to be on the ball, on track, and on point when it comes to finance. To grow your business, you need On Deck, just like Edward from Hobart.
In today's competitive environment, a business needs support to expand and grow, and the traditional banks are reluctant to lend. The On Deck experience for me was quick and easy.
Get on the ball with On Deck. Visit ondeck.com.au. All loans are subject to lender approval.
Aussie music is something to be proud of. Wear it like a badge. Because it's Australian bands and artists that are the influences of so many other musicians the world over. So at Triple M, we're proud to be able to showcase the power of the Aussie music scene, paying both homage to the greats that have stood the test of time, right alongside the current, the emerging, the future influences, the ones that will be next to make their mark on the global music scene. If it's Aussie and it rocks, it's right here. This is Triple M's Homegrown with Matty O.
Yes, live right around the country. This is Triple M's Homegrown. 2 hours of the best Australian music. How we see this show is we're like kind of matchmaking. We know you love your Cold Chisels, AC/DCs, In Excess and everything else. We're kind of like getting you in touch with the next crop of artists that are coming through in this country, which is super exciting. They're taking on the world tour, and the best thing is taking on the world too, I should say. Best thing is these bands are touring as well, so you can go out and see them, support them, buy some merch. And we're getting new music from our favourites too, like the Jebs. This is Motivation. We'll stay in WA2 with Eskimo Joe. It's the first time. And we're on the anniversary of when Daryl Braithwaite went viral when he performed with Harry Styles. So, next hour, he's going to break that down. How that performance came to be and, you know, the whirlwind that was performing with Harry. Also, new music from the Crowdies. This is Oh Hi. Also, one of our favourite upcoming artists is going to tell us what it was like in the early days handing their demo to U2 when they were staying at the Versace Hotel on the Gold Coast of all places. Also, the new one from G-Flip. And the Dregs. This is Take a Little Time. That's in around 7 or 8 minutes or so. We got Cold Chisel playing after In Excess. Baby Don't Cry. Welcome to a Triple M's Homegrown.